tam je? Wow. Mam nadzieję, że nie truje się niczym. Hold on. Fajne. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Okay, we might as well suffer some crowd. There we go.
The whole time has been mean in an effective way.
Mean in an effective way. We're gonna watch it for President Sunday. Wait, hold on. What? What the hell? Really? Ah. I was able to watch it yesterday. I'm not gonna become a supporter of President Sunday. Oh well, we've lost our thing. We've lost access to our thing. Unless I just suffer for this alone.
Wait, not in an ineffective
What does that mean,
way.
though? The only thing you say is
why
to
we
go
keep
to
asking
point
what
first.
As BL Empire, but peaceful is
Jesus,
pointed
this
at,
is
but it's all
trash.
just MAGA hijacked narratives that the weak-willed people here perpetuate. $10 from the Justice, 35 to say, as an actual elected Democrat in office, I find progressives and joke police divorced from reality. Voters don't give a fuck about your jokes on X. I would 100% have Destiny canvass for me. 300 canvassers are greater than jokes. $5 from the Daniel to say,
My
Destiny
goodness.
taking Divanese means he's either feeling amazing or terrible right now, depending on what stage of the high he's in. LOL. $5 from Will to say, Wick said, when they go
Wake!
low, we go lower. I reject this premise. Can anyone actually defend that what he said was worse than things MAGA says? And then $5 from Soyaddle to say, Wick
Nobody
is...
said that.
I don't know. No one listens to my panel. They just take in the vibes, okay? $5 from Soyaddle to say Wick is giving us new content to talk about. $5 from Hunter Young to say Connor acknowledges MAGA is effective because they otherwise groups that are seen as oppressing majority classes. That's why they flip with Epstein. $5 from Admiral Give to say LMFAO, Nazi points, doesn't even realize he's being peak hypocrite this whole convo, complaining about being edgy and making kids jokes. Thank you for the $5 Sulak for just a smiley face. $5 from Harvey Marvey to say, has anyone demanded DNA? Oh, okay.
Jesus. A lot of... Wow. Cannot believe. What a total waste of time. Destiny doesn't care about political effectiveness. He's trying to get more eyes on his content. These jokes get him invited to shows like Piers Morgan, which helps his career, etc. Let's be real. If this panel were curious about confronting Destiny for being optically counterproductive, they'd be debating Destiny about his ridiculous sex scandals. What will hurt Destiny more politically? The woman accusing him of crimes or some dumb joke on X? Dumb joke on X. Sex Destiny, watch out here. What have I missed? I just started. So you have missed zero. They have missed zero content. Man, this comment section is fire. Holy based. That is a true comment, though.
We're not going to read that one. $5 from Hunter Young to say NSC says the garbage truck didn't help but defends Tali Vibes, who admits to voting only on vibes, and we need to appeal to people like her bit away. $5 from Feder Methodist
Yes.
to say, I've no doubt that everyone on the panel was the smartest kid on their school bus for what that's worth. Let's not mention the length of Soy Boy's bus. $5 from Kyla to say what Kyla is doing is worse.
Jesus Christ, bud. You're making a fucking arm and a leg today. How many more you got?
It's we're almost done. It's infantilization. $5 from Noonian Star to say you can be funny and care about people. Don't let those humorless edits have a piece of your soul. Use code SOYPILL to be based. $5 from Ace to say Tiny needs to stop crying about Trump if he's going to throw out the only means of beating him, aka winning elections. And $10 from Jared W to say turns out those kids in Texas didn't need critical race theory to learn about systemic failure. Drowning in it works just fine. $5 from Testicle Johnson. If those kids were so great, then why are they dead? And $5 from Cage to say who's more effective, Erudite, Destiny, or BTC? And then $5 from Ace to say Soy doesn't understand that progs are a small part of the Dem base, and Dems more so than the GOP need independent voters. Progs aren't enough to win. And that said, God, gang, give me more money. I'm gonna bring
Give me more money, gang, 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 gang. Give me more money.
on Tali.
Hey, gang, give me money, gang. Gang.
Okay. Now
At least I draw my own thumbnails, okay? Jesus Christ. What a sad state of affairs.
talk. Now the content's back. Tali, cam up. What you got?
Hello, sorry. I was just talking to Deb backstage. We're gonna bring him out too.
Why not? Fuck it.
Who?
Oh, please.
Oh my god, this guy, seriously? Oh. Short Farota. Who else? Who else are they gonna bring in to lighten this party up? This beautiful panel. God.
Oh, Deb. Hi, Deb.
The
God.
shortest, fattest otaku.
You interrupted our conversation, Wick. How
Ha
could you?
ha ha.
Like I told you guys I was bringing you guys on. Okay.
Ha
That's it.
ha ha ha.
Let's get back
I
into the
need to-
conversation, right?
Sure.
Do you feel?
I'll
Yeah, go ahead,
restate
Erudite.
my criticisms of Steven and Swipebill since they're different. My criticism of Steven is that he goes scorched earth
Is
too.
that he is a pervert that leaks people's personal stuff. Oh wait, no, never mind. Wrong panel. This is about Twitter jokes. The real important topic. Oh well. Maybe next time. Hey? Do you think maybe next time? What do the gigglers think? Do you think we're gonna get that one day? I think there were 2 browser sources on this for some reason. There were 2 browser sources. I'm trying to find the second one. Is there a second? I could have sworn there was a second browser source. But no, it doesn't seem like there was one. Apologies. Window. Browser. Where is it? No. Where is it? Jesus. No. Oh. Which file? I'm looking for this. So there should be a browser by this name here. And I want to look for it. Opera. Oh, there you go. I'm gonna play Go while doing this. Isn't that cool? Go is gonna be here in the corner.
Too quickly with people who don't deserve
If I
it.
can
Oh, one more.
find a game.
$100 someone gave me privately. I'm sorry, they gave me $100 to say
Yeah,
this.
fair enough.
Steven is so deeply wrong here.
Why can't someone give me $100 privately? Also, it was funny to hear from Steven that he's the way he is. He's the way he is. Well, because he's been brainwashed in school, and then he decided to be the edgy boy that lurking in those dark corners of the truth.
Before the firefighter joke, his work had real impact, especially
He
for
is
those
the
on the right.
victim.
For many, he was the only exposure
Steven's
they had to
the
someone
victim
left
of
who
this
was both
story.
intelligent and reasonable. The left is held to higher standards because they chose to hold themselves to higher standards. They don't get to fail.
My school
Game
destroyed
started.
me. My school destroyed me. So I am now damaged. I am a damaged protagonist. Hello, Convenient Estelle. We're watching the story of the broken protagonist, Stephen Bonnell. I wanted to watch it through the eyes of President Sunday, but apparently President Sunday only allows it to be viewed by supporters, which I cannot afford. So, unfortunately, I have to suffer through this alone with Goyas.
Because the moment they do, it validates the right's narrative that they were never better to begin with. Okay.
Just to be clear, higher standards, if that means
Just to be clear, just because I'm a perpetual pervert that leaks people's stuff, it doesn't mean that I am bad somehow.
to you about whether or not you're telling a joke, you are so beyond fucking retarded that I don't even know how you got $100 to donate, unless that came from some government welfare program. Fucking retarded. To be clear,
Because the moment they do, it validates the right's
To
narrative.
be clear, if you disagree with me anyway, it means you must be mentally challenged, and I have no clue how you got your $100.
They were never better to begin with. Okay.
just to be clear,
By the way.
higher standards, if that means to you about whether or not you're telling a joke, you are so beyond fucking retarded that I don't even know how you got $100 to donate, unless that came from some government welfare program.
I mean, I will point out right now that a joke isn't just a joke. There are levels of standard to jokes too, okay? Jokes can be completely shit and low level. Just saying, completely divorced out of the subject that jokes can be bad. Jokes can be low level, okay? You can try to have higher level of humor.
Being cut by Trump right now, so congratulations.
That was
I
helpful.
like the $100, whatever.
Wow, that was such a cutting remark.
Here it comes from.
What a biting remark. Even so smart.
Go ahead. Anna.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, my criticism would be that Stephen goes
You're not just mentally challenged, you're beyond. You went to a level beyond.
quickly scorched earth, and I think it's to his detriment. I think it loses him a lot of social capital.
I think Steven's mean and it loses him points and you go scorched earth. Like in The Boys, scorched earth. You know, Billy Butcher and Homelander. So cool. Scorched earth.
That he could otherwise have, and that he could be leveraging in times when
Billy
particularly
Butcher.
MAGA is falling apart. And I wish that you would do better, because I think you're probably one of the more effective voices on the left. My criticism of Swipe Hill is specifically your conversation with Tally. I found
It's
distasteful,
like, I don't know, this is so...
and I was unhappy with it, because I think that you generally hold yourself to a higher standard, and I would expect that. even
Okay. See? Now that was a joke, okay? Now that was a funny joke. Steven, I think typically you hold yourself to a higher standard. See? Would say what you want, but not so erudite knows how to say a funny joke, unlike Steven, okay? Steven just goes for the, oh, wow, wow. Little dead children doing something. She knows how to say a joke. Hello, oh god, is this panel as bad as Mehdi Hassan and the 20 Psychos? I don't think it's as bad, but it's pretty pathetic. I just heard Not So Erudite say that Steven typically holds himself to a higher standard, whatever that means.
Tally is retarded and won't admit that her vote was bad.
Okay, well, I'm much more calm now. So, Tally,
We all say the R slur like it's a comma between sentences because we're so edgy and cool. We're so edgy and cool.
what would it take for you to vote for a Democrat in the next election? What can I say to you to get you to come to my side?
There's not just one thing that you could say to me. And I just need to reiterate, I'm not saying that the Democrats should be spending any inordinate amount of time reaching out to people like me. I've declared myself no longer a
Oh wow, so deep. Yeah, cool.
partisan for the Democratic Party. And so there's a real question, I think, within the Democratic Party of what should the approach be for building coalitions. And you have people built in.
The Democratic Party is not well, by the way. Why are people so concerned with this one's person's vote? Because every vote counts, okay? And she's a representative. Well, I don't know their pronouns, but they're representative of, I don't know. I honestly do not know why they're fixated on this one particular person. I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know why people care so much about Steven either. I cannot answer this question as well. I don't know why people need to have a whole panel about Steven saying a really, really stupid joke that just basically, I don't know. It just works against him. Although that is the least of his problems. It is true that the silly jokes are the least of his problems, actually.
The progressives and the more left-wing part of the party, who some of them don't vote, but maybe more of them are more likely to than the moderates.
I know Dylan Burns had a debate with Steven, with Destiny, about his Twitter humor. You know, it made kind of sense to have these conversations like 4 or 5 years ago when that debate happened, but now I don't think Destiny's jokes are the biggest problem. Okay, I don't even know why make whole panels centered about this is silly, you know.
The people who are the disaffected liberals.
Donating $100 with a mean joke is okay. Boomer noted. True. True. Because Wick is a sim for Destiny. Why would anybody be a sim for Destiny at this point? Is beyond me. Okay. Like, why?
So I'm not saying that this is anything that the left.
Why would you do that?
Connor, I see you shaking your head. I hope that's not what they do. I'm with you, but I don't feel like I'm really truly not trying. I'm not trying to beg to be.
Almost everyone on this panel is a sim for Destiny. Yeah, I agree. But does Wix to sim for Destiny? Yes. I think his entire being sims for Destiny. So it's fair to say that part as well.
Wooed. I'm here talking as someone who formerly voted as a Democrat.
Who should be a sims for Lucy Hazan? That is what should be happening. After the fall of the glorious figure that was Keffels, okay? I feel the void of being the trans representative of the space, the trans ambassador, okay? So I fill that role. Nobody is a true leftist, so I also fill the role of being the last true leftist. And I'm also the best gamer in this space. Have I mentioned? I'm also the best gamer in this space. And I'm pretty sure I'm the only person in this space that knows how to play Go. So, I have got qualifications.
And talking about, yes, all the vibes and the cultural things that ultimately pushed me away.
I want to talk about what the fuck is what's. I'm sorry so for swearing. Vibes affect this person's politics. Vibes. Not according to your Half-Life gameplay. I've been playing it for the first time in my life and it's been on hard, okay? I'm playing Black Mesa not on hard and it's a breeze, okay? Now I'm playing Black Mesa. Have you missed me playing Black Mesa? Have you played Half-Life 2? Not yet. I'm playing Black Mesa. Which is a remake of Half-Life 1. It wasn't the enemies that posed you problems. In Half-Life 1, yeah, it was the horribly designed, janky ladder system. Okay? When something's badly designed, it's not a matter of skill. It's a matter of something being badly designed. I don't have such problems in Black Mesa. Do you know why? Because it's well designed in Black Mesa. There you go. Strangely enough, when it works, I don't have a problem with it. We'll get the downfall of America before Half-Life 3. Wild excuses. It's called a perfectly sound explanation. If it was an excuse, then I would have the same problems in Black Mesa, but I don't. There you go. The evidence speaks for itself. The evidence speaks for itself. Yeah. Or as a wise person would say, upon beating Half-Life a success. Half-Life has more refined ladders. Okay. You're trolling me.
I'm not pro-Trump. I wouldn't vote for him again. I just haven't come out and said that I regret voting for him in 2024. I don't know how much that'll do for anyone. I don't, can't change the past anyway.
Who is this person even? Is this person a public figure?
But I'm absolutely a winnable voter in the future. It's not going to be any one thing that you say.
She still have that exact pro gamer problem when she forgets to choose the right weapon for close and far distances. Yeah, that exact same problem. Listen, when I don't have the ammo for long range weapons, I choose the weapon that I have on hand, okay? I choose the weapon that I have the ammunition for.
No, it's not about what I'm going to say. I'm saying what do the Democrats need to do to win your vote? I mean, like, you're a former Trump voter, and clearly we need to be listening to what you have to say about the state of the political vibes.
Allie, because I watched the content related to this, could I ask you a couple of things about like what was off-putting about Democrats?
Come on.
Or is this where
What-
the conversation should go? Like, 'cause
No,
have
I
thoughts
still
on the
want to beat them up over their
conversation.
Mott and Bailey. I still want to
Yeah, well,
come at Steven and Swipe Hill for
I still wanna come. You heard it here. You heard it here first. I still wanna come. Should show the books behind you someday. I'll put them back.
making a beautiful Mott and Bailey and hiding behind it and being like, epic.
Wait,
debate
what is
by
the
big
Mott and
guy."
Bailey?
People love this. People love the lingo. Mountain Bailey. This is my Mountain Bailey. Motte Bailey.
Okay, I keep on saying
Okay.
that being mean alienates the center, and you guys keep saying Republicans are in hell. They're in hell.
Because
They're
our
in
point is that
hell.
Republicans are the meanest they've ever been, ever. And this is the first
Mountain Bailey.
time they've like won the popular vote in
Yes, I know. I know what it is. I know the whole thing.
forever. So how do you
But
reconcile
people overuse it.
those
But
two
you-
statements?
Because you've already acknowledged that the reason why they won all of this shit seems like it was a mixture of global trends and acts of God himself.
Not
but
just that,
also
though. It doesn't
being
seem-
mean is effective.
No, Trump did not win because of global issues. The Democrats lost because of global issues. How do you explain the fact that Trump swept with no competition the Republican primary after he lost the last election against the
Lost.
same guy who was supposed to be running again?
I
think I
why
lost
did
this
he win
game.
the primaries? Because he has almost all of the like voices and names behind him because they were sick of Joe Biden. They wanted to get rid of Biden.
Yes,
and
just
he
like
was the
why,
strongest
hold on.
contender.
If I say why did somebody
He was
win
an
an
incumbent.
election, and you say it's because they got more votes than the other guy, that's obviously
No,
not what
sorry,
I'm asking.
sorry.
I'm
When I
saying
say
that
an incumbent,
Trump's
no, I'll
divisiveness
just answer it.
obviously didn't.
I mean, mean is a bit of an understatement considering that ICE is arresting 3,000 to 7,000 people daily.
The answer is when
That
I'm
is pretty mean.
saying not because he got the most votes. Sorry if I didn't make it clear enough. What I'm saying is that he was an incumbent, right? The reason why
He wasn't an incumbent. He
I
lost.
will say that ruining the lives of thousands of people is pretty mean. That is pretty mean behavior.
His election. He was
Within
running
the
again
Republican
against somebody
Party,
who was-
stop being obtuse.
When I say
Stop being
incumbent,
obtuse! Stop being obtuse! Stop it! Stop being obtuse! Jesus Christ, what a clown show. Stop being obtuse! What did he even say?
his election. He was
Within
running
the
again
Republican
against somebody
Party,
who-
right? The reason why
He wasn't an incumbent. He lost his election. He was
within
running
the
again
Republican
against somebody
Party,
who was-
stop being obtuse.
Sorry.
Obtuse! Stop being obtuse! Fido, stop being obtuse! Fido, stop being obtuse! Fido, stop being obtuse! Bush you! Mocking Connor for his manly voice. Stop being obtuse! No, I'm mocking him for being overdramatic, okay? I'm mocking him for being an overdramatic ballerina character. I can explain that. Dickless and impotent political establishment. Stop being obtuse! That looks like an edgy boy.
Sorry. When I say incumbent, I don't mean to use if the word is incorrect, I apologize. What I mean is he was the president for 4 years.
He
now.
looks like he's a portrait in an RTS game. Look, observe him for a bit, look how he moves. He looks like a unit that has a animated portrait in an RTS.
4 to 5 years already of advertising behind him, which
Why
the
did he
years
win
of
in 2016
advertising
then?
behind a name.
I swear, you could put him on an RTS and he could be a unit. And that would be his animated portrait.
Is super important. What?
Constipated.
Why did he win in
Because
2016?
Hillary Clinton eats babies.
Because Hillary Clinton was so utterly
Don't be obtuse!
unelected.
Why did he win
that's
the
why
primary
Hillary
in
lost.
2016?
Yes, he won the primary. There were way more people
Because
that
the
advocated for your
moderates
guys'
split the
strategies.
vote. No. Fuck this. I'm not going to have you rewrite history right in front of me.
No. No, I refuse. Hello, Marcus Chaplin. We are watching a panel from hell with a bunch of participants making a fool of themselves. And in the meantime, I'm trying to figure out what my dog wants because he seems to be very playful right now. I will check in a moment if he still has water because he's in a bad mood.
I know because I was
Also, I'm playing a board game while I do this.
fucking furious. Trump had like 37% of the fucking vote, and there were 3 moderates splitting the Republican vote. If those fucking cunts, Kasich or
Fucking cunts! Fucking cunts! How's streaming going? Well, as you can see, I'm doing pretty well. I'm streaming from Poland right now because I'm back from Ukraine for a bit. I'm doing a big marathon fundraiser stream.
fucking Rubio had dropped out, then we would have
Rubio! Pajdo! 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 Why is he behaving like this now? Pajdo! 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 Oh, one moment. He stole something from me. Paper. Pajdo! He stole a little booklet called The Job Market and German Solutions, okay? The German solutions to the work market, to the job market. That is what he stole from me right now. Ow. Ow. Wish you. Pyro wants attention. He gets too much attention. He's like a ballerina. He's like the Connor of this house. One moment, I'll check if he has water. How long? Good. How long have you been streaming? I just started. Why? One moment. I'll check if he has water. Bonjour. Hi, Doc. Hi. So I need to, yeah, do this move. All right, let's continue this panel because why is he so unvirgin? He's so over hyper now. Nice. Do you have any goal you're working? Okay, what is this? What is this, Marcos Chaplin? Yes, I'm working towards the goal of having 1 million concurrent viewers every single day. What are you doing? Okay. What is this weird conversation that feels like a pitch, a marketing pitch?
rallied around a
Can you describe your goals and aspirations to me?
moderate candidate, and we wouldn't have this fucking problem, and I
One,
wouldn't have to
Trump
deal with the
was a
goddamn
moderate-
Republican Party.
Pajdo. 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 This has not happened in a while. Hi, dog. 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 Okay, I'm ready. I'm back. Jesus Christ Almighty. Well, have you heard about partnership status on Twitch? Because I know you will have been affiliated. Yes, I have. What the? Stop it, Marcus, okay? I know what you're doing. Stop it. No, I've never heard of the partnership status. Never ever in my life have I heard of such a status on Twitch. I have never heard of such a thing. Hello, Emily, yes.
As it
Excuse
currently
me, Trump was
exists.
a moderate candidate. What are you talking about?
You sent the same thing twice. I'm gonna ban you in a moment on Twitch.
Compared to fucking Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio, you're like staple neocons? Trump
Figures that the only person that watches me on Twitch that is a bot that wants to sell me the proposition of a lifetime on how to improve my streaming. Brilliant.
Trump's policy-wise was a moderate in that primary.
Do you think MAGA is a moderate movement, Stephen?
In terms of, well, now we're moving south on the political axis instead of left to right. Hold on.
Do you
I don't
think
know
that
why
some
you're
Republicans saw that he
Wait.
was a repellent,
Destiny go.
incompetent piece of shit all the way back in
Trump-
2015?
Trump policy-wise was a moderate when
Trump
is running in the primary. The fact that he took like a non-committal position related to funding Planned Parenthood, the fact that he bragged about being in Hillary Clinton's fucking wedding photos and shit like that, the fact that he seemed like kind of indecisive or back and forth on like the Iraq war compared to like the hawkish neocons and shit that you had on stage, especially in the form of Cruz and Rubio, he was definitely more moderate than the other guys in terms of policy. He won because he was
Hold up. I feel like you're talking past my point.
Trump won because he was an edgy boy.
Okay. Well, maybe moderate is the incorrect word.
No, I would not like to grow my channel. Okay, I'd like my channel to grow to be small forever. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you for asking me these questions. If I would like to grow my no, I have no desire to grow my channel. What now? You're annoying me. If you're assuming that you're even a real person.
Word. But there was something.
No, I'd like to grow it inconsistently. Thank you.
Thing called the Republican Party that cared about a republic and talked about the Constitution of the United States and talked about freedom of expression, freedom of speech, the Second Amendment, family values, all that bullshit. That all existed when Trump was there. But Trump hijacked the Republican Party with a cult of personality, and some people, such as myself, saw that was happening in 2015 and thought he was a piece of shit.
Can you think about wait, just real quick.
Wait, I have to interrupt you. Wait. Okay. Why is there an air siren here in Poland? Or what is this sound? The hell is this sound? What is this sound? What is happening? No, it's an air siren, of course. I'm used to one in Ukraine, but where is there one here? The hell? A glitched air siren. Thank you, Poland. What's the point to talk about construction if you're not practicing it? True. Do you wish to reach partnership status? Never. I don't. I hate the partnership status. I hate it with the entirety of my soul. Any other questions? I'm a bot. Some weird bot like thing is harassing me in the Twitch chat with silly questions. And it's annoying. All right.
Normal Republican.
Are you on DC? What the hell does that mean? Are you on DC?
Think about what you're saying.
You said the vote.
You said cult of personality. What was that personality based on?
I'm gonna ban you. One more question and I'm gonna ban you forever. So, you know.
But we're talking about different people, though, and that's
Why
what
does it
Kyler said earlier.
No, but don't follow through. No. Why the cult of personality? What? Because it was based on being mean and divisive.
Mean and divisive, just like Stevens. Cult of personality is based on being mean and divisive.
That's appealing to
40% of the Republican Party being dumb as fuck didn't have to do with the original point that we were making.
It's not about being dumb. It's the fact that it's effective rhetoric. It works.
Dan Clancy is an anti-Semitic piece of shit, and he doesn't care about his platform.
I don't know
So
if
you think
there's
that
a
Trump
point that we
won
should follow down
2016
here. I
because
think
he
we
was
should probably
mean
move
and
to the next point.
How many times did we hear because he tells
Wasn't
it
it-
like it is?
What? Yeah,
That's
wasn't
like
it
the
way
number
more
one-
effective though because Hillary was like swinging at him super hard and he got to always claim counterpunching? Didn't that help his claims?
He
Trump
literally had his
derangement
audience
syndrome.
chanting "lock her up." No, it was not because Hillary swung first. Absolutely
What do you
not.
mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Trump was way more mean in that general election, and I was even asking why he won the
Jesus. It's all about meanness, isn't it? Politics is just about meanness.
primary. He was mean in the
Hillary
primary. He
Clinton
had
I don't know
nicknames
anything
for
about the
everybody.
He was mean.
He's a
I
uniquely
don't- an
unlikable
act of
candidate.
God, possibly. It sounds like an act of God. Moderates were fighting over things. and
Okay,
dropped
so
down
I
the
can
split
answer
vote.
to the
We're talking about
2016
different
primary. Just real
people.
quick, Tolly, please. The 2016 primary, one of the reasons, the major reason
It's all
I
about jokes and meanness.
would say that the Trump won in that is because he's anti-Iraq war.
Because he's so
He
mean.
was one of the few people on that stage who was anti-Iraq war. He was seen as yes, he absolutely was, and he was seen as
That's
anti.
true, Wick. Yeah, I agree with
that's
you on
not the
this.
reason he won.
That was one of the major
is,
ones.
it
He
is.
was seen as anti-establishment in the same way that Bernie was.
He was
right?
heterodox.
And he was seen as a firebomb into the system that was going to change it up. People
That is so depressing, by the way. Trump, the anti-establishment guy.
didn't really understand. It wasn't his divisiveness so much. It was that he was
Actually, what people saw him as a businessman. He's gonna, like, because politicians are so ineffective and inefficient, but Trump's a businessman and he cannot be corrupt because he's already rich, and he's gonna run the country like an efficient business, is what many people said.
seen as an
Didn't he
outsider.
shit on them
and he
all?
was
Wasn't he like
Yes.
super effective in the
He
debates?
was
Like he was
very
like,
mean to all of them, actually.
well, he wasn't just mean though, right?
He was just
mean in
mean.
the right way. No, he
Yeah,
was mean in the
mean.
right
Yeah,
way.
but
shitting on
What
Ted
the hell does that mean? Mean in the right way? This is so stupid.
Cruz's wife, and by
Oh
saying
my
his
god,
dad looked like
hasn't
the
that been my
Zodiac
argument
killer.
the whole fucking time, you stupid motherfucker? I've been saying the whole time that he's been mean in an effective way.
You stupid motherfucker, look at Not So Area, like being mean to Destiny in the right way. Whatever the hell that means. Be mean in the right way.
Not in an ineffective
What does that
way.
mean, though? The only
Yeah,
thing you
that's
say is
why
just
we
don't
keep
go
asking
scorched
what that
earth.
means.
People like when you shit on institutionalists for institutionalist type things.
True.
Don't
His
like
ugly
when you're
wife?
smug and
Like his
condescending.
ugly
they don't
wife?
like when you shit on dead
Was his
kids.
wife ugly? Wait, was his wife ugly?
No, but she made that joke and he got really popular
What?
and stuff like that.
She
And calling
wasn't ugly?
Rosie O'Donnell fat. Ted Cruz's wife.
Well,
Heidi
what
Cruz
sort
is
of question is that? Well, was she ugly?
not that ugly. No.
Oh, do they hate Rosie O'Donnell? Is that or the period joke with Megyn Kelly, or the jokes about
A very
McCain
telling question, by the way. Well, was she ugly?
being a prisoner of war, or like what are all these unpopular
Yeah.
things?
I don't
that-
want you to have the exact
No,
policy,
I-
but that's why we keep asking you, what is effective meanness? Because you're not against certain meanness. You're okay with certain meanness. What the fuck is effective meanness?
Effective
Probably
meanness
not shitting
is-
on dead kids and joking about them jerking off. That's probably the line. I've
thank
said
you,
it 4
Kyla.
times.
Thank you, Kyla.
Why? Is it because you can't contend with the point that I just made? Is that why you pretend it's a non-answer?
No, I
Well,
just
so
don't.
every
I'm
other
like
thing
you every
is
single
okay.
line. I'm not asking
wait.
you.
So is beating the shit out of kids okay, or what? Where if that's the only two categories of things that we can't make fun of, what are?
Now, this is real political engagement. This is real political action. Talking about jokes. Humor.
Come the fuck on. Come the fuck
what?
on. I don't want to do this heap grain of sand argument. I don't
No,
know
what you keep
exactly
saying, keep grain of sand. You're doing the Nirvana.
because
Nirvana
you're asking me
fallacy.
for it. Because you're
We're
asking
not asking you for an exact demarcator. We're just asking for in general.
right and mean wrong. These don't make any sense. We can kind of get the feels for it. In the case of the primaries, my understanding is that the Republicans were shitting on him first. They were making fun of him for not being a real politician, and he shit down their throats in return. He was more effectively
He shit down their throats. What a disturbing image.
mean at their own game, which is why it unleashed it, because he was
You can just
counterpunching in the
post
first
hoc
place.
rationalize any meanness, though. Like, how do we
Yeah,
go? What's the strategy?
it is
moving-
gross. But it's effective meanness, so it's okay. It's okay, it's just effective meanness.
forward? What? Tell me right now. I'll listen, Kylo. What do I do? What am I allowed to be mean about? What am I not allowed to be mean about?
I think the thing
In
that Kylo
general-
said that was the most accurate is you need to pick your targets.
Oh, those are the real important questions. Please tell me, what am I about? What am I allowed to be mean about? Oh, those are the real questions in politics. But tell me, what am I allowed to be mean about? Close to midterms, true.
So, and again, it's weird to talk about this when
The
I'm talking
kids
about
act-
myself in theory too, but it's
I
not just
pick you,
me. It's
Tully.
people like me or other people with similar dispositions or whatever who are center left, center right. It also depends on who your audience is, who you're trying to speak to, who you care about influencing. It is true that there are lots of people on the right, obviously, who are totally okay with cruelty. Those are people who you're not trying to win over to your side. Obviously,
Okay,
yes.
well, my
They're
audience
in
loved
for
it. They
eating the
gave me a
cats and
lot
the
of
dog.
money, more
They're
money than
in
I've
for all
ever
of
made by
that.
shitting on you specifically and having a little 2-hour venting session.
That's
And then
good.
I went back and I
You're
watched
right.
videos
You're
to
right.
apply to
Because hold
Republicans.
on, because the
Bad.
far left, because
Wow, I made a lot of money by shitting on somebody. What does that have to do with politics again? The fact that some person made a lot of money on the internet by shitting on someone? Brilliant.
the
Amazing.
far left actually gets more pleasure out of attacking
my audience is
heretics
far
than they
left?
do attacking
It
your
is.
Yes.
audience.
Kind of.
Is far left.
It's the
Yes, it
narcissism of
is.
small differences. It's more fun to fight
Yes.
amongst people who are closer to you tribally than it is to fight the opposite, because it's
And if we
expected that
were-
you're going to fight the opposite.
What? What the hell is the narcissism of small differences? What the hell are these terms? The narcissism of what? Care to explain? Care to explain what this what?
And if I was having
Okay.
a town hall with a Trump voter, I wouldn't do that.
So my advice, again, if we go back to it,
Yeah,
Stephen,
okay.
would be specifically this. I think I've already said it multiple fucking
Can we do it
times.
without saying scorched earth?
Yes. No. Sure. I'll drop the scorched earth for today. But also, why the fuck would that even matter?
Because it
Why
doesn't
that
mean
what
anything. What is scorched earth?
does
mean?
mean something? It does,
What does it
mean
mean?
something.
Define it.
I can't. I've already told you I don't know exactly
like when
where
the
cube of
lights
sand
go
is,
out.
but
It's
it's
when
definitely
the
over
lights go
50,000.
out.
No,
It's a
stop
general thing.
talking over me. It's definitely over 50,000 grains of sand. I know that for sure. And
Booga,
that's the stuff that I'm talking
booga,
about.
booga, 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 booga. It is the narcissism of small differences. We acknowledge the same problems. I just think it's the Jewish work causing it. It's a cornerstone of Latinx identity politics.
50,000
case-
grains of sand.
Oh my
Sure,
god.
one example would be right after a bunch of kids died, your joke has to be really, really, really funny, and it has to be more funny than it is offensive. Otherwise, it won't
This
hit
is a
well.
meme
and it's
answer. I don't
not
understand what you're
good.
saying. You're not saying anything of it. You're not saying that scorched earth or
Or it has to be funny at all.
50,000 grains of sand. You're just saying that the sand has to be appropriately colored. So then all these jokes are okay as long as they're funny enough? Or what?
To some degree, yeah, that's how humor fucking works. Typically, you decide whether or not a joke hits or
Typically humor works when it's funny, yeah. And when it's unfunny, it doesn't. Wow, we're learning so much today. Funny jokes are funny and work, and unfunny jokes are not funny and they don't work. Wow.
Or not,
I feel so educated. That feels good. That feels really nice. Are we feeling that we're getting our fill of theory on this stream? I'm like President Sunday. You have all donated billions of dollars to me to give you theory, and you're receiving some dense amount of theory.
Okay,
its
so then
level
this
of
whole
offensiveness,
conversation
it has
has
to be a little
nothing to
bit
do
more
with
funny.
being. Then this has nothing to do with being too mean or nothing to do with going. It just has to do with being funny enough.
No, in the case of the joke, I'm giving you a specific answer. My answer to you specifically is that your threshold of when you go scorched earth, which I guess, do you want me to describe it? You get super nasty, you go after them.
Oh
you
no, you get nasty Steven, nasty Steve. It's gonna be your new nickname, Nasty Steve. Oh, Lucy, how's my favorite trans Polish streamer doing today? Better than the last few days. Cannot say it's perfect, but you know what? I'm working on it, I guess. Yeah. And I'm doing marathon. a marathon where I'm trying to gain money for 3 goals. Fido's health, doctor, ongoing Ukraine-related projects, and a fund for me to go back and do more work in Ukraine. These are my 3 fundamental goals to my well-being, I guess.
You don't talk to them, you make a bunch of insane comments about them that go viral, and then that person will never want to fucking talk to you again. That's what I mean by scorched earth. The shit
Oh
that you
no. You know what scorched earth means? It means they're gonna beat each other to death, and one of them is going to take a fake compound V to even the odds.
done with Asmongold and that you've done with Tectone. My criticism for
Oh no! Burning the bridge with Asmongold, unforgivable. Asmongold is such a serious political figure. How could you do this with Asmongold? This is... If you need more evidence that this whole thing is not serious at all, then just listen to the part when she says, "Oh no, you went scorched earth with Asmongold." The real political figure. Asmongold.
your meanness specifically is that I think that your line for going scorched earth is too
Your meanness has ruined your chances for political action with Asmongold. Oh no. Oh no. God. I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
fucking low, and you are losing a bunch of retarded
What's your
moderates
line
who
for
would
going
be
scorched earth
way
be?
more open to talking to you if you were way less scorched earth in the way that you didn't
Oh
go
yeah, I forgot everybody. I forgot already that everybody's stupid apart from these people. I almost forgot. Almost forgot. That they're the only intelligent people in the room, the world, or what have you. Everybody apart from them is stupid. And
scorched
the
earth with the red
Arsler.
pill. You never
What is
fucking
the-
did.
What?
Everybody
I don't
is-
even know what you're talking about when you say I never fucking did. There are a ton of these guys that I blew up. What do you mean?
Okay, you haven't blown up Myron, even though he made monkey KKK jokes.
I've kind of attacked Myron before, but I don't know if
Not
like
scorched
he hasn't
earth.
I say that he
What is this stupidity? Oi, 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 I'm attacking you. Well, actually, Asmongold did shut the hell up about politics and did play Expedition 33 a little bit. Oh, wow, wait. Asmongold played Expedition 33? I want to see that. Okay, I'm always interested in Expedition 33 content. Asmongold Expedition 33. Thank you. Thank you. Cinema! So I played Expedition 33.
A game came out while I was on vacation, and
Oh,
this
wow.
game appears to, in fact, be peak. I haven't played it. I wanted to give you guys a couple of days head start to know that it's going to happen. And gentlemen, I believe it is in fact happening. This game has
1.4 million views.
reviewed better than almost any other game, that's ever come out. It's been massively well received. All right, well, let's go ahead and try it out. Let's see what it's like, guys. Here we go.
Oh, the eyebrow game is real. Asmongold,
Yeah.
the biggest political streamer. Mamma mia, ba bum bum bia la bum.
So shit's all kind of fucked up.
Yeah. Wow. It is. I haven't noticed before, but now that Asmongold says it, I'm seeing it now. It is all a bit fucked up. Wow. I've never noticed it on any of my previous playthroughs, but it's true. Why don't you make the video full screen? Oh, Jesus, complaining, always complaining, huh? Always with the complaining. It's the only thing that you do, Estelle. It's the only thing that you do. It's the only thing, okay? Only berate me and complain. Why do you do this to me? Le pauvre fromage, je me dis voilà combien omelette de fromage, omelette de fromage, omelette, omelette, omelette.
I really like the soundtrack for this game too.
Wow, now I am now allowed to like the soundtrack for this game. Now that Asmongold said that it's good, I was about iffy about the soundtrack, to be honest. I thought it was just, middle of the road soundtrack, but now that Asmongold has told me that it's pretty nice, I can hear it now.
Yeah.
If you're gonna give someone flowers, you should probably do.
Oh, Asmongold's face is funny watching this through French cutscene. Peak eyebrow gold commentary, true. Asmongold liking it make it worse for me.
Do it before they wither and die.
Damn.
The flower or Sophie?
Ooh, dark. Sophie would approve.
Ooh.
Hey, you said it, not me. The others are waiting for you. You're supposed to be helping with the festival.
With what? Putting up 3 tables? They'll manage.
Damn.
You underestimate Lumiere's enthusiasm for the expedition. There's
True.
at least 5 tables.
Oh.
Marvelous.
Have you tried throwing with your other arm instead?
The
If
robot
you could
arm.
hit the paintress directly, that would actually be useful.
You know, hobbies don't always have to be useful. I'm enjoying the uselessness of today and readying my usefulness for tomorrow.
European mentality.
And soon,
Yes, because I'm not even gonna comment on that.
I'll get to do a lot more than throw rocks.
That's what all the other expeditions said.
Hey, you know they gave their lives to lay the trail for us, right?
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
They're trying to stop that bitch.
That bitch, bitch.
You still got a flower to give, no?
No, monsieur me,
Yes.
Bushu.
Just... I'm not sure how to start. After 4 years apart, what do I say to her on the day of her gamage?
You're asking me. I don't
Yeah.
know. Sun's about to set, so be direct. Hey, Soph, been a while. Could we...
Oh.
Oh, yeah, well said. Ooh. I would even add, oh, or ah. True. Truer words have not been said in at least a while. Oh.
Lumineer? What the hell is this?
What the fuck did you just say? Lumineer? Does Asmongold is having problems reading?
Lumineer? What the hell?
What? Where did the N come from? Where did that come from? I lost my time. What the hell happened? What is, okay, I gotta focus on the video because, it's like, Lumineer is that teeth implants. I don't know, not being able to read is not surprising. Texan cowboy mentality. Where did the N come from? Because he's been failed by the education system. What the hell? Lumineer.
What is this?
Wait,
Oh,
did
here.
someone in the
Oh,
chat? Lumineer.
Oh,
Lumineer. People in the chat, in his own chat, noticed as well. Lumineer. Lumineer. The hell is this?
wait, bro, is this me? Oh shit, it's me. I'm playing the game now.
Wow. Wait, what? That's me? I'm playing the game now? What is this commentary? He's acting like a 6-year-old man that he's playing his first ever game. Well, I'm controlling this guy? I'm controlling his guy? Really? I can move him?
A flower for Sophie.
Is this his first game ever?
Take it. Yeah. I'm gonna. I don't know where to put my camera, by the way. I'm gonna put it up here, I guess, for now.
Or just a thought, you could put it, in the upper right corner where there's literally nothing, instead of putting it in here when it obscures half the character. What the fuck? How is this guy one of the biggest streamers, if not the biggest streamer on Twitch? Put it here, upper right corner. There's nothing here. Where do I put the camera? Let me just put it all over the protagonist.
Take it.
Brilliant. Dude, that is the most brilliant placement of the camera that I've ever seen. Professional streamer, where there's a whole bunch of empty space in the upper right corner.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it.
Why would you do this? Why would you put the camera like this? There's nothing here.
Can you jump? Can I?
This is horrible.
Okay.
Oh yeah. People are writing him in the chat. Stop right. Stop right. Stop right. Stop right. Stop right. His audience is more intelligent than he is. Maybe that's why people watch him, to feel superior.
Yeah. I just obviously first thing I try and do in any game is kill myself. Damn. Yeah, you can easily see that this was inspired by Final Fantasy.
Why? Why can you easily see that this was inspired by Final Fantasy? Why? Now I want an explanation. Why is it so easy to see that it was inspired by Final Fantasy? What? It was inspired by a French artistic genre that was inspired by, I'm pretty sure, Italian artistic. What the fuck is this commentary?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's go. I'll accompany you there.
Oh damn, this
Are you
bitch is
ready
fast.
to see her again?
Holy shit.
Holy shit!
Been ready.
I just want to look around for a minute. Jesus.
Jesus.
Okay.
Probably the interwar period in France called La Belle Époque.
Camera's a bit too big. Let me.
There you go. That's Final Fantasy.
Put up here.
Wow, finally.
Fine. Okay. All right, let's do it.
I set up these grapple shortcuts.
Pro War period.
Nice, huh?
E. Okay.
Don't tell your sister though. I
Oh.
sort of borrowed the hooks from the Expedition Academy.
Damn.
Wish I had them when I was... Come on, good stuff. Speed up a bit.
So it's teaching you how to move
Sophie
around
will
and
have
shit.
already gamaged by the time you've arrived.
She'll have already gamaged. Is this what I think it's gonna be? Because the game's Expedition
Can't believe Sophie
33,
already turned 33.
and it says 34.
She looks so much younger than you.
Yep.
Thanks.
She's popular.
Wow, Husband Gold is so smart.
She already
He
has
figured it out so quick.
a necklace full of flowers.
Oh.
Flowers.
What?
You look tense.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I know what you need. A little jewel.
Oh shit! Combat.
Oh shit! He reacts like a person that has never played a game. I swear to God.
Prep.
No.
Come on, it'll loosen you up. You can't go and see Sophie all somber and tense.
Damn. Okay.
It's called a tutorial, you idiot.
And
He's
if
sad.
you win, I'll give you something you can use with your Lumina converter.
All right. Let's see it.
All right, you're on.
Now we get to learn how the combat works.
Yes!
Wow.
Do you wish to go through the battle tutorial during your duel? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay, during your turn, your character can attack, aim, use a skill, use item skills, use AP, performing a base attack or a parry. Okay, attack points, and that's the blue, I think. Okay, this is the attack rotation. Okay, that's fine. Try attacking to gain one AP. Okay, select target. Nice. You can defend during the attack. Okay, it's E to parry it. Dodge, Q to dodge, okay. Easy enough. Skills, okay, so these are like my
This is one of those games that is far better to play with a controller, by the way, than with a keyboard. So we all know that Asmongold's not that smart, like actually, but we also know that he did put all his points into his gamer skill, and we all gonna see how it'll play out.
It's my special attacks.
Should I skip to gameplay to see how he's doing actually in the game? Should I skip to that? Alright, let's skip to gameplay then.
Works. Like, it's like I have like inverse learning, if that makes sense.
Let's see how he'll do.
Alright.
Let us
And then we'll
stay
do this. Nice.
Not nice. He missed the quick time event for the easiest spell in the game, which is very slow and telegraphed. He missed it. Not nice. There you go. So much for the gamer skill points. It didn't say good. It didn't say perfect. He just missed it.
Nice.
Take cover.
Okay.
But he did dodge it, so.
Let's just do this. Nice. Okay, now he's maxed
Why does he keep saying nice?
out. Got him. All right.
You didn't get him. You got hit. If you would have gotten it, you would have counterattacked.
Let's do Thunderfall. I want to see what happens.
Lightning. Strike.
How did he keep missing those time events?
Oh, I think I saw it now.
What? How?
I think I get it.
For those who come after.
How does he keep messing those up? They're so obviously telegraphed. How is he managing to parry and dodge, but he messes up the easiest part of combat? Those telegraphed attacks. How? How is this physically possible?
Get ready.
How?
Gotcha, bitch.
How does he dodge this when it's not all that telegraphed, but whatever.
Play it safe.
I'm flabbergasted.
Okay. I'm still not understanding it.
You click on it when it... What do you mean I'm still not understanding it? What the? What?
Okay.
Did he really say that? I'm still not understanding it. When the white arrow reaches the yellow area, you click. You click the button when the little, white thing that moves around the square reaches the yellow area. I still don't understand it. I see. I see how it is. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm still not understanding it.
I'm sorry, he just said I'm still not understanding it.
Oh! Oh!
Ow.
A storm is coming.
Okay.
Items.
So let me try and use the item and just see how this works.
What do you mean? It works like in any other game where you have items. What does that mean? Well, let me see how that works.
Okay, heal the target, revive an ally.
The expedition's not over.
Okay, so I can parry. Alright, so I have to parry everything in order for it to actually do the thing.
Yes, it was explained in the tutorial. Yes. Correct. The tutorial explicitly said that you have to parry all the hits in order, although sometimes you don't, but whatever.
Okay.
Sometimes I didn't parry all the attacks. I just parry. Sometimes you only have to parry the last one, actually, but...
I'm getting it. I'm starting to get it.
Starting to get it?
We're starting to get it, boys. Let's go.
Well, apparently you didn't get it enough yet. You're starting to get it, but apparently not enough.
Okay.
I'm off.
Alright. She's... Oh, they're 1 HP. Okay. Do this. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
What?
Okay, so I have to shoot them. I didn't read that.
Yeah, you probably should have. Why is he doing it so slow?
The expedition's not over.
Well done. Gosh, that is such a good game.
Alright.
Instead of watching Asmongold play it, we should just be playing the game.
Okay,
Let's
so
see
now
him
what?
fight the boss. Let's see him
attack.
fight the boss.
That's right. And now we big dick him. Now we big dick him right now.
For those who come after.
Pretty obsessed with dicks.
Not looking good.
Alright. You want to do a little bit of that? Let's do a little bit of that. Let's do a little bit of that. Oh!
Okay, looks like he got it.
What's wrong, boys? Oh. Mad?
Stop.
That's right. That's right.
Huh.
We gotta set this bitch on fire again.
Careful. He's building up chroma.
He's big mad.
A very telegraphed attack. How? How did you... Okay, I missed sillier attacks. Okay, I'm not gonna comment on that.
Oh.
I've done that mistake before.
Chroma is flowing.
All right,
Yeah.
W. All right, so. I don't know who I should heal. Because if he's
He has a lot of shields. I don't remember this boss having so many
charging,
shields.
it's probably a big attack, right?
But it's been a long time since
Fuck it.
we're in this part of the game.
Fuck it. I'm gonna just do me. I'm gonna just do me. Shoot first. Can I do that? Oh yeah. I didn't realize that.
Whoa. Whoa.
Bye.
Okay, do it faster. Come on. Please.
Nope.
Also, you're supposed to hit the weak point, aren't you? I'm pretty sure you can still hit the weak point that he's hiding with his hands. I could have sworn that you could have hit the... Like, this is a weak point that you could hit. I could have sworn.
Can I?
Was it? I felt... Maybe not. I don't remember, actually. He's wasting AP, though. But I would have tried that probably as well.
I think I'm dead, but I'm not. I don't know. Go ahead.
You can dodge or parry any attack in this game, so... Most attack in this game, so I don't think he's dead.
I'm ready.
Parry it! Or dodge it! Oh, come on! Obscure head.
Sucks it took that long to die though.
Obscure.
Okay. Let me think.
There's nothing to think about. Just do
Okay.
it.
All right, rest. Okay, I'm thinking. Okay, let's just beat it.
Wait, what difficulty is he playing this game on?
Better than almost any other game, that's ever come out. It's like, yeah.
Oh, the skip. I don't know what difficulty he's playing it on. So yes. Pisco versus Destiny from the Re-Education Happy. What? Okay, let's continue this. Why be happy with a nice game like Obscure? Why be happy when you can be miserable? Is my question, okay? Happiness is for losers. Miserableness is for winners. Did you know that? Let's go back to the panel. Let's go back to what matters really. Politics, meanness, and jokes.
This shit is crazy. I don't know what else I'm
We started watching this because Not So Erudite here made a scorching commentary on Destiny, ruining it with Asmongold.
Supposed to fucking, like, I make fun of the fact that he says the N-word. He's not really somebody who probably should be able to say the N-word because he's like fucking Sudanese or whatever. Like, I don't like. There are plenty of red pill guys. There are plenty of red pill guys that I've gone like super in on. I've gone in on the fucking Tates a ton. I've gone in on a ton of other people.
Yeah, going in on the red pill guys. That's where politics are really at. Going in on the red pill guys. Oh yeah, that's what it's all about.
Like what Myron is like totally outside of like my
Sure, yeah. You're doing really good politics, Steven. Sure.
area and outside of like everything that I do. If he was like if he was the top streamer on fucking Twitch saying fucking insane unhinged shit, I'd probably be talking about him a ton more.
Scorched earth, scorched earth, scorched earth, scorched earth.
Whatever you need to do to blow up the relationship, whatever that would look like, which there's absolutely,
okay.
there is
Oh.
absolutely
This
things that you could do.
Anytime I make fun of anybody on the right in any capacity whatsoever, because that's what it.
Pre-purchase now, Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater remake. I wonder, do you think the Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater remake will be good? What do you think? Any opinions? Chat on the remake of Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear can be. What do you mean, Colonel? Metal Gear. Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up. Meryl! Oh my god. Meryl! Colonel, you've been lying to me! It's MGS2, I think. No, it's Snake Eater. Snake Eater is the third one. Snake Eater is the third one. The second was the Son of the Patriots or whatever. Meryl. This is the remake of the third one. Snake Eater was the third one. It took place during the Cold War. I know my Metal Gear Solid. Now they will send down anything that was interesting to make it more marketable and spit on Kojima's legacy. I've only played Metal Gear Rising. Alright, I guess we have to play the Metal Gear Solid trilogy on stream. I see. See, that is our next homework. We need to play Metal Gear. Metal Gear. It can't be. Metal Gear. Or as I call it, the Metal Girl. Hello, Power Cargo 1. Where's your friend, Power Cargo 2 and 3? An insane as any Metal Gear game should be. Metal Gear Solid games are pretty... I don't know. They're not like Rising, okay? Metal Gear Solid is not like Rising. A bit different. Metal Girl. I was thinking of playing a game while doing this. Okay, what would you like me to do? I'm thinking of playing a first-person shooter while watching this panel. Do you want me to play? Hello, John the Brazen. Would you like me to... Oh, and also remember that I am gathering money for 3 goals during this marathon. One is Fido's healthcare, which costs $250. One is me getting money for Ukraine-related projects. And of course, the third is me getting money to be able to go back to Ukraine when the time comes. 2 is Metal Gear. Kojima tricked you into playing a blonde teenage boy. I don't have power surge friends, unfortunately. It's okay. You'll get there. Life is a journey. Full of zasatskas, as they say. Alright, let's see. I know what I mean by insane is how the plot is kind of wild in every game. Kind of, yeah. Okay, so do you want me to play Doom 2? Okay. Do you want me to play Quake? Or what? I spent all I can for a week and a half buying Russian cameras. Why buy Russian cameras? Also, what should I say? Oh yeah, so what do you choose? Doom 2 versus Quake? Because I want to do something with my hands while I watch this panel. Okay? I am a dechade. I'm an dechade person. If I need to do something while I do this. I don't know Quake, but Doom is awesome. You don't know Quake? Okay, we're playing Quake. If you don't know Quake, then we definitely need to play Quake if you don't know it. Quake, the first truly 3D shooter produced. We're playing Quake it is then. Thank you for making this choice. Quake is also the Genghis Khan of gaming. Hold on, we'll have to make it small. The panel, I mean. Because, no, I don't care for the panel to be bigger than Quake. Quake! I'm gonna quake your world. Play MGS 1 and 2. Of course I'm gonna play MGS 1 and 2. But I'm not gonna play it over a crappy panel, okay? Like, when we play Metal Gear Solid, we're gonna focus on Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear is not a game that you play while watching a crappy panel. No offense, Quake.
That's all it takes to go
You're
scorched earth on
allowed to
them.
go scorched earth, you stupid motherfucker. I've already said,
What are we
just make
talking
sure that the
about?
people that you go...
You stupid motherfucker! Stupid motherfucker! Motherfucker! Stupid motherfucker! You stupid, stupid motherfucker! I should make the game quieter. Stupid motherfucker! I don't know. I find this very comical for some reason. But I find humor in very weird things, so, you know. I've got a very weird sense of humor. Wait a minute, are we're going to demonetize the stream again? Yes, I'm doing this for you. We're going to demonetize the stream for you, so please consider donating, okay? Listen, I do the sacrifice for you because I love you all. Right, let's zoom. You dumb motherfucker.
The people that you go scorched earth over actually fucking deserve it and have earned
Asmongold
it.
did deserve it. He was never going to talk to me. He was dodging every single conversation. Even when he got banned, he still dodged conversations. And he's making the most disgusting, abhorrent things possible on Twitch. And he's got the largest audience and he's brainwashing to be fucking mega sycophants. What more would I need for him to go scorch? Does he have to personally make fun of me?
First of all, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what that line would be, but Myron has said way worse shit. Way fucking worse shit, and you have not nuked that relationship.
Because Myron is not in any area that I communicate in.
I
don't know. I don't know what he's. I don't even know how many viewers their fucking podcast gets right now.
Who cares? What the fuck? Who cares about that shit? I'm talking about the level of social capital you have with people and how much you're willing to nuke it if they say things that piss you off. With Myron, you always couch what you're saying to some of a degree because you have social rapport and you're interested in maintaining it.
Literally
while
attacked
criticizing him,
every.
which I think is the right thing to do.
You're just wrong. The problem is that Myron is not like a soy fucking pussy. So you look at that and you're like, oh, Steven must not have upset him. But that's not the case. I made fun of the fact that I think his girlfriend had a fucking OnlyFans-ish Instagram. I made fun of the fact that he comes from the wrong place. We say the N-word. I'd call him crazy conspiracy theorist all the fucking time. Like I roasted the fuck out of.
Wow, so brave, Steven. Wonderful things. One beautiful things. I forgot which save is the newest, actually. I forgot which save to load. I'm sorry, I forgot where it was. Because it doesn't tell you. Like, where am I? Which should save? What? Which one's the newest save? I'm so confused. How do I tell the saves apart? The Wizard's Man's, the Dismal how am I supposed to remember which save is the newest one? In this game. Should I just load any save and roll with it? Is that what I'm supposed to do?
fresh when he had his whole crazy thing blow up. Like, I've gone in on him a ton, but you don't see Myron freak the fuck out because whatever, we fucking make fun of each other and he doesn't take it personally at the end of the day. Like, that's it. But with Asmongold, if I say fucking anything, it's over. And you're like, oh my God, you went scorched for them. That's his strategy, but you're playing into it. Like, if somebody can be that disgusting and that mean to all sorts of other people and they get that turned off because somebody makes a comment about them, then fuck it. Like, who cares? You were never going to appeal to this person anyway. You're playing their game.
First of all, what I'm saying is that in the case of Myron, I think you've
Okay,
done the
I know
right
I've
thing. I
already
think
beaten
part of
this place. I know I've already beaten this place. Okay. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna start with this. I think we're fine starting with this. We're fine being here. Taryu has donated $25. Job gave me a bonus, so I blessed Lucy plus Doggo as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Taryu, for $25. It will help me a great deal, which I'm actually gonna check something on the phone real quick. An update, if you will. On how things are going with certain things that I should check up on regularly. Oh, never mind. No update. Wow. Wowzers, trousers. I was hoping for an update, but no luck, I guess. Welcome to the stream. I could play Test 2, Daggerfall. That's an old game like Quake. Daggerfall? Daggerfall is like a whole RPG that you need to focus on and has nudity and stuff.
why you can get away with being so critical
I do have
of him
Daggerfall
is
now.
because you have a lot of social relations.
What's the difference between Myron and Asmongold? Myron will talk to me. I could debate Myron at any point in time.
So Asmongold might be a character where you can never talk to. That's super possible. I don't
Why would you want to debate Asmongold? Why?
know if that's true for Tectone.
Why?
In
What's
fact, I
the
don't very
purpose?
The fact that he
confident
dodged however many
Who
conversations.
even is Tectone? Can anybody explain to me who Tectone is? Who is that person? Tectone. I've never heard of this person before. Like, outside of this thing. Outside of this panel. I think I've heard the name Tectone for the first time right now. Why is that guy relevant? And why is it so important to talk to Asmongold? Cringe.
Conversations on the fact that he's now fucking slurping cum at a fucking donut.
Oh,
you know,
someone just...
somebody flaking
titty
after
dive.
Someone wrote me on Facebook. I have to take this. Oh. Oh. Juan just wrote me. My good friend. Best friend, actually.
Whatever.
yes.
No, I'm good. He didn't flake. Why do you think it's so accidental? These people are not flaking, they're dodging. It's obvious. We have Discord. There's a million ways to talk to somebody. I don't know how you believe somebody's like, oh, whoops, I can't travel, or oh, whoops, I can't make the show, or oh, I can't do a Discord. No, obviously the people are dodging. And then they rely on your understanding and charitability to just further that narrative. Well, they continue to act like a fucking insane person, and then the second you say something mean about them, a whole bunch of people love you like, oh, well, look, it's because you burnt the bridge. There was no bridge.
I think
There was no bridge! Well, I'm sorry, but Steven has this talent of burning bridges with everybody all the time. So I guess there were never any bridges to begin with. Well, now I've been stumped. Boy. Tectone is a guy who was big in the gacha community, but people found out that he did sexual harassment. He also defends his dad, who did multiple sexual assaults in the military. Now he's a right-wing grifter on Kick. Oh wow, what a perfect person to do politics with. Wow, that's just great. Hmm. Tectone. Tectone. I'm having a Facebook conversation. Yeah, the Yard Facebook notice. Gwen is writing me on Facebook. My friend. I only have Facebook because some of my friends use the Facebook communicator to write me.
Jump
More
in on this
effective?
permanently online conversation.
No.
Kyla,
I'm
every
not
single
done
time,
talking.
every
I'm not
single
done talking.
example.
Let me
Hold on, let Kyla
talking
finish,
Okay.
and then you can go, I promise.
Okay, what I'm saying in the case of Asmongold is it's possible that if you had warmed up and gotten a little cozier, that he would have been willing to talk to you, right?
Oh, warmed up and get a little bit cozier. Why? Why would you warm up and get a little bit cozier with Asmongold? What's the purpose of that? Why? Why do that? Why would you do? Why? 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 Ah, My God, why would you do that ever?
Flake all the time. Maybe Tectone was just dodging. Maybe he was actually flaking. It's super hard to know, but I definitely don't think that because he flaked a couple of times and he has some bad takes, that I'm going to nuke the entire relationship and any potential of talking to this individual. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's harmful. I think it's
It was literally
unuseful.
impossible to warm up to Asmongold any more than we already had. Like, Asmongold was literally about to invite Dan on because of this whole fucking crusade against Twitch and everything else, and Asmongold even flaked on having Dan on. So, no, that was never gonna happen.
Yeah,
Intentionally
Kyla,
so, not by accident.
Kyla, my issue is like every example you've had, and obviously this is kind of hard to like, project into the future, but they're all post hoc rationalizations where, well, Destiny got a lot of shit for this tweet, so this was a bad tweet, versus, well, this one really worked because clearly it's working, you still have that relationship.
Wait, isn't
and like
that
That's
your
not a
argument
post
with
hoc
any-
rationalization. That's not a
here's
post
the
hoc
thing.
rationalization.
Let me
Looking at the
finish. We'll
social
call it something
response
else.
to
Okay,
stuff
look,
isn't a
the
post hoc
point is-
rationalization
the point
at
is,
all.
how much
Okay, we can
energy
change
are
the
we
movie.
going to? Yeah, how much energy are we going to
Post-hoc.
spend worrying about which eggshell we're going to step on for these people that clearly are able?
Why
to
are you so post hoc, Steven? Stop being so post hoc. Please. But yeah.
flip-flop back and forth on very little things versus spending all of that energy into our own side, informing the policy. If you can praise me for calling a congressman, let me finish, Kyla. You interrupt.
Okay.
You can let me interrupt, all right? If you can praise me, which I thank you for calling a congressman retarded, and now he's inviting me out to his town halls, and now like there's clearly not a line. You can't define it. I can't define it. Why even
You
fucking
didn't
worry
call
about it?
Rokana
Let's go.
retarded with
You
malice.
didn't call him retarded
Whatever,
at all.
It doesn't
You said
matter.
when.
The point
No,
is
hold on.
being
What the fuck are
edgy
you
in this
talking about?
situation. The point is I'm
Wait,
being
that
edgy in
was
a
your fucking
situation.
example.
The
Do you want
point
to walk
is,
it back?
the
Do
point
you want to
is-
walk back your
no,
example
the
because it was
point is
bad?
that edgy.
Wow. This is incredible.
Didn't
is
call him
not bad,
retarded, and
and
if you had called him retarded, he would have.
I literally should take a shot every time someone says the Ursler. They're using it like a comma in sentences, and it annoys me, okay? It annoys me that people replace having anything intelligent to say with just throwing the Ursler around. Because they're so edgy, they're purposely mean. They're being purposefully mean, okay?
Nuked you. You said, when is Trump going to call you retarded and are you going to get ahead of it? Which was
Cool.
fucking
Whatever.
funny and
Yes,
true.
great.
It
So the
fucking
point
matters.
is, you
What
can't
the
draw
fuck
the
am I
line.
talking about
I can't
here?
draw the line.
This
You
isn't
have
a
examples you don't
post-hoc
like. Kyla,
rationalization.
please. Please,
Kyla,
let me finish. You can't draw the
please.
line. I can't draw the line. I'm not going to spend energy wasting time worrying about what the line is when I
On the
don't wanna spend
largest political streamer? Are we fucking
the largest
stupid?
you think on Asmongold? You think that something I
Asmongold,
could say
yeah.
differently would make Asmongold start converting? His
Asmongold is the biggest political streamer. Think about that and prepare for your depression medication, okay? Asmongold is the biggest political streamer. Yeah. Real political action, real political activity is about Asmongold because he is the biggest political streamer. Let that sink in. He is the man. He is the politics guy. Holy shit. Holy... I didn't remind you. That's Ariadite did. Okay? I didn't do it. Was all Kyla. Kyla reminded you of the harsh truth.
his audience to Democrats. You think something
No,
that
I think,
Steven or I
I
could
think
do?
Oh,
in the case
God.
of Steven, there are things
Oh,
that he could do
God.
to warm up and pressure Asmongold by being warm, by having some level of pushback that's still like toned.
What the fuck? You should have been warmer to Asmongold. You should have been warmer. Why couldn't you be warm to Asmongold? Why could you not be warm, Destiny? What does that sync want be with me again? It wants Asmongold. that Sink wants Asmongold, and you're gonna take it and love it, okay? Or him, or whatever. It's whatever. It's you know what I mean. Let's not get weird.
And whatnot, that would pressure Asmongold, who is mostly just audience captured, to have Steven on. I do think that that would have been possible, and getting on those shows, which by the way, because of Steven's fucking comment, he's gonna get nuked from most Republican shows because they are soy hypocrites, but also, now you can't talk to any of these people, which is fucking ineffective.
I've already talked about this a lot when I watched the first bit of this by using the word soy, unironically. They're soy hypocrites. The soy hypocrisy is bad. The bad land of the soy hypocrisy. The Hippocratic oath.
Which is my entire argument. It's fucking
he's
stupid.
back right now,
and if
actually.
you want to do
I
it,
use soy usually to mock people. Well, they use it as a weirdly serious descriptor.
if
Holly's
you want
right
to
here.
do it, if you want to do it because you are mad and exhausted
Soy
with
boy.
conservatives, you can fucking do it. But don't talk to me about being effective. I think absolutely, Stephen, there are things, you're a smart guy, that you could have
Is it
done
effective
to
or moral
talk to
again, or which one
Tecton.
are we bouncing between?
See, more humor from Not So Area Dad. You're a smart guy. Also, this panel truly is the bastion of political effectiveness. Okay, this is oh yeah. If you're looking for political effectiveness, look no further than this panel. This beautiful, beautiful panel. I call it a politician thinking of the treacherous fake left party. Oh. It's like brilliant.
I keep forgetting.
We have already said from the
moral or
very
effective.
you're being bad faith, and you know that you're
Well,
being
there are
bad faith,
there are
because you
two
know that I've already
elements.
summarized the position
You're
that there are
bad
two elements to
faith.
this, which is that our moral principles are downstream for political effectiveness. But I am talking right now more exclusively about our
I have the
political
good
effectiveness,
faith.
and this
You're
is not a
bad
crazy
faith.
take to make. In
I'm
the
not saying
case
it's
of
crazy. I'm just saying that
Asmongold,
we bounce back and forth with these two
there's
things.
nothing you could have done. There's nothing you could have done to make Tecton
To talk to
connect with you.
Asmongold? For Tecton, maybe, but probably not. Not now that he's part of the
Calm the
new.
fuck
Not,
on.
now that he's part of the Texas, sharpshooter group. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Why? Is that, do you think that's because you
Because
nuked
those
the
people are all
relationship with
fucking
donut operator?
deranged. Because those people all fucking hate me too.
No,
What
it's
do you
because you
mean?
nuked your
Nuclear?
relationship with donut operator.
People are all
Relationship with
fucking
donut
deranged
operator?
because those people all fucking. So I don't think so.
Why?
Probably
Is that, do you think that's because you
Because those
nuked the
people are all
relationship with
fucking
donut
deranged
operator?
because those people all fucking hate me too.
No,
What
it's
do you
because you
mean?
nuked your relationship with donut operator.
Nuke, okay. First, people think they're good at politics because they have audiences that watch them and give them money, which gives them a feeling that if people watch them and like what they do, then they must be effective political actors, which is a ridiculous notion to take on board, but whatever. Okay? By that logic, the biggest rock star or a huge oh wait, never mind. They do believe that. They do believe that a big celebrity is the most effective political actor, which is why they say that Asmongold is the biggest political streamer. That tracks, actually. They do think that being a popular celebrity equals being an effective political actor, which is sad and depressing. Yeah. Political pundits.
Which is why he won't talk to you, because he's now friends
Because I
and
made
lives
a
in the same
fucking
city.
because I made a joke and he decided he hated me over the fucking joke, started lying about our real life interactions.
Yes.
Why would I try so fucking hard to appeal to these people? If you want to do it, then knock yourself out. This is
I'm not saying you have to
humiliating,
appeal to them and you have to go to them and you have to
debased.
grovel.
You are.
But for
You're saying, like,
example, you could go to Donut Operator in private DMs, for example, be like, hey, blah, blah, blah. You could, there's probably things and steps you could have taken
Hey, blah blah blah. Wow. Okay, thank you. Not sorry, I blah
to
blah
mend
blah.
that bridge and have enough social
Sure,
capital
I can
that
make
the
one question,
relationship didn't get
sure,
nuked.
Sure, one question. Can you give me a single example in the past 10 years where a single Republican, either a lawmaker, president, alternative media influencer, or anybody online has ever done this ever? One example
I don't
ever.
give none. I
that's
don't
a-
want to be
okay.
Republicans. Wait, what the
Okay.
fuck are we even talking about? How the fuck are we gonna
now
say?
You just said,
no,
now you
no,
just said,
no,
you
no,
just said,
But that's erudite. They don't do it, so why should I? What sort of a childish argument is that? Leaving aside the fact that Asmongold is no political actor, commentator, or whatever. Like, what sort of they don't do it, so why should I do it? What sort of logic is that? That sounds like something that a 5-year-old would conjure up, honestly. People don't know what streamers even are in political meetings, and they would benefit from not knowing because it doesn't usually help. I think, okay, I'm gonna be honest, okay? I feel like streaming is a very useful tool for fundraising. Yeah, you can learn some fun things, you can learn some silly things, you can get political commentary, you can get people to talk about the news, and you can get those news in a very nicely digestible way. You can even get an opinion from a person that you feel is knowledgeable or has interesting opinions. But when it gets really useful, okay, and there are a few people like that, is when they take the money that they make on their stream and they use it towards something useful and meaningful that they do in real life. I think that is a useful conduit to do that. To fundraise, being able to, well, do projects that have to do with things in real life. Does that make sense? I feel like this is a way in which streaming becomes kind of beneficial, you know, towards something that is actually useful and purposeful. Does that make sense? I don't know. I try to use, although I feel like I have to step up my game with streaming, but like most of the all of the money that I make from streaming goes to me going to Ukraine and talking to, and there are some other Ukraine related projects that I spend the money on, but it's all about going to Ukraine and talking to people so far about kids in war. And then I write articles and I plan to make material about it. I don't know. It sort of becomes connected and about something in real life as well. That makes sense. And I feel like people like that deserve to be supported rather than people that just say, oh yeah, I just want to have tons of money and I think what you do is an interesting niche. Like if you're collecting information no one else has, then it has use. You could do with a lot of money, to be fair. I mean, I am gathering. I think I'm in a topic that is pretty underrepresented, the kids thing, which reminds me that they have been pretty. The kids topic has entered news. There have been a few interesting news. And by interesting, I mean horrible and depressing, but I could do with enough money not to have to worry. I could do with that kind of money.
I don't want to be
How the
Republicans.
fuck are
So
you
is it
going to
about
say
political
that we are
effectiveness or is
more
it about
morally
morality?
correct,
Because
we are
Republicans have
more
both half of
morally
Congress,
upright,
they have
that
the
we're
green vote
smarter,
lead in the
and that we
Supreme
know
Court,
better,
and you have the
but
presidency.
also
So what do you
we
want to do?
have
Do you want to be
play
the morally superior
exact
party? Do you want to be the one that's
same
actually winning
fucking
elections?
Oh no, I
Really?
haven't.
Hold on.
Can you
Really?
relink it?
Destiny,
We
you're
have to
not
play the
being- you're not
exact
being
same
entirely
game,
fair.
and yet somehow
No one said
we're
exact same
still
game.
losing. That's what you're advocating for.
I
You're
didn't
saying that we
advocate
should.
for the exact same game.
Yes,
Hold on,
you're saying, look
so
at all
all
these
Republicans do
awful
is make mean
things that
jokes.
they
That's
do.
all they're doing. They make mean jokes. That's the exact same game. It's making mean jokes. Is that what I'm saying?
No.
Is that what you believe? Anything? Okay, so nobody said play the exact same game. So I don't know why
And
you're
why
saying
the fuck
play
are
the
you
exact same game.
listing all of the great evils and sins of Republicans to me? Do you think that I disagree with these things?
No, I'm asking you. You're saying that this is such a politically.
I mean, he is saying to play the exact same game when it comes to PR. He is actually saying to play the exact same game when it comes to presentation. So it's not even inaccurate. Yeah, in some respects, he is saying to play the exact same game.
Effective strategies to mend bridges and try hard to keep relationships with people on the left. I'm asking if there's a single example of a Republican who's winning everything electorally ever doing this ever. One example.
In the case of building bridges, yeah, absolutely.
Who?
Winning electorally, I would say
who reached out to who to build a bridge and mend a bridge? When did this ever happen?
let me think.
Today,
What?
Thomas Massey, he's doing a bipartisan bill specifically on the Epstein shit, and he basically went hat in hand to two Democrats.
Didn't Ro Khanna draft
Massey
that
is
bill?
on his way. Massey is getting eviscerated and ejected from the Republican Party because he's turning into a never Trumper. That's the example?
Good. And to be clear, I'm making a moral argument. Erudite's making an effective argument.
Okay.
Okay. In the case of which Republicans have done this, I suspect that there's actually a lot. My understanding of the Republican network is it is. Here's the
Republican
thing.
network.
Tulsi Gabbard is a great example of somebody that they were absolutely willing to build a bridge with, despite her being a long-term Democrat, because she was willing to toe certain lines. Now, to be
Because it's all about meanness. Hassan Mehdi had a good insight. NBC was supposed to be the lip Fox News, and it failed to be that, and he doesn't think they can be. Mehdi Hassan is not right.
She had a history of very right-wing policy, and she split all of it before getting pulled over to the Trump. And that's why everyone was saying, you're going to be a Fox News pundit in 3 years, because they knew she was already a Republican.
Hold on, no, this is a self-fulfilling
that-
prophecy. They're like, if I keep calling you
We don't know if
conservative
it's
over and over and over again, if I keep calling you,
She
you're
was
conservative, you're
making
conservative,
conservative policies.
you're conservative,
That's
so it's well,
why.
you're conservative.
Content creator
Eventually,
who says,
people
"I
are going to
left
say,
the left,"
fuck it,
they've
I'm
erased.
conservative.
Jesus Christ, I have to go to the toilet. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. I think he's good. He's about as left-wing as you can be and still have a career in media in the US. Also, I'm left-wing and I have a career. Cool career. True. I'm in Poland, which is even worse. I'll be right back. I'm going to the toilet. Europe has a more left-wing history. Depends on the part of Europe. I don't think... Poland's a mixed bag, honestly. Poland has a pretty rich left-wing history, but... it's complicated. It's a bit complicated. I'll be right back. I am back, whooshu! Fido's also here. He is here. Fido is here. Oh, wait. No. I sure hope this will not turn into a shit show. All right.
That's what they're gonna do.
Every single person who has said I'm leaving the left has been embraced.
Yeah, because
It
they're
is
youthful
just
idiots, and
easier.
Traeger says
It
that
doesn't
to their
matter. You stupid fuck. They're winning. It doesn't fucking matter. We won't
Oh, so
even
we
let
can
these
be
people
mean,
onto our
but
side.
accept them,
What
and
we're
it's
gonna
fine.
do instead?
You just said, wait, you
is
said
we're
it
gonna
doesn't matter
nuke-
they're winning, but then you said morals are important. Which one is it? You can't keep going between both arguments. What is it? Is the
I
only
said
thing
it
that matters how
doesn't
to
matter
win?
because
or is it
they
being
are
moral?
winning. I'm saying that the build bridging fucking
losing
worked
because
for
we're not
them.
building bridges?
Are you fucking
They didn't build the
stupid?
bridge. He jumped
They
ship.
did. Every single person who wants to move
Okay,
towards
if
the
they
left,
did,
they
if did,
embrace
if
warmly.
They did, what part of the Republican platform changed to embrace Tulsi Gabbard?
Nothing. They just embraced
they
her
did it
and then
there.
she
Hold on,
shifted.
They don't need
Because
to.
people
You're
are
missing the
stupid.
point.
What
They
are you
don't
talking
need to.
about?
They don't need to use
What are you
policies.
fucking
We're talking about
about?
building
interpersonal
the
interactions.
bridge is?
Wait, when the fuck have I ever said that by building the bridge, Republicans are going to suddenly shift their policies?
That's what building a
not
bridge
what I'm
means.
talking
Building
about.
a bridge is another way of saying meet in the middle. If somebody jump ships and goes completely to another
Okay,
party, that's not building
what
a bridge.
word would you like me to use for saying not meeting in the middle, but instead welcomes them to their side and are willing to talk to them kindly? And when I say kind, I don't mean nice.
Didn't Tulsi
Willing
vote to
listen them.
impeach
They're willing
Trump, by
to
the way?
respectfully
If Paul-
disagree.
wait,
You
hold
could
on.
just
Tyler,
match
wait,
energy. You
Holly,
could just
please.
match energy. And I
Holly,
think
if you
Destiny
came
does
out
that
and
a
started
lot of the
supporting
time.
70% of the Democratic platform, I would accept you, but you don't.
Hold on. We're
He
not
already
talking. Hold on.
does,
Stop,
Ray Pill, that's the
please.
fucking
We're not
point.
talking. Look, the thing
Why
is,
isn't she gonna vote for a
you
Democrat?
guys are talking about policies, and we're not talking about policies. We're talking about how we treat each other interpersonally and how we act on an interpersonal level, and that's going to be far more powerful than any policy you might have. Tali did want to say something, so I'm going to give the mic to Tali. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, it's all about
Yeah, I
the
mean,
fields.
it's okay. It's like getting lost in all of this here, but I'll just pick up on what you just said. Yeah, it is the way you treat people, and again, it's about who you're trying to communicate to when
American
you're communicating
politics.
in that way.
It's all
and so
about
you
the
can match
fields
people's
and how
energy.
you
If someone
treat people.
is obviously a freak,
Jesus
if someone
Christ.
obviously is mocking
Depressing.
death on their own side, then sure, you can do what you're doing to that. You're going to turn off some people, right? You do have to question:
Actually
is that do you
depressing.
want to become the other side? I mean, everyone I think was rightfully horrified when all of the people on the right were making jokes about that trans kid who jumped off the bridge, right? And now
Wait,
people
just to
on
be
the left
clear,
are-
you're wrong. You're just totally fucking retarded if you believe that. Who is horrified?
people on the left, people in this
dickhead.
conversation.
Like,
I'm
it's
sorry,
people
I
with
thought- oh, wait.
conscience.
My bad. Hold on. I
People with a
rescind that. I thought you
conscience,
said people on the right were horrified because nobody on the right gave a fuck about
Well,
that.
she
My
said
bad.
everyone.
Okay,
was
I
wrong.
rescind-
Bullshit.
I rescind my retarded comment. Go ahead. My bad.
Bullshit.
Okay,
Bullshit.
when I
Bullshit.
said
Bullshit.
everyone,
I'm still here.
talking
No,
about
no, fuck.
like-minded people here.
Okay,
My
yeah,
bad.
bullshit. There are people who have consciences, who are normal, who are not online all the time, who see somebody mocking someone who committed suicide, and they do care and they
Those
do
people
find
did
it
not see
repulsive.
that
Alligator-
You thinking that
alligator
everybody
Alcatraz?
is some dissident, right-wing,
Is
psychotic
alligator
freak
Alcatraz
is
in the building right
bullshit.
now? Alligator
It's
Alcatraz, where
Do you
the
think
joke
that's
is
gonna
if they
help them
swim
win or
away,
hurt
they'll
them?
get
Wait,
eaten
those
by
people
alligators.
also-
What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening on this weirdo panel? Why are the people on this panel such weirdos? I swear to God. I swear to God. Swear to God. Today's Friday, right? Oh, oh. Yeah, that is true. Dishonesty does run in the family.
So, hold on, but
You,
those
Do you want me to go?
having-
Hold on. Do you want me to go
Don't
talk
like
to
that.
my
Wait, wait,
conservative
wait,
parents
wait,
and
wait,
ask
no,
them if
wait,
they find
hold
that shit
on,
fucking
hold on.
repulsive?
Yeah, wait. People don't like that stuff either. And this goes back to what Kyla was saying earlier. It's like you would have to prove that people were voting, that the disaffected liberals, that the people who held their nose were somehow voting for Trump because they liked the cruelty. The cruelty is the point for some people, not for the people that Kyla and Connor are talking about reaching and being open to and just treating like reasonable humans.
Oh boy.
They are different
But the point
people.
is that well, Connor, are your parents there right now, Connor?
No, they're in South Florida.
Okay. Don't want
Okay,
to
Stop trying to talk to my mom,
Alligator,
fucking
Alcatraz,
whole
pause.
alligator, Alcatraz.
Stop trying to talk to my
While you
mom,
pause,
fucking
The
whore.
problem is here's the issue. Because this is what I was going to demonstrate if Connor's parents were here. Because Connor's saying, oh, well, you would ask your parents what they think about it. And here's what I would do. I would go, what do you guys think about it? And I'm sure Connor's parents go, oh, I think that's really mean. And he would say, look at that, I owned you. And that,
These people are losers who use status as substitute for their inadequacies. It's a complete wing of the American politics. Jesus.
and I go, oh, just curious, do you regret your vote for Trump? And they go, no, I would still vote for him again. I'm going to vote for him for a third term. Fucking
Hold
MAGA.
up.
Hey, MAGA,
Hold up.
and then I
No,
go,
those
and
are
then the problem is
even
that
those are
what you can do is,
different
you can be cruel for the people that like the cruelty,
This
but
isn't
it doesn't
hypothetical.
turn off the other voters who don't give a fuck
What?
about it. So what do you
This is
fuck?
not
happening
happening
in a
Hold on,
vacuum.
Stop.
What?
I want to talk. I want to talk.
I want to
This
talk.
isn't hypothetical. Okay.
I
So what
wanna
ended
talk.
up happening was both of my parents, they lived in the Pacific Northwest for a few
wanna
years, and they
talk.
got exposed to a bunch of liberals and Democrats or whatever. And as a result, they kind of moderated in a lot of their perspectives. And so my dad got
Please let me talk. Please, thank you. Let me talk. I beg. Please, I beg, let me talk. What is happening? Please let me have a voice. I would like to see a UK politics panel. There's some funny characters I would like to see argue. Oh boy.
into a bunch of contrarian podcast stuff. And so as a result, he did vote for Trump in the last election. But my mother, who's been a hardcore pro-life fucking Republican forever, got so repulsed with what the Republican Party has become that she did not fucking vote in the presidential ticket, which, by the way, people can accuse her of being a fucking traitor for that because she didn't vote fucking Republican. I don't think that she voted for Kamala, but she didn't fucking vote for Trump. So acting like those people don't exist, you're losing those people when you conduct
You're
those
losing.
Don't matter. Didn't Florida vote more for Trump this election than the last one?
Shit, moderates matter. Fuck you.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. I wanted to go with the fucking vote numbers when we could just have your mom as an example. I got to use that legitimately, by the way.
No.
Well,
Go
like,
with
what's the point?
go with
Yeah, maybe
fucking-
your
go
mom
with the
got
voting
turned off by
numbers.
the rhetoric,
Go with
but
the
didn't
voting
more
numbers.
people...
How much of people are independent or moderates who vote in general elections? How often are elections swung by moderates and independents? By the way,
Don't bring
you
up
keep
Al Gore.
saying
He
that
doesn't
the
wanna think
shut
about
up,
it. He doesn't wanna
shut
think
up,
about it.
Shut up. Everybody shut up. I'm not done. Everybody keeps saying
Jesus.
that the Republicans have been sweeping for a decade, but you omit the fucking fact that
Everybody shut up. Everybody just shut up. Shut the hell up, everybody. I am speaking. I'm speaking now. Actually, you want to go for the undecided voters. That's a pretty big pool that usually stays out of voting that you actually want to go for. Since they're undecided, it means that you can sort of persuade them still to go to your side. That is usually the smart pool of people to go for. Fun to give my actual opinion. Like the people on your side are already basically decided. The people that are against are usually not gonna be swayed, but those who are like, I'm not gonna go vote, or I don't know who I'm gonna vote for, those are people that you could potentially get to bolster your chances for a victory.
Donald Trump fucking lost. You can blame it on COVID.
The people that don't feel represented by anybody, you could try to, I don't know, show them that you do represent them. Also, it's a complete equilibrium on the alternate areas are good to focus on too, because you need to convince those people, and usually the local politicians are inactive and lazy. Yeah, that was part of the thing during the parliamentary election in Poland. How to get to those people that feel disappointed in politics in general, to show them that they are being represented and that it's a good idea for them to actually go out and vote.
You can blame it on economics. He still fucking lost in 2020. So don't tell me that it's been a 10-year Republican sweep. It hasn't been.
I don't think anyone made that comment
Okay,
specifically.
I'm
But
gonna-
Kyla,
You
wait, I have
said
a
it
question.
multiple
No,
times.
I need to hold. No,
I did
stop.
not. Wait,
I need to
Kyla,
hold Steven because
Kyla,
he keeps on.
wait,
He keeps
Let
on.
Kyla go.
Kyla.
Kyla's in soy.
Kyla.
Kyla's in soy.
Kyla.
No. Okay.
Don't be
I just
soy,
want to be
Kyla,
super clear.
please.
I don't know why
Please
you need
stop
to
being
do this,
soy.
Steven, because if you're right, you can just engage with what I'm actually saying and not a
Stop being so soy, Kyla, please.
new version of what I'm saying. I'm not waffling back and forth between effectiveness and morality. I've said from the very beginning that it is pluralistic, right? You can have principles having principles is effective because shared
Moral
principles is part of
effectiveness.
how you collectivize, and holding yourself to those principles.
Wait,
or
hold on.
failing-
Collectivize? What is this Stalinist talk all of a sudden? Collectivize? Jesus, what's gonna happen next? The gulags? Not so Erudite wants to collectivize.
to do so matters to the group.
What are the
And
principles,
Epstein,
though?
Yeah, but you
Epstein
couldn't-
is a good
What are the-
example.
It's part of how the Green Party does things. Yeah, but it only works when you actually have a solid base. The strategy of going after those who do not vote and feel disappointed works when you, a part of that, actually have a solid base of voters that already want to vote for you.
Principles, though.
Stop
Are
talking
the
about kids
principles
jerking
not
off.
are the principles not being mean to people or not bullying people?
No,
No,
that's
stop
not
talking
the
about kids
principles that I'm
jerking off.
asking for. That's not what I've
principles
ever
are we
said.
asking for?
What the?
Stop talking
sorry.
about kids jerking off.
I have said it.
Kids
at this
in
point
depth is a good line.
so many times. I don't even understand how you're possibly
Then
still
just answer it again. You
characterizing.
could have answered it at the time you're going to say that. It's the principle not
I don't care.
being
I don't care.
short-term.
I'm gonna grandstand at you too because you're being fucking bad faith, and I don't understand why you need to do this.
No,
if my
Kyla,
argument is so
we
bad,
really
you don't
don't
need to
understand what your argument
mischaracterize it. Shut the fuck up. You don't need to mischaracterize it as being mean is bad. Also, the argument Trump
Yeah.
is mean, so being mean effective is fucking stupid, right?
Okay,
Because
Connor,
it's the-
summarize Kyla's point, and let's see if Connor can summarize it. What
I
does Kyla
think
mean when she's saying-
kindness
hold-
is
when we say-
effective. The
Oh
reason
my
I
God,
want you
okay.
to be kind is because I think it's good and
And
I
what
think
is
it
our-
works.
Kindness.
So
We
what is our
can be
evidence?
kind, but we
Kindness is effective because friendship is magic. I like these political discussions on panels. Friendship is magic. Trains here went from 3 to 11 counselors in my city. They're doing something right. Interesting.
What is our evidence?
But like,
Steven, if you build and maintain
What is
Maybe
the
they were
evidence of
kind.
kindness
You can
being an
leverage
effective political
The
Maybe-
evidence is
It would be
2018,
more
2020.
Maybe the
Yeah.
Greens understood the power of kindness.
To be kind, you need to be.
Love
you need
Trump's
to be
hate,
good-
guys,
You don't need to
2016.
be right, but you should be good faith to people who are good faith to you. You don't
kind
need to be
doesn't mean
kind. You
nice.
don't need to be
Sorry,
kissing
whatever
people's
fucking
ass.
word you guys
Sure,
want to
yeah.
use. I didn't say don't be
What do
mean.
you mean kind doesn't mean nice? What the fuck? Is that a psychologist truly speaking? Kind doesn't mean nice? What? What? Excuse me? Kind doesn't mean nice? What does kind mean? What does kind mean then? Jesus.
Mean. When I'm saying kind, I'm mean to people all the fucking time. I'm also not saying don't be be perfect. I'm also failing my own.
What the what the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does even any of that mean then? What do you... Kind doesn't actually mean nice. It means being mean. You can be kind and mean at the same... What is this confused mess? They base themselves on being the opposite to how they see the left. It changes based on this
Standard regularly. So just to be clear, I'm not talking from a fucking pulpit. What I am talking about is
kind doesn't have anything to do with being mean. What is kind? What do we say when you say being kind?
kind. When I say kind, what I mean is like a more broader thing of understanding them as a person, trying to get into their worldview and engage.
What the fuck? What the fuck? That's not kind. What? Is she supposed to be a trained psychologist or whatever? If she doesn't understand those basic terms, like what kind means?
Engaging in good faith, understanding them as a person.
Being kind.
Kind when I say kind, what I mean is like a more broader thing of understanding them as a person, trying to get into their worldview, and engaging in good faith. Actually,
You can do all that and be completely fucked up and unkind. What do you mean?
engaging with what they're talking to, and at your best, which
This
by
is
the
so
way, you
stupid.
Stephen at your best is when
I'm
you
not an
steel
elected
man. Shut the fuck
politician.
up! Shut the fuck up! When you steel man your opposition, you understand what they are saying, and you give them
and if
the
you
best
want to build a
version of your
YouTube
argument,
channel, you can
and
do
then
that.
you
We're talking
dismantle it.
politics right now. When did the Republicans ever do this? One example.
What? I'm sorry. What the fuck are we talking about? Do you
Also, what is this? Where did the Republicans do this? Also, steel manning someone's position is not being kind. What the hell's going on? It's not a kindness to steel point, quote unquote, someone's position. It's not a form of kindness. What does even kind mean? Let me Google. Okay, let me Google the definition of kind because I feel like I'm losing my mind. Kind definition, because this is too much. Kind, a group of people or things having similar characteristics. Each of the elements. Okay, that's, I don't think. What is the definition of a kind person? Those words are phrases referring to people who are generous, helpful, and who think of other people's feelings. Yeah, that's
do not think that YouTube channels and YouTube debates have any effect on politics?
What do we think? I'm saying of all of the Republicans.
I genuinely think that no, YouTube politics and YouTube. Yes, the answer is no. They do. No, they do not.
What Republican
YouTube debates have any effect? What? I'm sorry. What the fuck are we talking about? Do you not think that YouTube channels and YouTube debates have any effect on politics?
Do you actually think that YouTube channels and YouTube debates have any effect on politics? That is a better question to ask, actually. Do you genuinely believe they do? That is the thing that should be asked. Do you think they do, genuinely? Unironically? Without a hint of irony, do you think that they do? That's cute, if you think so, by the way. That is very cute.
I'm saying of all of the
I mean, they have small amount of change.
Republicans, what Republican channel emulates this idea that you're talking about the most?
I've already said that.
Constantine Kissin.
It is seen. It's the center right that, especially leading up to the election, was seen as the open-minded space.
Yes,
an area
Joe
where yes,
Rogan
you could have
were seen
reasonable
as open-minded.
conversation.
They would have anybody on theoretically.
They would have anybody on when he started hosting conservative after conservative after conspiracy theories. When he would dodge
He
people.
sure got sucked in by audience capture. I wonder why. I wonder why people like being conservative more than left. I wonder why the fuck that is.
True.
That's my whole issue.
Remember when the Flint Dibble guy went on and he was so mean and so aggressive and so horrible, and then Joe Rogan re-brought on the other Stephen Graham or whatever the fuck guy, or Graham Hancock or whatever, who roasted the fuck out of Flint when he literally is dying of cancer. That's the guy we need to appeal to. Holy shit!
Joe Rogan is not as neutral as he pretends to be.
And then his Spotify deal got canceled. He lost all of his money. All the Republicans lost their elections.
Kyla, do you think
All of this sounds so stupid to me. I don't even. Donald Trump won because people didn't donate enough to Destiny, true. Donald Trump won because people didn't donate enough to me. Actually.
More effective to be edgy and authentic in front of Joe Rogan, or to be like, oh, Joe, you're so nice and we're not going to be mean to you and we want to accept you into our party? Like, what do you think appeals to you more? All the comedians that go on and
you don't need to be insincere.
Hold on, you're
if this is genuinely
Kyla, because she's obviously pro being edgy and being real.
But yeah, so she keeps saying that, but then she can't point to a
being
thing
edgy and being real.
What the fuck are we even talking about, Soy Pill? I've pointed to multiple things. I've talked about his nuking of Tectone's relationship relationship. I talked about the way that you talk to Tally. I have given you
No,
very
we're
specific
asking
examples.
for
The
Republicans being
reason
nice.
you guys
Kyla.
need to strawman me is because the reality is that
asking
I
about
am not
Republicans being
incorrect.
nice.
If
We're
it
asking
was
about
the
Republicans
case
being
that
nice.
the left was so cozy and it was so fun to hang out with, then maybe we would win against
Fun
a
to hang
fucking
out with is
rapist.
authentic
But we
and
didn't.
Republicans
I
We
just have a
didn't, did
housekeeping
we?
question.
And it's not because of edgy
We're
jokes.
asking about examples
In
for the
part,
Republicans being nice. When are the Republicans
Cozy.
nice? When are they being nice
I'm
to
not
people?
saying that. I'm not saying any of this shit.
Well,
On
is
an
it effective?
interpersonal level,
Political
hold on, no, I'll
there.
answer Destiny's question. On an interpersonal level, Republicans have been, on balance, nicer to me than Democrats have.
Oh,
Okay, well, you're not a Republican.
Wick, really, Wick? Aw, Republicans have been less mean to you than. Oh. I think conservatism is a mental illness. It doesn't make you happy. You just seek affirmation with being angry all the time. That is true. Thank you for giving me the pay piglet, Maya Mayor. Maybe I'm a bot. I'm an internet user. I am an internet user. Maybe I'm a bot. Have you considered that I might just be a bot? Have you considered that I might just be a bot that just, Have you considered? Have you considered that maybe I'm a bot? Boom. Oh, we got it. Success!
Oh, wait,
I'm
guys,
not.
I
I
gotta
know
go,
because
so I
I'm not
just wanted to-
retarded, right? And I believe in
Did you vote
actual
Republican?
principles and things like that.
Jesus Christ, stop using that word. I'm so tired of people just throwing this word around. Get it out of your system and stop using it. You know that a word can be overused, right? Like, I am become so tired of hearing this word all the time.
Unfortunately, not everyone is like Wick, and there are a lot of
Asking
people
somebody who's
who are much more
principled
retarded
doesn't
than Wick
change their
is.
principles because
Okay.
somebody
Let
was
him get
mean
in.
to them. Sorry.
Why are you
I
talking
have to
to
leave,
Natalie by
so
saying
I wanna
Count-
make- can I make
yeah,
a kind of a
yeah,
closing
counterpoints.
statement
You
and then
gotta
dip out?
go. So we're gonna give your spiel and tell people where they can find you. I know this
Okay.
is run long, but it's good content.
It's okay. I gotta
Very
go
good
take care of
content. Yeah,
stuff.
very
So
great
anyways,
content.
The line that you guys have asked for repeatedly is probably
Fine.
kids jerking off and dead kids. That's my line. I've repeated it probably 3 or 4 times. And then also, I forgot what the fuck else I was gonna say. Have fun ripping each other apart. I parasocially love you. Have a beautiful night.
Okay, go find him. I have a link to his politics channel in my YouTube description. Go click that link and give him a follow. He spent his time. Bye.
Bye, Connor. But yeah, so
The
Kyla,
only reason
as
that I
disgusting
can
as you
possibly
found my
conceive of-
behavior to Tali, she is back now talking to me and is open to a conversation. So clearly it's not so politically ineffective that it can at least continue a conversation. So what the fuck
If
are
you're
you talking about?
Soy Pill,
a
if
few
you're just
things.
going, hold on, let me respond. If you're just going to be disgustingly bad faith with me, not actually engage in my ideas and not talk to me, I'd prefer if you
Kyla,
weren't here. Actually,
I
if
promise
I'm being
I'm
quite
not being
frank.
bad faith. I genuinely don't understand what you're trying to say.
promise.
or
I
have
propagate.
told you
Like,
guys-
it does feel like you're jumping around a lot.
I
I'm not trying
promise.
to.
I'm not.
It
I'm
literally-
not.
I don't know what
I'm
you're
not.
advocating
I'm
for.
not.
You guys,
I'm not.
first
I'm
of all,
not. I'm
Steven has done
not.
a really good job of strawmanning me as jumping around. I have not jumped around at all because I've said multiple
not.
times 2 things.
Okay.
Number 1, morals and ethics can be downstream of political efficacy. In fact, I think sticking to your principles and values is politically effective. Number 2, I think going scorched earth, like nuking relationships before you have any chance to build any warmth,
Relationships.
is bad for political efficacy. I also think making jokes about dead kids immediately is optically always going to be an L.
Immediately. Twitter is the worst place for being ganged up on by bots. They look for telltale sign of someone falling down a rabbit hole and bombard them with things to push them further down the hole. True. True. Well said. You are true. You are true and real for saying that. You're real and true. That is all the real and true things. And I believe them through the fullness of my soul. How do you like Quake? How do you like them bugger Quakes?
I have said this over and over and over and over again. And if you guys can't handle that's fine. But that's what I'm talking about.
No.
And now to
Okay,
Soy
let me
Pill,
try to-
my
let me try to
criticisms
clarify
of
this.
you.
Can I
No,
ask-
no,
Soy
no.
Pill.
I have the three things, and now you're going to move on for. We need to clarify this, okay?
Soy
I don't need you to
Pill.
respond to
I'm
my
trying
criticisms of
I'm
Destiny.
not
Why the fuck would you
responding.
talk to your
I wanna
boyfriend? He can
understand
respond for
it.
himself.
Can I understand it, please?
Sure.
Okay. So you're saying that morals
Oh,
are
God.
downstream of policy, right? Or policy is downstream of morals, correct?
What?
Effective policy can be downstream of principles.
Okay,
yeah.
can be right. But now it seems like you clearly don't
is.
have a hard line. I mean, well, you do. Dead kids are a hard line of meanness. You shouldn't go about dead kids. But in general, you don't have like some.
They're not a hard
exact...
line, right? I already said that, like,
You
probably. 2
just
weeks
said
after
don't
would
do
be
it.
Jesus fucking Christ. I actually feel like I'm talking to MAGA people right now. I said when
Blue
he
MAGA.
said it quote tweeting people actively looking for the children within, like, I think 48 hours of the tragedy happening. The reality is it was
wouldn't be
more
edgy if it was
offensive.
20 years later.
I don't care about it being edgy. I care about the reality that the public reception to it, including even on his own
That's what
base,
edgy
was
is.
overall.
You can't dodge away from the word edgy. That's why it's edgy.
Can I just
because
ask
it
a
is
quick question?
recent.
I hate
I
this
can
so
make
much.
jokes
I
about
need to
black
ask a
people,
quick
but I might
question.
not make it right after, like, a shooting on
Yeah.
black people.
I
right?
just
I
need
might
to
just, like,
know.
choose my
Hold
Hold
really
on, stop,
funny, though? What
stop,
if it's
everyone
really
stop,
funny?
everyone
It's
stop,
more
everyone
edgy,
stop.
and if
Everyone
it's really
stop,
funny
stop,
and
stop,
it hits well,
stop,
then you
stop,
will get away
stop,
with it.
It's fine.
Professional
Oh my God!
It's not
I will
post
mute you
hoc.
if I have to.
Just because
I just have
things
a.
are going to be relativistic, it doesn't make it fucking
Okay,
post hoc.
I have a
Otherwise,
question.
your moral system couldn't fucking exist, you fucking retard.
Okay, well,
Obviously,
great.
things
I'm
are going to be socially informed.
Okay.
If every single person, including on Steven's own side, is like, yeah, I don't love that. If consistently,
Wait, don't say every
Republicans
single person on my
don't-
side, because that's absolutely not true. There are lots of
If
people
it-
on my side that also
Sure.
really like the super edgy,
a large
aggressive stuff,
percentage.
so-
A large percentage. If most Republicans that I talk to that like Steven and think he's smart cite that as a really
Think
hard
he's
no-go,
smart.
I agree that it's soy and beta and loserish behavior on their behalf.
Wow.
However,
Soy.
I am willing to basically look
You're
past
such
that
a
because
soy
I
boy.
would like to pull them to my side more than I care about holding their feet to the fire for being mad over a joke, if I'm being completely blunt and honest.
Okay. Okay. Stop.
Wait, can I ask this
Stop.
quick question,
Nope.
please?
You're going to get muted because otherwise no one will stop and no one will actually let me ask my question. Dev, why
Also,
are the fuck
jokes
are
are
you
always
here?
edgy.
Dev,
Just saying.
you have said nothing this whole time. Why the fuck are you here?
Well, you pulled me in. I don't know. I was talking. Tally had me talking to her privately.
Why?
You just pulled me in.
Do you not want to be here? We're going to let you go.
I want to see
Oh,
what
no, no,
this
I
panel
can
is
still
in
do
a
that. That's fine.
nutshell.
That's no problem.
No.
Oh my God, this panel in a nutshell. Let's see. Copy link address. Copy link address. Hope this is not copyrighted.
Where am I?
Eggman, we can make amends.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Everybody's fucked my wife! Where am I?
Eggman,
Got it.
we can make amends.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the
What happened to the video?
I mean, I have been watching this and taking notes. I have
Contribute
a few
is what I'm
comments.
telling you to do.
I have a few comments, but
Go
it's
ahead.
nothing related to what you guys have just said. It's a different thread of the conversation.
Oh.
But if you're okay with that,
Go ahead.
So, it seems like everyone here is talking about two different things, because what Soy Pill has done to Tally is a different
Thank
type
you.
of thing than what Destiny has done on Twitter. Because with Tally, it's a single person. You have to approach a conversation with a single person very differently than putting out a public statement towards a larger audience. Which is why the edgy joke excuse works in one of these, it doesn't really work in the other one, basically.
Wow.
I'm not
Paro Taku is showing brilliant wisdom. Brilliant wisdom. Very wise, like a monk or a sage.
sure if leaning
Oh,
full
boy.
into the optics conversation. I don't know if the optics stuff even hurts the Democrats, frankly, long term. It might, but like it is like you say, the right seems to suffer no real blowback when they do really edgy or even really disgusting stuff. So I don't really buy the argument that, oh, this is hurting us. This is hurting the Democrats. But at the same time, on an individual level, I think it absolutely hurts long term. If not short term, absolutely long term. I mean, I was friends with Sargon until 2024, from 2015 to 2024.
Oh boy.
And he was not the right winger that everyone said he was in 2015. He became
Why?
that guy. And he became that guy after leftists got him banned from Patreon. And it's like, well, you created the monster, basically.
No.
And I think that's something that you should probably reckon with.
The left's fault. Okay, Kyla.
That is such a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry, I was there. That's not true, okay? Yeah, you've created the monster. Oh, Sargon of Akkad was basically a communist before he lost his Patreon. That's true, Yeah. Uh-huh. Shut up. The hell was that? Sargon of Akkad comment. Sargon of Akkad was such a moderate, It was such a
So
moderate.
do we
Yes,
do
it
a
is.
funny,
Yes.
funny calculation like before it happens of how well it will hit?
Wait, are you
And,
just
like,
not going to
and-
engage with Dev?
No, I just don't give a shit whether or not Sargon was forced into being a right winger, and he just summarized things that we've already said. But I have a genuine
You
question
don't want
that
to
I think
ask
might
one
move
of
the
Sargon's close
conversation.
friends about his
I don't. Let me
Well,
ask you
the conversation's not about Sargon. It's not about
High-quality
Sargon. It's about if you treat people like Callie poorly, who they will be in 5 years.
They'll turn
That's
into
what
a
it's about.
How did this become about Sargon of... Oh yeah, because if you're not nice... This is such a stupid notion that people's principles are so non-existent that being mean to them will just turn them into fascists, basically, or ethno-nationalists, because the non-ethno-nationalists were so mean to me that I just had no choice. I just had to become a bigoted ethno-nationalist. That was the only trajectory to me after my Patreon was taken away from me. What sort of logic is that? Look what you made me do, exactly. What you've turned me into.
Like fucking
You've turned me
Nazi
into a
rhetoric.
monster.
If you could
White
stop
supremacist
that, why
guy.
wouldn't you? If
Yeah,
you
a
could
lot of
stop
time
that
they
simply
do.
by exercising some self-discipline and self-control and not being a fucking retarded asshole to them, why wouldn't you?
Oh
so
shit,
you're
it's
not-
like the meme with the guys in the mine, and it's like the Democrats were just one nice comment away from finally hitting gold with Republican empathy. We're so close, fuck.
No,
we
it's
just need
not
one more
Republican empathy.
restraint.
It's again.
It's
we've said it
hold
from
on,
the
it's a
beginning,
simple
it's
concept.
moderate.
I'm sorry, but it's a simple concept. If you treat people well, they will respond positively. If you treat people
True.
poorly, they will run away from you, or in some
I agree.
cases, oppose you. When you treat people like shit, they're gonna fight you. I don't
So like when
understand
Trump
why
played
this
games with FEMA funds in 2019 and in
Yeah, because that totally what affects people's core beliefs is if you're nice to them or not. If only people were nice to Sargon of Akkad, his politics would have been totally different, which basically just says that Sargon of Akkad never had any firm beliefs in anything, okay? He was just waiting for the group that would be nicer to him. What a pathetic notion, actually. What a pathetic way to see the world, to operate in the world. My politics are dependent on who the mean ones are and who the nice ones are. I mean, technically speaking, that's basically the trajectory of Anna Kasparian. As long as you're nice to me, I ain't gonna adopt your politics wholesale.
2016, even 2017, after that one hurricane with North Carolina, nobody gave a fuck. Or when he threatened to do it with California, they understood. And then
They
Biden came in, and he
did
didn't play games
give
with
a
FEMA
fuck.
funds.
Why-
And then
why
Trump
are
came
we-
in, and then he played games with FEMA funds again. It's
Why
like
are we
there's
even
definitely a-
assuming? Why are we assuming that the bases of these two groups are going to be galvanized by the same thing? I don't know why would we assume that Republican bases will be
Why,
galvanized. by the
because
same
we probably
thing
assume that all humans are galvanized by about the same shit always. It's typically we're all
Why
kind of
would we
more or less the
assume-
same.
Really? Between left and right? I don't know if we should just presume that. Right?
What is
Like,
the
typically-
fundamentally different aspect of humanity between the left
yeah,
and the
sure,
right?
I'll give it to you. Yeah, typically when we do personality tests, we can like almost perfectly predict the political predilection that they're going to be towards. Because typically, if you're conservative, you're going to have things like low openness to experience and high conscientious.
So first of all, you
conscientiousness.
absolutely cannot perfectly predict. The highest predictability is where your parents' political parties are. Number one, okay, you can make.
Well, I almost forgot that according to Netso Erudite, your political leanings are genetic. I almost was able to push that one out of my mind. That Netso Erudite has this weird belief that your political beliefs are genetically predetermined. You thought we were out of the woods with this one, but no. I'm here to remind you about this little factoid. Isn't that cool? That I'm here to remind you? Isn't that cool? Why are they treating real-world politics figures like they're NPCs in a bad dating sim? Like they all need is one nice comment and their personality will suddenly shift? Because I don't have an answer to this, actually. I don't have a coherent answer to why they see the world this way. Like, there's this threshold, and it's like Stardew Valley. If you give them enough gifts and are nice, their relationship level towards you will shift, but their politics will change, because that is exactly how that works. Oh boy, gee golly boy, that is how that works, isn't it? Yes it is, of course. God, this is so sad. I'll be right back. Toilet time. And Lucy is talking about genetics and what's wrong with the white people. God dog every 10 times. True. I'm a white supremacist at heart. Like, because you are mean to me and you're not donating enough, which makes me wanna become a supremacist. You're lucky you're at least writing nice things to me in the chat. Bushu? Okay, I'm gonna be back. Lucy is kind? No. I'm not kind. I'm a jerk. Jerk soul. Alright. Lucy is kind and she turned me left wing even though I've been left wing all my life. Thank you. I do try to turn left wingers left wing. I try to reach across the aisle and persuade you to be left wing. Oh, I feel like I'm succeeding. Man, I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this. So good at this crap.
Slight predictions, sure, but even so, somebody who has
now you're softening it too much.
I'm not softening it at all. Pretty sure the most predictable thing is the political party of your parents. I think the political heritability, I think, is the most important thing. But even that, I think, is like 60% or something. Regardless, though, the even if one person might score different.
I wish not so erudite would say, well, what about genetics, huh? What about your genetic predisposition to being, you know...
on their big five or whatever, doesn't mean that you can't appeal to the people more or less the same way. You might do it like with a slightly different group, like an in-group versus an out-group, but I think more or less humans are all kind of the same shit in terms of like what makes us laugh and what's funny, and making fun of out-groups is a thing that most people enjoy doing.
Sure. I don't know about that. I'm not gonna agree with that.
Okay, do you think that shame tends to make people move towards you or away from you?
Well, it probably depends on the type of shame. I can probably do either one. It depends on what you're shaming. It depends on how you're doing the shaming.
Sure, okay, let's get into the nuance. What type of shaming is effective and when?
I imagine that it probably depends on who the shame comes from. So if it comes from like role models, or if it comes from people in your life that you look up to, it's probably more effective. So if you've got a role model that's saying something like, oh, smoking is cool or smoking is bad, it's probably more likely to have an impact on you. Probably depends on the age that it hits you at. So shaming at an earlier age is probably something that would discourage somebody from a behavior more likely than shaming somebody at a later age. Probably depends on the other types of like coercive control that is around the shame. So if you're shamed in like a classroom environment where then a teacher and your social group can reinforce it, as opposed to like a TV commercial shaming you and then you can turn it off and it's a little bit more isolated. I don't know. Probably, my guess there's a ton of different ways that it can work or can't work. It depends on the thing.
Yeah. So one of the things that we know as well, that shame is very ineffective on things that are really hard to change or like deeply ingrained into us, such as, for example, I'm given this a lot, being fat doesn't work to shame you. Unfortunately, shame.
Oh, unfortunately. I love having this person that doesn't know even what the word kind means. I love to hear her speak, okay? This is so beautiful. The detail about how fetishes are formed under politics. Good question. I would rather them talk about how fetishes are formed, to be quite honest with you. That would have been more productive, I feel like. Although I'm not sure if they have expertise even on that, so I don't know.
Fat people, if it did work, it would have worked. It doesn't make people want to change their lifestyle enough to get skinny because it's very lifestyle based.
Yeah, but I don't think being fat is a good marker here for who you vote for or your political beliefs.
I agree. In fact, I think that being who you vote for is often way more deeply ingrained into your identity than being fat. And so if it's not even effective,
Just to be clear,
fat,
that is absolutely not true. That's not even remotely close to being true.
You don't think that being Republican isn't deeply ingrained into a lot of people's strong political identity?
Nope. I think that you could. I think it is compared to being fat. Do you think it would be easier to go from obese to ordinary BMI or to change from Republican to Democrat?
Hold on, I'm talking about how much it's closely tied to your identity, not how difficult it is for the behavior to change.
We're talking about how what else would we be talking about? We're talking about the effectiveness of changing a behavior, and then we're saying, well, let's see what's more closely tied to a person's identity, or we just bring that up as an irrelevant reason. I thought we're bringing this up for
tied to an identity. I don't think being fat
is really a strange thing to say. If something's really tied to your identity, then it's going to be difficult to change, because people don't just change their identity like this. It's such a weird thing to say.
Is nearly as closely tied to people's identity as being Republican, right?
Okay, maybe not, but I mean, shaming somebody out of a political belief would probably be a lot easier than shaming them out of being fat.
Why?
Because I don't think shame is an effective way to change somebody to being fat, because there's a whole bunch of other systems that are working against a person to make them fat than systems that work with people's political beliefs.
What systems would be working against
But
them?
you have to also understand that a lot of people are in political camps without thinking about politics. So it is part of their identity because it's part of them being part of the group. I'm a MAGA head. That's my identity, even if I don't understand half the politics it's kind of not mutually exclusive. Unfortunately, not thinking about politics and identifying with a political group, these things are unfortunately not mutually exclusive. I wish it was, but it's not.
Somebody from shifting from R to L.
It super depends on the environment that they're in. If they, for instance, if it's like
the average environment,
not like core biological functions that are being
like,
preyed
for
upon
example, I hate the gays. I'm right wing. That's part of your identity as a bigot, and it's probably not going to be super easy to change.
hyper sweetened and fattened foods. Like it's not the same.
I think you could have friend groups maybe that are keeping you in a certain political thing, maybe. But I mean, there are whole groups that can change slowly over time. We saw it with the tech bros.
You cannot treat this as an insignificant factor. Yeah, you can have friend groups that keep you in a political thing. Absolutely, like a monopoly over certain identities, perhaps like religion. There are many factors why people could be in a political group unrelated to politics.
You'll never see that with being fat.
Yeah, people will often drift in the direction.
Yes, you will. You have friends that like to eat a lot. You like to hang out with those friends, so you eat a lot with them, and so you become fat with them. There you go. I've just made the exact same thing about being fat, because you exist in an environment where eating a lot is just a thing. And you like to be accepted into that group, because if you didn't eat as much, then you feel like you'd be an outsider to that group. There you go. It is very easy to actually apply the same thing to being fat. Actually, it's not difficult.
And that as you said, their parents voted, right? So the family group around them is going to be super important for predicting who they tend to vote for, right?
Yeah.
So if you're asking them to shift from right to left, you're asking them to not just unearth one behavior, which is a vote, but potentially to unearth all of their social connections as well.
Yeah, it's hard.
Depends, but I mean, again, there are whole groups sometimes that shift. All the tech bros kind of shifted in this weird MAGA direction, and that didn't require any of them to abandon their friend groups.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to shift your identity, which is why I'm saying I don't know if I'm convinced that
it is difficult to shift your identity. I know people vote for someone because they use the Union flag on their leaflet. Okay. That is great.
shame is going to be super effective.
Okay, yet the Republicans weaponize and utilize shame, and they have for the past 12 years, and they have all of the levers of power right now. So I don't know what I'm supposed to make sense of that as. Are they doing this to their detriment and they could be even more effective?
So people are voting for Trump because he's shaming them now?
He seems to be It's not about you. You seem to think that it's like there's 100 people going into the ballot box and we have to fight over those 100 people, but it's not. There's 330 million people and like 40% of them don't vote ever. And it's a matter of like, who can you get to go to the ballot box? Trump works on shaming and attacking other people. He'll shame his own fucking party if he has to. If there are people in his party, he's doing it right now with the Epstein shit, or he does it to Massey, or he does it to the Never Trumpers, and he gets them excised from the party. So yeah, it seems like Trump literally operates around like shame and fear.
Yeah,
and it's been really effective for him.
So, sorry, you think that shame has been the thing that's been effective for Trump and not something else?
I think there are multiple things at play, but shame and divisiveness and everything.
Shame.
Seems like it, yeah. I would guess it is, yeah.
Really?
Given that he seems to be the most shameful and divisive president in the past my lifetime.
And yet he's like rated as like one of the least popular presidents.
Yeah, but least popular because of how divisive he is. Like, he might be the least popular overall because the left doesn't like him, but the right love him. It's like 90% popularity.
Yeah.
Really? Right now? With the whole Epstein thing coming out? Is he really so popular among the right now? With what's been going on lately? I'm not so sure, actually. Someone once told me they voted for far right because he was the only person to canvass them, not knowing anything about it. Oh my god. That is so depressing. The chat is depressing me. The chat is making me feel very, very sad. Actually. This is the saddest crap ever. Oh well. You know, that is sad. The way these people focus on committed right-wing voters deserves to be.
Republicans seem to like him a lot, like the MAGA people. However, there's a massive schism happening right now where people are incredibly
There's no you keep saying massive schism, and that is yet to be determined. We don't know if that'll even be the case.
That's the question.
In a second. After they go, I'm going to read a couple more of the
schism
super
when
chats.
Trump himself is calling it a pretty major schism. You're right. We don't know
I
the
don't
effects
consider
it's
truth
possible.
or tweets massive schisms. When it comes to voting, we'll look for the massive schisms.
It's not just tweets. Come on. It's people burning MAGA hats. It's people calling for Pam Bondi to be fired. It's Dan Bongino.
Has anybody resigned? Bongino is no longer talking about being fired. He moved back. Now the conversation about whether we're firing Jerome Powell. So, and I don't think Bondi's going anywhere. And Bovey might leave because he's trying to be nominated to be a fucking federal judge. So it seems like none of that is happening.
I think Candace Owens even came out saying that she might have regretted her vote for Trump.
Candace
right?
Owens is always a wild card. She's fucking insane. She's not like a reliable person on any side.
Increasingly, Joe Rogan is talking very negatively of Trump as well, right? He's very upset about some of the deportations that have been happening, and he's very mad about the Epstein files. He's way less mad about the
that's cool that he's finally moving that direction. But if one mean tweet or if one odd statement by Biden is enough to totally change somebody, and it's taken like 6 months of the most unhinged possible behavior from Donald Trump to finally get Joe Rogan to kind of start saying some mean things about him, maybe on his podcast. Fuck that shit. What a waste of fucking time. Turn out your own base.
Okay,
so those people are completely worthless. They're not worth appealing to in any way, shape, and form. Just galvanize your own base.
I didn't say they wasn't worth the time. I'm just saying that if your hypothesis is that bullying people is a bad...
They just keep screaming. They just keep screaming mindlessly. Referring to overall popularity or approval, yes. If it's about specific issues, it depends. Among Republicans.
Bad thing. It seems weird that the most bully candidate in like all of our lives' history is the one who's had like the most political success in terms of at least like winning, votes and shit. That seems to be kind of weird to me. I don't understand. Maybe he just happens to be doing something else really good and that's hurting him, but we can't see it.
Yeah, but we've had how many like historical unprecedented events that led up to him winning back the election? Because he didn't just win it consecutively. He lost it to Joe Biden, right? And then he won it again with major historical events that we've never seen before. In fact, every single incumbent, I shouldn't say every single because you're going to get me on that one, most incumbents globally also lost their race, right?
Yeah.
So why are we assuming that it's because he's mean and divisive and that therefore it's effective for us to be divisive?
Because it doesn't seem to be hurting him at all. And it seems to be... where's the evidence? Where would I look to see the evidence of it hurting him?
He's the only president to ever lose an incumbency until Joe Biden.
I have to bring up the whole correlation that's not equal causation. just because that something doesn't hurt him, it doesn't follow that it helps him. Okay? You can make this whole argument of being mean doesn't hurt him, but the question is, does it actually even help him? Maybe he's just doing some stuff and he just happens to be mean. And it maybe it has neutral effect. I think it's more about having a stern base. So if someone does change their mind, they can find people who do agree with them. Being halfway right wing does just.
Well, I guess he did technically lose it. He got out while he was still
president
winning, actually. Yay,
What
Joe
are we
Biden.
supposed
Jimmy
to- what are
Carter,
we
one of the
looking at?
nicest presidents ever, actually lost his incumbency.
Yeah, what are we looking at for Trump to see if the bullying is not working? Well, like, what seems like it's not working? Like, how do we see this as evidence that it has been ineffective in the past?
Well, we can look at people running away from his policies almost across the board.
He doesn't bully the base, right? So he bullies
Correct.
like politicians and stuff like that. That is true, which is different from the type of vitriol that we see from the
How
left,
do you
which is again.
how are you supposed to determine what part of it was affected by being mean in particular? How exactly are you supposed to determine that? How do you isolate meanness as a factor up, from anything else and determine, yes, this was the main thing that decided that this person won, meanness and not anything else? Like, just because you see him being mean and win, it doesn't follow that the meanness was the contributor. It might have been just correlative. He might have just happened to be mean. Does that make sense or no? Does that not make sense at all? Like, it does not follow that just because he was... Does that make sense? Please tell me it makes some sort of sense. What I'm saying.
And just like punching at other vaguely liberal people who are not as pure as
Sure,
you.
everybody here,
And-
but
and
everybody
things
here.
of
Well, I hope even Swipe Pill thinks that that's
The right-
fucking
the right
stupid.
does that
That's
too,
dumb.
also,
Yeah.
by the way, and this is part of the shit that I get is like why you focus so much on the left, and it's because that's where I spend all of my time and have spent all of my time my entire life. So yes, the right is guilty of all of the same things that we're talking about. But it's
boy.
like,
That statement that you just said. Wait, can you explain
My
this? I'm just kidding.
apologies, I got a message. I get many messages. I'm very messaged. Was the Trump being brash and rude is often seen as him telling it like it is among voters. Yeah, because people in general mistake rudeness for being genuine. That is a thing that I've noticed across the board. People mistake rudeness with being genuine, which is the hell, you know? People think that the more rude you are, that means the more genuine and real you are. That is a real belief that people hold, unfortunately. It is what it is, but it's true. People seem to believe that the more rude you are, the more real you are. The more of an asshole you are. And people seem to believe that the more kind you are, in the actual real sense of the word, the more fake you are. That's also a thing that people believe. If you are kind, then you are fake. If you are an asshole, then you are real. True, Vladimir Christians voted in droves for Trump. True. I don't understand what are these libs yapping about. Same, but different. But yes, that is why people think that Trump being Russian abrasive is telling it like it is, because of this mechanism of people thinking that rudeness equals honesty. You know what the reality is? Rudeness equals rudeness, okay? It doesn't... You can be rude and honest, and you can be rude and fake. You can be rude and... You can be kind and fake, and you can be kind and honest. Those things are not somehow intrinsically linked. Being rudeness to honesty or fakeness, okay? Like, people somehow link it in a very bizarre way. And it's annoying. To me, it's annoying. Right, let's continue.
Okay, because that statement that you just said, nobody on the right would ever say that. That would ever say like, oh, the reason why I attack the right so much is because I'm on the right more. Nobody on the right would say that. Why are there so many people on the left like you that would say something like that? Like, oh, I attack the left all the time because that's where I spend all my time at. I'm not like attacking you. Sorry, that came off really aggressive. But I'm just curious, like, what is it that caused it to happen?
I don't.
So,
I have no idea. Well, maybe, I don't know. Who was it that was saying the other day?
I can answer it if you want.
Right, the loyalty.
So chivalrous.
Priority basically on the right. Is that I'm just tired. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I want Dev,
that was basically what I said in last week's
Go ahead.
conversation, which is the same conversation as this one. Is that and Erudite, I know you know this because I know that you know height. The right tends to prioritize loyalty more as a value. The left tends to prioritize self-criticism more as a value. This is a personality difference, very broadly speaking, in the two sides, and that leads to basically right-wingers being more loyal even as things start to fuck up, while left-wingers they'll be more right. This is a personality difference, very broadly speaking, in the two sides, and that leads to basically right-wingers being more loyal even as
blind loyalty is whatever
things start to fuck up, while left-wingers they'll be more self-critical when things fuck up, and so that it leads to you have like more purity spiraling on the left, and you have more
there's such a simplification
the wagons on the right. Basically, it's a difference in behavior of the two sides.
That is such
Here's something that I really want to understand, because what I would point.
I've been holding it in for like 15 minutes.
Tough to wake.
Okay, quick. Can I ask a question?
Your question. You've been holding it in. Release.
So this is okay. So this is about the whole idea of like these edgy jokes, especially when they don't land, are going to alienate a bunch of moderate voters, specifically people like the Joe Rogans or these like average, like you said, these kind of dullard people that do have these huge audiences. My question to you is, if these people, if you watch these shows, if you watch Joe Rogan, if you watch the Nelk Boys, they're making edgy jokes constantly. They're mocking dead kids. They're making 9/11 jokes. They're making Holocaust jokes. And if anything, it endears them when people are able to cross like over that line and be like, hey, look at me. I'm authentic. I'm not scared to say this, which is something that people were saying was alienating about the left, that they're too purity testing. So why is it that somehow like there should be any line of edginess that is going to scare away these people who live and thrive in it? It just doesn't make any sense.
Because in general, even the edgiest edge boys tend not to love jokes at the expense of kids, especially when the kids are like actively still missing and might be dead. Like people just tend not to like that. I'm not saying that that's like some morally good thing or something that's like defensible in a rational way. This is just like how people feel, and you can base that on how people react.
This is why we're really confused, because you keep saying it's not about jokes, but then you keep like centering it on like that particular type of joke. I think the broader question.
I've talked way more about your scorched earth stuff than I have about the joke.
No, but I don't think Soy Pill's thing was what about this one joke. It was like, why can everybody on the right make all of these unholy comments constantly, and it's seen as an endearing quality, but then on the left, like you keep bringing up this one thing, but it's anything. You can't joke about anything.
Endearing quality. Also, why does Destiny want to be so similar to the right wing? Is that the only way to be endearing? What is this weird argumentation? Why do you want to be so similar to the right?
Their jokes
that endearing.
Well, their audience does. Their own audience, their target audience.
Andrew Schultz audience, Joe Rogan audience, Nelk Boys audience.
I feel like I'm pretty sure I've seen major Republicans make like rape jokes about a fucking autistic Swedish girl who's that one Greta Thunberg or whatever, about like fucking her when she turns 18 or whatever. Like, so I don't understand where all of the head ringing comes from.
I agree. What I'm saying is that their jokes are funnier than they are offensive to their target audience. If your target audience is going to be moderates don't really like dead kid jokes.
No, those people make the jokes. Joe Rogan's make the jokes. Andrew Schultz they're making Holocaust jokes, dead baby jokes, like all.
And
the
everyone
fucking
still
time,
found it distasteful within 2 days. I don't know what to tell you. People aren't super rational. Okay. I'm not saying don't make edgy jokes.
Okay. No, it's working for them.
Hold on. It's
the moderates. It's working for
because
the
they are
moderates.
making jokes that are more funny than they are offensive. And
yes, Joe Rogan and the jokes affect how elections end.
Fortunately, the timing of a joke matters. Wait, this is obviously fucking
First
true.
of all, you said never dead baby jokes, by the way. You said, no, the time doesn't matter. You should never joke about children. But these people are joking about dead kids in the Holocaust, dead kids in Khmer Rouge shit. Go watch any Joe Rogan with a comedian on. They make edgy fucking jokes all the time.
I should have never said, never say make dead baby jokes. I'm saying
never
in general,
the
timing of dead kid jokes kind of matters. Right? And when dead kids are still actively missing, people don't tend to like it because it's more offensive. That joke has to be so fucking funny to be defensive. And that's how humor works all the time. I know you're getting mad about this. This is like
before we loop on this,
I don't know what
move
to
on
tell
this-
you.
Comedian
This
is
is
different, and
stop.
also it's different.
Let me get my thoughts out. Stop. Comedians will tell you this
Jesus
all the
Christ.
fucking time. I'm not even making up this rule. This is just how it seems comedy works. If something is going to be offensive and edgy, which most of us like, it needs to be more funny than it is offensive. It has to be to their target audience.
I hate online debate bros so much. They're not as effective as they think they are. Offline debate bros are just better. Because offline debates usually a lot of the time center around some goal or purpose or whatever, and online debates are usually debates for debates' sake.
Comedian crowd has literally fallen into the exact same trap that you have, though, where they talk about how being edgy and all this is so important, and they won't fucking make fun of anybody on the right. They do the exact same thing, but they'll be as edgy as they can. Like, I'm about to tell all my friends a real edgy joke. You know, trannies have fucking girl cock. Oh, and they all laugh. Oh my god, so edgy. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan, the king of comedians, has some guy on that does an RFK impression, and after saying 3 words, he's like, "Stop that. That's not okay." So even
That's
the
my
same
friend.
folly that they're making, you're like quoting them as though they're giving you some actual good advice here, but they're not. They don't even follow their own advice on that. Because if you had a really funny edgy joke about Trump, they just get ass pain. They don't like it. They want to hear their own shit.
And they're probably going to start getting in trouble. In fact, I'm increasingly seeing lots of moderate comedians who are super critical of Joe Rogan because he's
What?
not that funny and he's increasingly getting sensitive. So it's
What?
coming for them too. Their own hypocrisy. I agree that that's too soy. We should be able to make fun of RFK Jr.
It's just ridicule. You can tell when someone gets their politics from the internet base on how disrespectful they are. True.
at any time. His voice does sound fucking stupid.
But not dead kids.
Yes, there's a difference between making fun
Around
of
a certain
RFK
time,
Jr.,
yeah,
who
when
is
the kids are
alive,
still missing.
and a dead
It's probably
child.
not a good look.
Unless you can preemptively determine it'll be way funnier than it is offensive.
Again,
And you
I don't
always
know what to
constantly
tell
have to
you.
be thinking about
Wait,
this
what
rather
the
than
fuck
putting
are
your
we
energy
even
into
talking about? Have you never?
I don't know this weird fixation on humor supposedly having this huge sway in politics. I don't know where they got this impression from, but yes, it's all about jokes and humor. That is what politics are all about, I guess. Jokes and how much edgy they are. The fuck? It's like a bunch of kids, I swear. It's how funny you can be. Politics about how much fun you can be versus how edgy. Yes. That is all that politics is all about. Funny versus edgy. We all know this, right? We all know this. What about Hayden's eating cats and dogs was kind of funny because of how stupid it was. That was a serious bit that Trump was trying to sell, though. It wasn't a joke. That one wasn't a joke. That was an actual that was actually a real thing that Trump tried to push fearmonger about. Yeah. Jesus.
Ever had social interactions where you have to gauge whether or not the joke's gonna land well or not? If you haven't done that before, go outside and make some friends. Everyone else understands that yes, you do a preemptive calculation to figure out whether or not something will land well or not. And unfortunately, in the case of Steven's joke, it landed well with his base and certain liberals who are very angry at the hypocrisy of the right, and it didn't land well with anybody else that he might try to build a relationship with later. And in fact, it is as a
But if you're
result
talking about social
nuking him
interactions,
from
that's
the
every single offensive joke ever. It lands well with your group, and it doesn't land well with the other group. The only difference is here, we're trying to say like, oh my god, like our jokes have to land well with literally everybody, or else we're going to be offended over it. But their
That's
jokes
not
are
what I'm
allowed to land
saying.
well with
I'm saying your jokes, unfortunately, in this instance, have nixed you from interacting with all these people that you should be able to, because you're one of the most effective communicators on the left.
Something completely different if they had liked that joke. Was the whole point.
Of course! I've already said it's fucking subjective. Keep the fuck up, soy pill.
No,
the entire time.
Now that is a joke of the century, to say that Stephen Bonnell II is on the left. Now that's funny. I find this very funny humor. Okay? That is funny humor. There's an actual song about that. I do love
is
songs.
Humor
that, like,
is
you can
always
look back and be like, well,
subjective
that one
about the
didn't
target
particularly
audience.
work
Now,
very
if what
well.
Destiny
but-
wants to do is burn all bridges with Republicans and not be able to talk to them, then he's doing it fine. If all he wants to do is galvanize the left, which he's saying he might want to do, then honestly, I have no complaints. If his goal is to talk to the right and to talk to moderates and to pull them to his side, which is what he's good at, by the way, my husband used to be a conservative, is left.
No, he's not. He's not good at it. That's bullshit. That is just not true. Oh, did I do something? I click on the wrong thing. That is not true. Steven is so good at pulling people over.
Left because of him. Almost
Steven,
like
my hero.
5 people every fucking
Steven.
Canvas event came out to me who were conservative before
Steven.
they started listening to
You
you.
are my
So
hero.
that is
Making
what
edgy
you're good
jokes
at,
2
Steven.
days ago,
And I
'cause
would be
he's
shut
been doing
the
this
fuck
for like
up,
10
Psycho.
years,
You
so,
have
like,
you
you're
haven't been
just wrong.
tracking. You
Steven.
he fucking
Problem.
lost.
Erudite
He lost
is
in
pro edgy.
He lost his election in 2020. Nobody here is reasonably going to say that Trump won because he's mean and edgy. He probably won despite him being mean and edgy. What I am
Can
saying
I-
here is that if Steven wants to
Wait,
target a
Do
moderate,
you want to see me feed hot dog to Fido? Is that a thing that you want to see? Do you want to see me feed? Wait, hold on. Did I miss a gun? Did I miss a whole gun? I feel like I missed a whole gun. Oh, he died. I need to get this gun. I need to get this gun. This is so stupid. I hate this enemy. That's a stupid enemy. Stupid enemy. No! Ah, God. This is gonna be a pain. Isn't it? Oh. Uh-oh. I guess I'm gonna have to do better here than I did. Sorry, I'm gonna have to do better than that. Okay, now I'm doing better. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
The most
audience.
random thing to assert without evidence about the most edgy guy ever.
It's the most random thing to assert as obviously being the case when we have no evidence. What the fuck are we even talking
He
about?
is
right
the
now?
Destiny,
most
I hear what
edgy
you're saying. I
person.
hear what you're
He is the
saying. Wait, but
most
hold
offensive
on.
president ever.
But
And we're
we
saying,
don't
like,
know
well,
if
maybe
that,
that was hurting
wait,
him.
isn't it possible
Yes, but
that people
Kyla
would like
is
him like
stipulating
8
that there are
times
people
more? If
and
he
there are
wasn't
people
like
who held
this?
their nose. There are people who are held their nose, so you can count the bases of each side. And then there are the people who were movable in the middle. Maybe they all.
I love how everybody conveniently forgets the basic rule of correlation does not equal causation. Oh, he's edgy and he won. That must mean he won because he was edgy, which actually does not follow at all. But, you know, people love their logics when it suits them, but drop them like completely when it doesn't. I love it. I love to see it. I love to see that in action.
made a terrible mistake in voting for him, but there are people who held their nose in doing so, that it was not the cruelty that they were voting for.
That's my argument, though, is that they can hold their nose and vote for him, and while they're holding their nose, there's a whole bunch of
why
other
did
people
I
who
die?
love the smell of the pig shit. Like, that's the problem, is he's able to capture both. But that's because on the right, they'll hold their nose, and then the left will go, oh no, we're above that. And then they're just like...
No, the left who didn't show up to the vote, where the left were like, we did, like, oh, Biden, he's not wanting to kill all the Israelis, we're not going to vote for him. That's why they didn't vote, right? It's not because of, like, oh, we're being too mean to Republicans.
He killed me in one hit.
Biden, no, I'm not implying that Biden left because of edgy jokes or anything. I'm just saying that, or I don't know if that was the implication. I'm just saying that this type of like hyper fascination with if we're being too mean or not is a conversation that only happens on the
hyper
left.
fascination. It's not a hyper fascination, at least not of mine. I'm not super overly
Okay,
concerned.
I still can't enunciate your position or articulate your position. Whatever your position is,
Really?
nobody on the right cares about it or talks about it, and they seem to be doing really well politically. So I just don't know why we would have a whatever adjective you would use to describe about it.
Is it that we barely lost, or we lost by a landslide? Which is it? Because I feel the left is saying.
In some ways, I would say we lost by a landslide. In some ways, it depends on who I'm talking to.
Interesting. Okay, my argument is that edgy jokes can sometimes be politically ineffective. I think the two examples of the fireman shooting and the dead kids joke recently are evidences of political inefficacy. I think it has closed Stephen out from opportunities that he would otherwise have access to.
Is this a personal conversation about me, or is it about edgy jokes in general? I don't know what we're talking about, or is it not even about edgy jokes?
I literally said these are my
Wait, if this is just conversation about me, then the answer is I don't want to appeal to.
And now, Wick. And now we've gotten the gun. I'm proud. Yes, we've gotten the gun. We don't need to kill every
people.
enemy.
I've said that for like over a year. I have no desire to kill those people anymore.
Sure, and I'm saying that they could damage relationships with certain people, especially.
I'm okay with people's relationships not
damaging.
I'm okay with that. If they're gonna make absolutely disgusting jokes, then okay, that's
super
fine.
disappointing because I think if you got a chance to talk to most moderates, you'd be effective. You'd be more effective.
So that's okay. I like to do what I like to do, though. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay. If that's the whole. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read some of my super chats, especially for the ones that give me like $100 and shit, and then I don't know.
Oh my god, how many people give Wick $100 for the nothing that he does? Jesus Christ Almighty.
We're gonna do. We might go to closings. I don't fucking know. We'll find out how I feel. Pondering politics for $100 says I'm 24 minutes behind. But doesn't the GOP also try to brand itself as a morally
Pondering
superior
politics
party?
gave this guy $100.
Values, family
Why?
values, law and order, free speech, freedom, and liberty.
Why
real
pondering
America.
politics? Why did you
imply
give
that only
Wick
them-
$100? What the fuck?
Okay.
The answer is because I think like the Dems claim moral superiority
This
on the
is
things that we
insane.
actually care about, right? We don't care about like all this religious bullshit, right? Which is why we don't appeal to it. If we think that we're like better on treating people kinder, we care about the vulnerable populations, like we have all these care principles and values, then if we fail to live up to those care principles and values, like for example, being bad faith and not interacting with each other well in the way that Soypill did with Tally, or he's kind of doing with me, I think that shows, for example, a question of like, do you actually believe in these principles? And what I am saying is that somehow the left, despite being better at policy, Joe Biden's presidency was fucking excellent, and besides being, I would argue, more
Joe Biden's presidency was fucking excellent? Did I just hear that out loud? Joe Biden's presidency was fucking excellent? Fucking excellent. Oh boy. We are lost. We are completely lost in the sauce if we think that Joe Biden's presidency was fucking excellent. Oh my god. What is happening? Fucking excellent. Fucking excellent presidency. I rest my case. Maya Mayor donated $100! The world is unfair, so I will be unfair back. Thank you. Thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This marathon is proving to be a great success. If you want me to play a game... Oh, I was just about to ask if there was a game in particular that you wanted me to play, then I'll play it. Okay, we'll play some Dragon Guard soon. I might need to take a break to walk Fido though, because he might poop in the... Thank you. Ooh. Alright, dead.
Morally upright, objectively,
We'll
not
pay
a single
Drakengard.
left pundit has been charged with lying
And then
knowingly
Drakengard
to the
too.
public. Despite all of that, people find the left
Have
so
you ever heard of Breath of Fire Dragon of Water on the PS2, by the way?
fucking repugnant that they're voting for Trump instead. And I think that that's a shame. And in fact, other people are just not voting at all. And I think that that's a shame. And I think we need to fix it. And I think that this is one of the small ways that we can improve.
Okay, $100 from Alexander Wynn to say absolutely nothing at all. I love those super chats. Those are the best. $50 from Dr. Adam to say, I'm a centrist who loves etchy jokes. Who cares? Rich pricks hoard gold like goblins. Weepy women flood kitchens. Minorities churn flowing garbage like Puerto Rico's mess. Kids sink in Texas floods. Lie scrim. Bait smote them for their parents' sins. Thank you for the $50. 20 euros from Mary Mead Park to say it's good that Destiny isn't friendly towards a right-wing YouTuber. Streamers don't have to be bureaucratic. They're not politicians, and Destiny's right. It's not effective to collab and boost views of bad influencers.
Okay, the
I mean, Destiny himself is not a good influencer. If you think that people that engage in conduct like Destiny are good influencers, then I have no clue what to say. What are bad influencers then? If Destiny is an example of a good one. That is, wow. Destiny, the good influencer. Listen. Wait, hold on. Is anybody on my Discord right now? No. At some point I will need to walk Fido. We should get some Prison Sunday people to get in here. Shouldn't we? What the fuck? No, I'm not. I'm not ending stream, but it's a marathon. If I take a break, I'm just gonna put on a waiting screen and... I'm sorry, what just happened? What the hell? Is Trump... Okay, Is Trump an idiot? Very, very rhetorical question. This is so stupid. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're gonna talk about the deployment of the 2 submarines by Donald Trump, because for some reason Medvedev that threatens to nuke everybody the drunk is being suddenly now taken very seriously. The murder of an American elderly teen is real. You're witnessing it on the full display, Wolfhard. True. I'm gonna go to the toilet.
Forming argument, really?
Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet now and get a hot dog. Trump is being crazy, of course, again, because that is... Oh, God. Of course, that is what's happening, of course. It is what it is what it is. It is where we are. You ending stream? No. You know when someone is a Destiny fan because they immediately insult you with the R word instead of making a point? That is true. I'll be right back. Giving Fido his little sausage. Hold on. Little thing. Wait, where is the OBS? Look at this. He took it like a champ. He took it away from me like a champion. I just got news that Fido almost killed himself again. So, because he started, there's an electric socket outside in the garden, and Fido started eating it because that is electric sockets is Fido's favorite things apparently. He's gnawing away at the electric socket. One day he'll reach the electricity and just fry himself. Phony. That's great.
Is that what we want today?
Look,
Good job, guys.
$20. You can say whatever you like. $10 from
Jesus Christ.
Optimizing You to say dark humor and edgy jokes work when people think deep down that you're not evil or heartless. The problem with Destiny's jokes are when he defends them. He refuses to show that he has a heart.
What the fuck does that mean? This is so stupid.
$10 from Audacity. What is weird about tech bros shifting to the right, specifically MAGA? Oh no, wow, I can't believe social awkward tech bros rebelled against the Karen class of HR aristocracy. No way.
What?
$10 from the Trib 1 to say the test is uneven. We need education and expert opinion to prevail. To me, the lack of that voice is where MAGA wins. Do you guys think experts would care enough to push aside the way Elon did? $10 from Dr. Adam again to say shaming works on individual stuff, identity, fat, or slut choices, but not collectives. That's why folks dig deeper into ideological crap, never changing, reality bites. $10 more from Pottering Politics to say Trump went scorched earth on his base in a big way in the past 24 hours about Epstein. Long-term effects to his coalition, TBD. 200, whatever those are. Sex? I don't know what they're. Anyway, Tag Erlander is a clear example of how democratic stability and social responsibility
He gets so many
totalitarian and populist forces. His pragmatic, humble, principled approach made his legacy. $20 from Lawson Harrison to say, how do you get a nud pregnant? $20 from Tanner Maxwell to say, Utah Senator Mike Lee says it's a nightmare on Wall Street in the response to MAGA sycophant and psych assassinating Minnesota lawmakers. $50.
That was a pretty crazy tweet.
Yeah, it is, and I think they're going to suffer for that, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, they will.
I do.
I'm praying. One day it's coming.
Hold on.
Let's see how Donnie Trump slips out of this.
No, I gotta
Let's
get
just Moloch. You're right, guys. Let's just Moloch game our way all the way to hell. That's going to be so much better for the democracy.
I actually think it's way better to talk about how much more moral our messaging is while 65 million Americans are being shoved into alligator Alcatraz. I think that's the way better thing.
Hold on, that's going to hurt them. They're setting up to get.
You should just. Who the fuck is standing on the immigrants? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about right now?
I'm talking about the prisons that all of MAGA are collapsing.
It's really fucking bad, Steven. And I think you're nerfing yourself on being more effective. Yeah, it's really bad. It's not hurting the Republicans because most Republicans don't give a fuck about immigrants. It's fucking horrible. And you have nerfed yourself out of all of those spaces so you don't get to go in there and push back on it. So now other people have to. And
because me going in and gently saying, like, don't you think calling it allocate?
When the fuck did I ever say gently say?
And you're like, and they're like, well, I think that it's probably, maybe not the best word, but it's kind of epic and
everything
hilarious.
that I said. I've never for a second said don't be edgy and don't be harsh and don't be mean. I said have to fucking talk to them. You can't nerf yourself out of relationship entirely. My criticism.
What does that even do? Honestly, what does that even do?
Of soy pill is separate, which is why it's getting confused. But I've made it clear multiple times that my issue with you is scorched earthing yourself out of these types of conversations.
We've heard scorched earth like 4 million times. But the problem is the entire Republican Party has been on perma-scorched earth for 12 years.
Isn't it crazy that I've said scorched earth multiple times? But
yes, the right wing has been on permanent scorched earth. That is why Nick Fuentes ate waffles with him. Because the far right has been on permanent scorched earth for 12 years. I'm pretty sure that Steven has eaten those waffles with Nick Fuentes less than 12 years ago.
You still can't seem to understand my position. So which is it exactly? Have I said it too often or do you still not?
Pretty sure Blair White talked to him less than 12 years ago.
Know what my position is.
It's the fact that it's vague, and it seems like you keep jumping between multiple things.
I acknowledge that it was vague right from the beginning, but just because a concept is vague does not mean that it is poignant or that we can't recognize when something is happening.
You're like a Mott in a Bailey because you don't know where one starts and one ends. It's just both.
Is this the what is a woman conversation where I'm being like, well, what is a woman is kind of abstract and hard to define and hard to put a finger on.
What the fuck was that? What does that have to do with being or not being a woman? What's happening? This panel somehow is reaching new levels of stupidity. I did not even know that was possible, but
four-dimensional.
You guys are being like, actually, meanness is XY chromosomes, and it's like it's not. And you're like, well, what is it? And I'm like, well, it's something a little bit more ambiguous that's harder to put your finger on. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, what we're doing right now.
Hold on.
I
really
want
want to say this right now.
Soypill, please.
Because it is ambiguous. No, Wick, please. Because it's ambiguous, we should spend little to no energy worrying about whether or not this is the one thing that's going to set people off, and instead put that energy into mobilizing our base and moderating.
We're not asking you to only focus on this.
Hold on. Have I ever DM'd either of you about this? Have I ever wasted any of your time? Or is it the fact that
none of these people actually have, I'm just going to note this, none of these people have any emotional control, or they're just being very, very, I don't know, out there for the audience, I guess. Very performative. Because otherwise, none of these people, and that is silly coming from me because I have zero emotional control, but oh boy.
Wick put a panel together that I came to talk about this.
Hold
Do you
on,
think I'm wasting a lot of energy on this?
The question was, have we ever spent time asking if the left are losing the optics war? Was that the question? Because I feel like the answer is a resounding yes. I feel like that's like one of the things we talk about more than anything else.
That wasn't the question.
I should
I'm pretty sure we've had an exact panel on like tweets. I think we had these exact panels on my fucking firefighter tweets with Wick. I think like 6 months or a year ago.
It wasn't a panel. I was the first one to talk to you.
That's crazy.
Yes, it continues to be a problem.
Let's build a bridge. Wick, let's build a bridge. Let's never talk about this again once we hang up. Okay?
Of course not. Of course we're going to keep talking about it because it continues to be a problem. It's getting worse. And that it continues by you to contribute to the rise of MAGA and the rise of Trump. Because we are failing to provide an actual alternative to the...
Yes, it's Destiny that contributes to the rise of MAGA. Destiny. Oof. Of course. Why is MAGA winning? Well, it is, of course, because of Destiny. Oh my god, so deluded. So actually deluded. Such delusional. Wow.
It's just the lack of examples. It's the equivalent of somebody coming together and be like, I have this hypothesis that actually being tall is a detriment to being really good in the NBA, and we should draft a whole team of 5'6" kings, and maybe they can do even better, even though all the NBA guys are really fucking tall. Maybe that's actually hurting them in the game. Who knows?
Crazy. That's crazy because I'm pretty sure there's an entire field of psychology that talks about how shame is completely ineffective both at a micro level and at a macro level. There's plenty of studies that I'm happy to show you about how ineffective shame is. What I'm talking about here is that we should probably reduce.
Just to be clear, that's absolutely not true. You know that shame is an incredibly powerful shape for human behavior. Like, does all shame work all the time? No. When you're talking about stuff like about being fat, these are literally behaviors that are hard to change because the actual
also not super effective with policy, typically. If 50,
it depends exactly on what you're talking about.
You can't shame 51% of the population. You can't do it. They won't move. Their in-group is too strong.
Out of his cool jokes, I guess.
Okay,
so
I'm gonna hold on. What we're gonna do right now is finish my fucking super chats because I gotta make money. And gang, we are almost gonna break my record again. So if you want to keep giving me money, I think I need a little like $150 more dollars. Give that money to me because I'd like to break the record and save some fucking sanity. Okay, $50 from Grassroots Hegemon to say, I know for me, I voted Democrat only because of Trump. In any other circumstance, you lost your absolute ass in this election. I'm fine with seeing you lose it again. Suits me. Emotionally challenged will always lose 100% of the time. Thank you.
Tell him to give another $100 and ask him to say what he would do that we need to win him over, and we'll say it right now.
True.
Okay, you know what? Go for it, Grassroots Hegemon. Prove them foolish. And ask them the question. Landon Stewart for $10. Why are they these supposed moderates calling all the cruelty on the right based and funny? They aren't. Do they really care? Does it really exclude them? How do we know that when even Asmund says shit like black fatigue? $10 from Eternal Kazuma.
Did he really say that? Did Asmund say black fatigue? Because that's probably one of the most racist, recent right-wing memes that I've ever heard of. And apparently there's some sort of level of edginess that will push him and his audience away, which is ridiculous.
If Asmongold wants to come and talk about it, he's welcome to. I just don't know. I don't really watch his content. $10 from Eternal Kasuma to say, if these kids died in the Rio from the barbed wire, Trump and conservatives would have been like, well, better they got taken out there than voting Democrat or ending up at Pizzagate. Ho, ho, ho. Maybe.
Yeah, they're
but
pretty fucking evil. I guess we should figure out how to win.
Grassroots Hegemon did give me $100 to ask that question. So.
Hold on, to talk about bad faith or strawmanning, nobody here is saying that we should have an immoral position. We're talking about making jokes. Nobody here.
Wick made bank on this stream. I swear to God. Wick made bank. Real bankerino. Maybe this is why people still invite Destiny on panels. That's the main reason, because bank follows and people are just desperate for this sort of content. That is the real answer. Wick isn't even doing much in this. Like, this is so and discouraging. Actually, very discouraging stuff. Oh well, it happens. It happens to the best of us, doesn't it? Okay, let's unblock this.
You're saying that we should like actually murder kids. Nobody here is saying we should actually drown people.
That's my
or kill
position.
people. We're talking about making
That's
jokes.
my position. Yeah, my position is jokes are bad. Good job,
Then
Steven.
why are you saying, is our position that we should do anything to win? I don't understand where that position keeps coming from.
It keeps
I
coming
think
from the
Kyla's
fact.
position is that you are extremely valuable, rather, to the movement, and
That's
she
not
wants to
a
make
position.
sure that you're going to have. I mean, that seems to be the bottom line of her
But it's
position.
such a
And I disagree with some of the specific examples. So, for example, with Asmongold, I don't think anything that you've said or done is what pushed him away. I think he's probably afraid to speak to you because you're much smarter than him, and it would be embarrassing for him. And probably couldn't hold his own.
Absolutely
I
fucking
think-
true. This
I
person's
think
If
that's
you
more like
knew,
what
if you knew that you wouldn't hold his
fuck you for
fire
attacking
quite
this
so hard,
queen, okay?
and you'd
Fuck
let him
you.
land softly, I bet you if you knew that, like, if you had some social capital with him, and he knew that you'd let him land softly for a few times, I bet you he would be more open to talking to you.
You're
Particularly
probably right, and what you just said is exactly the reason why I will never talk to these fucking people again. Is because allowing them to land softly over and over and over again, and only allowing them to land softly, drove me fucking insane. And I will never be a part of that again. Yes.
I don't know what to tell you. You were the one good liberal in their mind view, and I know that you resent that. I know that you think that was bad.
It's not that I resent it. It's that it's when you're the one
that's
good
a
liberal,
paradigm
you
shift.
as a liberal. No, it's not a paradigm shift. They go.
Yes,
I
they
like that
did.
because he's
Yes,
not like
they
other
did.
liberal.
Yes,
Okay.
they did view you as liberal. I don't know what the fuck to tell you because I get the feedback all the time.
Wait,
They
but
absolutely
why do you think you get
feedback
more feedback
on
on
me
me
than
than
I
why
get
would
on
they
me?
vote for them?
You know that I get
Destiny,
100 times more
Destiny.
feedback on my own existence than you get on my existence, right? You
I just think you're collecting the wrong data. They absolutely view you as liberal. They just do. Every single person says that
Wait,
you're the
Kyla.
good liberal. What the
They
fuck
do.
does that mean?
Kyla,
You're not
Kyla.
liberal.
Hold on. When somebody says,
hold on.
no, wait, we can apply this to literally any other thing. When somebody says, this is the good woman, this is the good black person, are they saying that, like, wow, this is the good minority figure, they must all be like this? Or are they saying this person is exceptional because they're so dissimilar to the rest of the group?
It depends on what your
You're right.
fucking
Hold on,
follow-up
Destiny,
is.
hold on,
For
hold on.
example,
Wait, you're
what
right,
the fuck
you're
are you
right,
talking
you're
about?
right.
If your
This
rhetoric,
is so
if your
stupid.
entire rhetoric is, I'm not the only one. There's tons of people like me that will make edgy jokes and joke around and talk to you in good faith. Have you ever met my friend Soypill? He's happy to talk to these type of people. All of a sudden, now you're promoting other
Soypill
left
is
content
nowhere
creators.
near
You're
as
getting
big
us
as
more access.
Left content. Oh god, this is so. Since when is Destiny a left-wing content creator, by the way?
And you're like growing these sorts of things. So yes, it definitely matters. If you went, for example, and said you're the only good liberal, and you went, yeah, I am, then yeah, I'd say that you're tokenizing yourself and you're being a piece of shit. But that isn't typically what you're doing. And in fact, what we see is people go, this is one good liberal, and their paradigm has fucking broken because before it was a binary. Before this entire thing was a binary,
What?
and if there's one good liberal, there can be two.
Oh, or even three.
Okay,
I
so
don't think- I certainly
let
don't
me
think
just-
that-
I want to hear from Tali, and I still got like a bunch. Anyway, Tali, go ahead.
Yeah, listen, you're right, Destiny, that you are being tokenized in those circumstances. They are seeing you as the exception. I don't think it's a fair analogy to compare it to black people or women. These are immutable characteristics as opposed to your worldview, something that you can logic yourself into or out of, right? So these things are different. But something that maybe, to push back a little bit, they do see you as different from the rest, and you are different from a lot of the rest, which is what makes you valuable. And I wish there were more people like you, because then there are more people who are in the sort of disaffected
Yeah, but you didn't vote for the Democrats, despite Destiny being the one good one. So why does
You wish there were more people like Destiny? We are doomed. We are just doomed. We are all doomed, okay? There should be more people like Destiny. Oh my god. This is where we are right now. There should be more people like Destiny. Ugh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is exactly what we need. More Destinies. Yes.
Fucking matter.
What do you
That's
mean?
not politically
So-
effective. We're not winning
If
you over
more
despite
people
you
were
liking
like Destiny, would you have voted for
I'm not.
the...
Yes, absolutely. If the left was, yes, if the left was
Yes,
was
that's why I'm
less-
here arguing that we all need to be making fun of dead kids instead of just me. And then people would
No,
stop
'cause it's not-
hand-wringing
well,
about
that-
it
this
so
is
much.
also what
Because
got-
then conservatives wouldn't attack the leftover. They'd be like, oh, those fucking lefties, we're going to make fun of their dead kids even more in the fucking next time there's a disaster. Because that's what they do anyway.
So, okay.
What?
So Destiny. So the whole thing that I said originally that got everyone laughing it up in arms, that I said I like Destiny and Ben Shapiro, right? And people interpreted that as
What the fuck is this shit show? Yeah, we should all make just fun of dead kids as a political prescription. That's what politics is all about. Making fun of dead kids. That is the way of the politics. Oh, fuck.
you like the cruelty. You like that they're both so loud and mean and stuff like that. But that's
What
actually not
what
the point
other
that I was
overlap
trying to
do you
draw. The
like?
point that I was trying to draw is that I see both of you as really smart and competent and able to go into any conversation without any type of preparation and completely handle yourself and speak for your side and your perspective. That is what I think it makes you really so particularly valuable. And again, you have the added benefit of not being an annoying woke school. That really
That's fine,
does
but just to be
matter.
clear,
That type
that's
of
a unique
interpersonal stuff
that's a
does
unique
matter.
trait. It's not very valuable in the current political environment. Because if I were to ask you to point to other people who are amassing huge value doing that, Republicans don't do that. They don't need to. They haven't really done that. Who in the left? Maybe
Yeah,
maybe we
they
can say
don't-
like
they're not-
Pete
they're not-
Buttigieg
they're
does
not-
it, but I mean, like, what is he politically right now? Like, I mean, like, what?
Well, sure. The
Nobody
Republicans
does
aren't
this. Is that
buying
like that's a
necessarily-
valuable skill
Why would you come into conversations unprepared? Like, you get demolished. No matter who you are, there are conversations that if you come in unprepared, you'll just get out of them demolished. Okay? Stupid. This is the stupidest praise that I think I've heard. You're great because you can get into conversations unprepared and look good. Why would you think that is a good thing? Why would you praise that as a plus? It's so ridiculous. Wow. What happened to the chat? What happened to you, chat? What happened? Why are you so quiet, chat? Chat, what happened? Be more not quiet, chat. Say something to me. Speak to me, chat. Speak to me, please. Please say something. Don't leave me alone. The truth hurts harder than ever. She's always going to remain. Oh my gosh. Even with soy pill. Oh boy.
It's like a wandering swordsman in an era of guns. It doesn't matter right now. That's not what is politically
they're
winning
not buying
things.
for the same people. But what Kyla said before was true is the vague, the general right, not Republicans, not elected officials or something like this, but the vague general right did give a soft landing spot for people who were questioning and saying
Wait,
things
Tully,
that
I have to
were
ask.
deemed as unacceptable
No,
from
Tully,
within the
Tully,
left.
Tully, Tully. Did Ben Shapiro push you away when he said Arabs like to live in sewage and bomb crap? Did he push you away when he said Trayvon Martin would have been 18 if he hadn't fucking gotten killed? Like, these things don't matter to you. You don't give a shit. You clearly like both of these people anyway. So why is that at all relevant when these people make horrible, awful, dead kid jokes? Like, this is not a fucking... Who gives a shit?
Is that a okay? So first of all, I've never listened to either of the things that you're saying right now. I don't
Ben
think
Shapiro?
that
Cared about the dead kid joke.
I don't think that Ben Shapiro is a racist person, much like I don't think that Destiny.
What?
Is
You should read his books.
No, I don't think Ben Shapiro is racist.
He
What?
wants to pardon Derek Chauvin. Do you know about that?
What about the sewage?
How many big Republicans are hypercritical of Alex Jones for being the Sandy Hook was a fucking staged event guy? And this is like,
and this is a big problem that I have too. And this is and there are again people in my cohort of people, the disaffected liberals, right, who were wooed by the center right, who are now seeing, oh, the right has some not that
Ben
obviously
Shapiro's
Alex Jones
not a
is not
racist
a
guy.
new entity here, right? But he has been.
You heard it here. Ben Shapiro's not a racist guy. Totally not.
Re-accepted. He has been allowed back into the fold in a way that he really was marginalized previously. And yes, the far right.
Wait, just to be clear, he was not marginalized reasonably. He was getting destroyed in court. That's why he kind of took a step back for a while. And what was one of the ways to save him? Wasn't it? Am I making this up? Or didn't Elon Musk himself offer to buy Infowars, or was it another huge right-wing group that offered to buy Infowars back from the bankruptcy court to give it back to him to allow him to host it? Like, this is all I'm saying. The different standards of like who's allowed on both sides.
I agree with you, and that's what I'm saying is that, and that will be a turnoff. Again, it just depends on who you're trying to talk to and who you're trying to win over.
Hold on, I understand. No, I'm just trying to listen. I love you and I appreciate you. Okay, listen, you're a queen. Okay, but the fact that people like Andrew Tate exist over there, the fact that like it's like you're having a conversation with me.
Disgusting.
No, but it wasn't for you. It wasn't for you. No, that's the wait. But the point is that it wasn't for you,
no, but
right?
It was. It absolutely was. And again, so
you still voted for him.
It was.
But then it didn't matter that much.
It was not representative of my vote at all.
What? But it wasn't enough to turn you off from it, though.
Dude, like. You just don't care.
Like what I'm saying is that Republicans can have like 10 different pieces.
Andrew Tate was at the White House.
Once they're done, I have a question.
Okay. No, I'm saying that Republicans can have 10 different pieces on the board, and all of them can be, or like 9 of them can be abhorrent. Be like, well, I'm not voting because of that guy. But then on the left, we're like, we have to play the same piece every single time because somebody might turn off some part of the voter base. It's not the same game. It's ridiculous. And the reality is that you just stop caring about it as much of the left.
Why would you play the same game as the whatever? I have to calm Fido down now. Mushu? Zostaw to. Zostaw, Mushu. 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 Oh, yeah, I have to kill him. Oh my. The truth hurts. The truth hurts, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It is very... The truth is hurtful. The truth is not good. Because it hurts. Like, Mambo Jumbo, Mr. Drumbo. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, let's continue. Brilliant
I
panel.
want to thank you as much for it, and no one will give a fuck about it. You move on to the next thing.
So I hear you, but again, this is also like part of the conversation that I was trying to have. Is like this is true in certain segments of the right and certainly in the alt media sphere, but those were not the people. Again, and I don't want to make it all about me because whatever, there are other people like me voting for similar and similarly different reasons. But the people that I was following, that I was influenced by, they were not Andrew Tate supporters at all. They were among the people who were calling it out. They weren't very right wing people. They were the sort of heterodox centrists.
But you're supporting a president who's motioned for Romania to free Andrew Tate. Like these little quibbles over like what exactly you support at the end of the day doesn't matter.
True. I thought that was denied by the administration.
Oh, well, if they did, wait. I don't know. Did they, if they denied it, then they didn't do it because they would never fucking hide any of it.
That would be absolutely literally despicable. Yes, the man is a rapist.
Wasn't the reason you said that you voted for Trump in 2020 was because of like the woke and like the scolding and the meanness?
Trump in 2020.
Sorry, 2020. Oh, it was 2020.
That's cool. That's cool that they're talking about sexual stuff like this with Stephen Bonnell II. That is great. That is brilliant. That is so cool. Stephen.
Sorry, I forgot you're recently stupid. So you voted for him in 2024 because of the wokeness and the scolding, but now like this scolding is somehow like also has to exist within the left to make sure we don't tread over some arbitrary line of meanness to other people. Like, is that not what turned you off in the first place?
I'm not concerned about a.
Hold on,
I'm not
no.
concerned about an arbitrary line of meanness.
Soypill. The scolding on the left is you're a white man, sit down. Right? That's a different kind of scolding. They're not the same.
What?
Okay, well, wait. To be clear, the scolding is also don't be mean to Republicans, right?
Not anymore.
No.
Not anymore.
No.
You have a lot of Democrats right now. I'm in a minority. I'm the severe minority.
When has there ever been a cancel campaign on the left driven because
2 years?
Excuse me. What about literally Al Green got censured in Congress for standing up and holding his cane at Trump during the fucking
a Republican-controlled Congress? You mean?
He got censured
by Republicans.
Wick, for 2 years after 2016, the whole narrative was these were disaffected poor people. You can't be so mean to them. They're not all racist. They're not all terrible people. And we need to be nicer and reach out to them. Like that was the fucking narrative for like years.
No, it's not be nicer. It's be curious.
I'm not curious. You've told me you have a dumb fucking opinion. I'm not curious anymore, Tali. I don't care.
You were never curious, and stop pretending that you were. All you do is disingenuous. Okay, fine.
I'm not curious about you because I've heard these stupid opinions before.
If you're so
okay, wait. I'm curious. What did Republicans do? Wait. What did?
Oh my God! He threw a whole plate down. He broke a plate. Oh my God! Fight off. Fight off.
Nie da ci szczotki czegoś? Tak, na pewno wszystko. Fajnie może pokazać.
Muszę z niego szukać.
Jeśli masz taki policznik, znaczy bardzo
God. Threw down a plate. There's glass. Dog. Oh my God. My gosh. That is not good dog behavior. The slightest. Oh. At least I can enjoy Lucy being third level of Quake. I never understood why you need to make such level design with lifts and panels and stuff. Oh! Fido! Fido! Yeah, I hate those as well. Fido! Fido! Oh my God, this annoys me so much. The way he is acting right now. Fido! 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 Why is he being so hyper energetic right now? Why can't he behave like a well-behaved gentleman? Instead he's acting like a toxic male. Toxic mayo. Oh my gosh. Don't be such a toxic mayo. Where am I again? Oh yeah. I'm here. What is this? Wait, what is this? What do you do? What does that ring do? I don't get it.
did Republicans do?
Curious about
After Republicans lost, okay, now I want to be careful because it's really offensive because a lot of Republicans believe they didn't lose the election, but when Republicans lost the 2020 election and then they decided to run the exact same.
To say that Donald Trump lost in 2020.
When Republicans ran the exact same campaign with the exact same candidate against originally the guy who beat him before, what did Republicans change to win in 2024 to appeal to the moderates and the left? What did they do differently?
Frankly, they were the less cringe, less woke side. That is how I think they.
You're speaking in negatives. Tell me what they changed. Did they change anything?
Oh, yes, I'm speaking in negatives because there were people who voted out of resentment for the left and held their nose to vote for the right, who are not conservatives, who are not MAGA.
And the resentment of over what?
Portion of the population, and that's fine. What'd you say?
The resentment was over what?
Yeah, he did.
Left.
Fight over a plate.
Over what? Over what? The direction? Is it Zoolander?
The culture on the left, sure.
What is the culture on the left that they were so...
Obviously, they were not...
Come on, come the fuck on. Wait, we know this answer, right? You guys aren't it at all. And I'm not saying that you are. But you know what the cringe culture of the left is. Because
it's what the right shows you. That's the difference. It's
no
what the right shows you.
Way.
I'm sorry, do you think all these blue-collar workers are being chastised in their real life by their fellow coworkers about you don't think Leah Thomas
no,
yes!
No, they're on their Instagram. Wait, no, they're on their Instagram.
What?
If they ever go to college, they're experiencing it there. They're experiencing it in primary and like all through like public school education. And then they're going on their...
The left cringe? What is this again? Yeah, the ever-looming left cringe. Oh my god, this is so ridiculous.
Phone and they are seeing it, right? Not just what Republicans want to show them, but leftists are also championing this. You have fought leftists on TikTok. You were canceled in your career.
Oh wow,
you
TikTok,
understand what the
real...
cringe is. Now, to be clear, I would argue, and this would be my argument against Tally, is that your principles should matter more than whether somebody is cringe or not. Your principles about what you believe in. Hold on, Tally. That should matter more always than who you vote for. The issue is that that is not true for like 90% of voters, and that's a problem. And so my question to you, Stephen, would be, have you become like more...
Where did you take that number from, 90% of the voters? How do you know what isn't and isn't true for 90% of the voters? Did you go out there and do a study or something?
Abrasive with some demographics of people because it was making you go insane to be the token liberal, like you said, or because you think the approach will actually be politically effective.
I think the approach to energize your side and to seem like you could actually stand on business for something, which, regardless if you realize it or not, that was actually your main complaint with Biden.
I can just tell. So somebody should make Glitch Master not white anymore. Part of this great fundraiser that I'm doing right now. This great you know, marathon that we're partaking in.
Is that it felt like he wasn't standing on business with stuff. I think that would energize the base more. I think that if Biden, when he had his debate with Trump and he started going senile and instead at halfway of the debate, he just pushed you know what, you're fucking retarded. And he just did that for a half hour, I think he would have had a better performance and people would have voted for him.
But that's
100%.
a substantively, no, you're right. You're correct, but these are not the same thing, right? As when we are not advocating don't go after Trump. We're advocating don't go after Trump voters, especially their children, especially making and mocking their dead children. That's what I'm advocating.
Just be a little bit more effective when you go after them. That's it. That's all we're asking for. I'm not saying don't make edgy jokes, all right? I'm sorry that you're
not saying anything right now. I don't know what this means. Just be a little bit more effective when I don't even know what that even means.
You can go ham and go crazy. Like if you're talking to the type of people who are calling into the Dean Withers show, go crazy. Make fun of those people. That's blood sports. That's just feeding each other's bases. These are people who are immovable on both sides, frankly. But yes, you and it's not just
so
you.
Stupid.
People, I think, and frankly, yes,
I
think you're good at this. So I don't know if I share the same criticisms,
stupid.
I guess. But I don't know if I share the same criticisms. I do think that generally you meet people where they're at with their energy. I think that if people are being reasonable and open in good faith, that you're pretty good at that. I agree with Kyla. You clearly, and you talked about this openly on your streams. You built up a resentment of going onto all of these conservative shows and stuff, and being nice, and then basically they get to frame it, right? They get to frame the conversation. They get to
feel. No, let Tolly finish. Let Tolly finish. Go ahead.
Well, no.
She hasn't
I'm
got
not
to
gonna
her
let
point.
No, well, yeah, because the point is that Tully doesn't have principles,
cattle.
and the reason that I met you at the point of, hey, how do I convert you?
Is that what you get from Tully? Is that she doesn't have
this.
principles?
Yes, she literally, because she understood January 6th, she understood all the damage that Trump did, and after all that, what policy am I going to demonstrate to Tully that, oh, this is why you should vote for the Democrats? Look at these hurt people. Look at all these people. No, actually, it's vibes and cringe. So why the fuck should I waste any time? It's completely pointless. That's the point.
True.
Once again, I don't know how many times I should reiterate that I don't think that the Democratic Party apparatus needs to be vying for my vote or anything like this. Okay,
but then you agree that I should be mean to you because it's pointless to try to convince you?
Just don't be a condescending prick. Because maybe Tally won't ever change her mind. Well, maybe Tally won't change her mind, but maybe a whole bunch of people that would otherwise potentially be warm towards the left is going to get turned off because you're being so smug.
Yeah, there's
right?
a lot of people who don't like
hate
you.
For example, watch the way that Steven has talked to Tally this whole time and the way that you've talked to both me and Tally.
It's a good,
They're
classic
just
good
different.
cop, bad cop routine. It's how you get
It's
all the
not.
information
It's
out.
not. Everyone finds you detestable when you do it, which is why people hate the fuck out of
find
Dean
you
Withers
very
except for
smug
his
right
own
now, and
base.
it's very, you
I'm
think
not
it's
being
turning off a
smug.
bunch of
You
left
can
people.
just
You are, you're
use the
talking
words
down to me.
against
You're
me.
literally
I'm
above
being
me in the
aggressive and
Discord
mean.
call.
This is not the same thing as being smug.
know. This
Smug
isn't
is sitting
convincing me.
back
It's
and
not working.
smiling and thinking that you're smarter and then talking down to people. I'm being aggressive and rude to you. These are not the same thing. And in the case of Steven, when he's been talking to Tally, he has also mostly been meeting her energy and couching a fair bit of his language to try to understand her. I'm not saying
Steven,
that
I
you
think you're
don't get
wasting
to.
your time.
I'm not saying that you don't get to go.
The cocksacking of destiny is real.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not saying that you don't get to go gloves off on people. I'm not saying that you don't get to go scorched earth. My criticism to Steven is he's too quick with it and he loses opportunities to go into these spaces where he would be even more effective. That's my criticism. It's not don't make fucking edgy jokes.
And someone
Shut
was
the
standing
fuck
in front of the door
Shut
and
the fuck
wasted your
up.
time
Please
for
mute
2
him. I
hours.
actually don't want to hear his voice right now. I don't want to hear his voice right now. This is how. This is. I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna
I've
pick
been
up on the
nothing but
abandoning
good
your
faith
morals
to you,
and
and I have been
principles
aggressive and rude. That's what I've been to you, Soy Pill.
What the fuck?
That's fine.
It is so
yes,
stupid.
I think
so childish.
I think a lot of people, a lot of my chat right now is saying you're kind of turning them off. They don't like you. They're not going to subscribe to you anymore. So
Cool.
like, what's
How
the-
many
why
people
are you
chat
doing
doesn't
that?
vote? Do you want me to open up and check?
I don't know,
They're
700
leftists. They don't
according to
vote.
OBS,
Why
I
should we
don't know.
appeal to people who don't fucking vote?
These people, all my
They don't
chatters
vote.
'cause they're all
They're
smart.
leftists. They
All
don't
of
go to
them
the
vote,
ballot
every single
box.
one of them.
What?
They don't
Well,
have any
Tyler doesn't vote
power
'cause she's
because they don't
Canadian,
vote.
so-
I'm really glad
sorry,
that
what?
your own side agrees with you. But what I'm talking about is appealing to people who might not vote for you. That's who I'm talking about. Speaking of smug.
Okay, Tally, finish your point and then fuck this. I'm
sure.
getting done.
I'll make it quick. And I had this on the last conversation with Wick too, when he was giving the story about his uncle.
Which must have got a tier 3 subscription. Stop it. Wait, you want me to stop this panel and do something else? Is that what you want me to do? For a tier 3, I will do it. What would you like me to do? We got our $100, so we're gonna do definitely Drakengard. Drakengard's on the agenda tonight, but what would you like me to do? No, stop the whiteness. Oh. Well, you wanted me to stop the panel. Watching the panel. Oh, okay. Nice. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Something's... I gotta check something because it feels like it didn't register even yet. Can it be? It didn't register yet, from what I'm seeing. We are tier 3. It didn't register yet. Also, I'm gonna go get a Drink.
Uncle, I think we're straw manning this too much. So being nice is not because if you're mean to someone, they're going to change all their principles and change their vote. I don't know anybody who changed their vote based on who was nice or mean to them before they went into the voting booth. That's not what I'm trying to represent when I say that people voted against the left. They didn't overnight change all of their principles. There are a couple of things going on. People are very resentful of the culture on the left. They feel that it is detrimental to themselves, to their community, to the country as a whole. And so yes, for me, like I said, I live in a blue state. My vote was not going to change the election. People don't have to like that or not, but it is just true. And that was what I was trying to represent with my vote. That doesn't mean that I changed all of my principles overnight. But to Dev's point, if you keep people out and you shut people out, and they are embraced, even if it's by evil, sketchy, nefarious actors, people are going to change over time. And now a lot of my views and opinions have changed over the 4 years or whatever that I've had this ideological shift, but a lot of my core principles have not. I'm still very much dispositionally liberal. And to Dev's point, there are other people that we can point to who were this way 4 or 5 years ago who now are very much more captured on the right. And that doesn't mean that you need to be nice to them and to pander to them. It does mean that you should keep the door open and be curious and talk to people in good faith who are being good faith with you. I think that's a easy bar.
$100.
I welcome your vote in 2028.
$100 from Audacity to say erudite dressing down and scolding soy pill while he wears his silly hat is really fitting. Thank you for the $100. Okay.
It's just
he's making such
Soy
bank.
Pill is such an effective communicator, and he is good at what he does.
Maybe I should
and
do
it's frustrating.
panels.
It's actually offensive to me, being frank, that you won't just be like, yeah, I am being smug, and I'm being smug because
I'm not saying I'm not being smug. I am being smug.
And why are you throwing it back at me like I'm being smug and just
I think you're being a little smug. My point is, I don't think it's a bad thing.
When have I been
smugness
smug to
is
you?
a bad thing.
I've been rude.
I mean, it's a little subjective. It's a little bit of a
Sometimes smugness can be good.
That's fine. I'm
agree
fine with it.
you. No one likes smugness.
I like smugness.
The issue is that people on the left think that being mean to people is really politically ineffective. And then they do that to themselves and they argue about themselves about it. And then people on the right say that being mean to people is really politically ineffective. But they only say that so that they can convince people on the left that, so that people on the left aren't mean to them. Meanwhile, when they go back to their right camps, they're the meanest motherfuckers in the world. That's why people will pretend to be mad about like dead kid jokes or whatever. And then Alex Jones will literally build a career on questioning Sandy Hook victims in a way that was so fucking traumatizing to the parents that it's what literally drove them to sue him and bankrupt him for $1 billion plus fucking judgment. So somehow we like get mind fucked by people on the right saying, oh no, trust us. Like when you're mean to people, that's really what turns them. But like the tally is is living proof right here. I thought your first vote was in 2020. You abstained voting in 2024. I know you voted in 2024. So truly, there is like no fucking bar for you. Like Trump could have fucking raped a woman right in front of you, and you still would have said, well, I don't know, man. The fucking trans woke shit was like way too much for me. Like if I'm going by voters like that, like what we should do is if we win in 2028, okay, we shut down Alligator Alcatraz and we open Camp Crocodile and we just start shoving fucking whatever Republican we can in there, and then we laugh at it on TV until we win 2032 because they run out of people to vote.
See, I disagree with this completely, and it's because the
Weird.
left.
You got a free tier 3 subscription, but it completely did not register. Weird. Oh well.
Left and the right do actually operate off of different moral principles. They aren't the same thing. They aren't the same types
I totally
of people.
disagree. I think they are the same types of people. I think we lose ourselves in a whole bunch of bullshit, like attempts to analyze both sides. I think more or less everybody's pretty fucking similar.
Are you familiar with any of Jonathan Haidt's work?
I don't think that.
Yes. Listen. Hey, listen.
Aren't they on
send
average?
me an email. We
Their
can come
IQ
on.
is
We
also
can.
typically lower. Like the right has an average like slightly
we
lower
do,
IQ
we
than
do
the
gotta
left do.
wrap it up. So
Oh, he's wrapping it
I just
up.
think it's politically ineffective.
Yeah,
for
we're gonna
people
get
whose
to
mind you want to
closings
change. If you
real
want to
quick.
galvanize your base, though, yeah, it is very effective for galvanizing your base. And if that's all you think that we need to do politically, then honestly, that's the end of the conversation for me. But if you want to pull people towards the left, that's actually something that we think that is effective to do. I think that like being condescending and smug is ineffective. I think edgy jokes are effective typically, but they need to hit the
Edgy
target audience
jokes.
correctly. And if they don't, whoops, L. Not good.
Okay.
I just think it's clocking to you guys, okay, that we need to stand on business and we need to make fun of people on the right more. And I think until somebody creates a successful 5'9" NBA team, I'm going to assume that being tall is probably makes you good at basketball. I'm going to assume that being mean to people seems like it makes you good at politics. So
I don't think we have any evidence that.
What the fuck does that mean? Being mean makes you good at politics. That is such a brain dead statement if I ever heard one. Being mean makes you good at politics. Jesus Christ. And, wow. Okay, yeah, being mean makes you good at politics. Sure. That is what politics are all about. Being mean. Meanness is what it's all about. This joint. Love it. Great. Was always just about being mean and nothing else. Is it almost over? What is wrong with Fido?
Trump is a
This guy on the Wix panel is unhinged.
6'4" mean boy. I think that we've got a lot of unironic, like the worst set of circumstances. Like fuck, what he didn't die is fucking.
So it just
insane.
happened to be. So the fact that he's like the meanest, most divisive person ever is just a coincidence.
Could be.
No,
Just-
it's not a coincidence at all.
It could
That's
be.
not what I've said. I'm
It has
saying
to demonstrate
no
relation.
Didn't say that either.
But it hurts him. It hurts him more than it helps.
Hurts him?
We don't have good evidence that with moderates it hurts them. We don't know. And what I'm saying is we do have psychological theory to suggest that it's probably not effective.
But
right?
we have a
That would be-
moderate right here who said that she voted for him in 2024, despite him being the most divisive and mean president of all time.
Because she thought the left was worse.
She
do
thought
we
it
not?
was
Do we not? Hold on.
By
Do
the
we not?
way-
Hold on. Stop. Do we not at least take some introspection, some reflection?
No,
and
no,
like,
wait, I didn't
why
truly
is-
didn't know that. Wait,
why
I'd love
are
to hear that.
the
Wait, 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 I'd
moderates
love to hear
thinking
that. I
that
didn't know
Trump
that.
is better
Wait.
than us?
I didn't know that. Hold on, wait, Tally. So your issue is you thought the left was more mean and divisive
more
and nasty
mean.
than Donald
No,
Trump?
not mean. It's not about. It's obviously not about meanness. No, I never made the
What's
point
it-
that it was
what-
about meanness.
It's about.
Is it about
words.
being
Why, again, I
divisive?
came in and said
He
that I don't
hated the
think, I don't
culture.
think that the
He
left
said
is
it a million times.
What is the
What about
culture?
the
That's a
culture?
nothing statement. The culture. What does
It's
that mean?
not
The
a nothing
culture?
statement.
I mean, it being about meanness is an equally nothing statement, to be quite honest. Okay? It is an equally... Like, that is so funny that people would say that the culture is an empty statement when there's nothing more of an empty statement than saying, oh, this is all about being mean. Yeah, because that is such a specific, and that's what? Yeah, there's that one is so specific. It's all about meanness. What a specific. What a super specific statement. So many enemies. Jesus. Oh god.
Statement, Stephen.
It's a
I'm
nothing
sorry
statement.
if
What
you
is
want
the
to fall
culture?
into what is a woman argument right now, but I'm sorry, these concepts are vague, but still are meaningful.
If
The
we were
left
having a
culture,
conversation about
the
trans
left
Hold on, hold on.
and we wanted to
culture,
get hormones to be a
every
woman, then we
single
would never
person
get
can
this
identify it.
conversation.
Here,
What is
I'll describe it for you. I'll describe it for you. Okay, so you remember, like in your 2022 arc, when you were kind of pushing back on the left a bit, and then they completely fucking obliterated you. Not rhetorically, but like you lost you burned all the bridges. Yeah, that's
So Glitchmaster, I'm sorry to ask, but since the thing has not appeared on my side, is it okay if I ask you if you could check if actually it deducted from your side? Because this is weird. The fact that you gave me a tier 3 and it didn't register at all on my end.
It's the culture.
Okay, but none of that
I
got
hope
me
money wasn't taken from you and just disappeared in the void.
even a micrometer closer to voting for Donald Trump,
Correct.
right? So something
Yes, it
different is
didn't. It
happening here on the
didn't.
other
And
side,
all of
right?
us- Right, and so
Yeah,
and all
being
of us are
divisive
different,
can
right?
be
And-
effective sometimes. And I'm just saying, in the way that you guys are being divisive at times, I think it is less effective. You can take advantage of people's discontent,
Alright.
right?
I don't know.
It's not just being divisive.
It's such
Okay,
a
wait. So
different
what part of the
conversation.
culture of the left was it that drove you away from? I'm just curious. I need to hear from the rare moderates.
This is this is the problem too, because like nothing that I could possibly say in a sentence or two is going to satisfy anybody, because this is a process that happened over a long period of time. But it's the purity testing and the spiraling. It's the basically anti-racist racism. It's the
Okay, but here, so when you say the purity testing, right? Did it bother you that for Donald Trump, like if you didn't carry like water for all of the insane shit that he was saying, that they would like try to excise you basically from the fucking party, that everybody seemed to fall in line behind like Make America Healthy Again?
No, because I've literally never been a part of that. That's what I'm also trying to express. It's like you could see my vote as similarly to not voting.
Okay. I got you.
There are also
so wait,
people, in fact,
just so I
who
can
feel like
understand,
me, who just hated Trump enough that they decided to vote against him, but still are completely disaffected from the left. And so their vote is not.
If somebody were to clone Hitler and bring him back to life, and he were to run for a political party, since he hasn't had a party yet, you don't know what it's like. You'd try out the neo-Nazi party just to see what it's like, because the other two have been bad, or?
Yeah, yes, Destiny. I would vote for Hitler. Yes, okay. I'm glad that you're accurately representing the situation.
Thank you, gotcha. Okay, I was just trying to.
So Tally, I mean, before we got pulled into this, you and I were having a side conversation, and I brought up, example, as one of 1,000 possible examples, because you're right, it is a death by 1,000 cuts thing.
Okay.
There was that, like in 2023-ish, there was that arc where you had trans people claiming they wanted to get into lesbian spaces, and you being a lesbian, that probably bothered you a little bit, possibly. And like, it's instances like that, but just so many of them over the course of, say, the past 5 years that probably cause you to turn away from the left. And I understand that. I get it. However, I just don't understand why.
What was my response to that when you brought that up?
Well, you said it didn't bother you personally, but that it was like a type of thing.
I think that. Yes, I do think that like radicalized some people, but yeah, no, for me, I think that's like very bottom of the barrel. I don't think people are being raped by trans lesbians. Yes, I don't think this is an actual issue.
Sure, but like
more of an issue,
it is a
more
type
of an
of thing.
issue than
it is in this bucket.
Sure, yes, but it's because of the larger issue. So more of the issue than like trans lesbians on lesbian dating apps is the left-wing idea that like sex isn't real, right? And that women and men are actually entirely equal, neck down and basically neck below, actually, depending on who you're asking. Because there are people who will go on to Piers Morgan and stuff, famous people on the left, and will say that yes, actually, you can have a giant.
There's no. What do you mean sex is not real? This is so stupid. This person is so stupid. Incredibly stupid, actually.
Man if he announces that he's a woman the very next day playing women's sports. And you can say that these are sort of fringe things, and fine, sure they are. But to me, overall, they were enough to turn me off from the left, because again, I think it's detrimental. I think the left is believing things that are fundamentally untrue about the world, and it shapes the way that you want to
sure, if you believe in the caricatures that you put in your head, then sure. Why not? Uh-oh. We should rush to the Golden Gate. Should just rush it. Honestly. Oh boy. Yeah. Well, you believe right wing framing, you'll hate the left. That is true. I will have that. Does tend to happen.
Policy. If you have a faulty view of the world, then your efforts to try to change the world are going to.
And on that note, $100. Hold on. 100. First of all, I'm going to get my $100. $100 to say from Audacity to say, you know what was really mean? Steve's neck game. Thank you for the $100. Okay, now Destiny, then Soypill, then.
This Audacity person is a real whale.
Do you think that trans women and the understanding of what a woman is more of a threat to women than women who are dying of sepsis now because abortion is like outlawed in 20 states or whatever?
So you would have to like. I don't think that women dying of sepsis from abortion and stuff is actually a big a problem as people try to push it to be. But no, I don't think that trans women identifying as women is a threat to women. I don't. I'm not a crazy anti-trans.
Do you think the abortion thing in general is like a? Do you think?
Right does believe in the rupture, so why can I believe in trans lesbians with dicks? True. Good point. True, good point.
All the abortion bans are hurting women?
I think that I don't know.
Are you enjoying being
I don't
curious,
know. Like,
Steven? Are you
I think-
learning about the moderate voter
I
right
think
now?
I'm about
that-
to kill
I think
myself.
that
You're about to
the-
see some real neck game with a fucking thick rope. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I
guys
think
don't wanna
there are
appeal to
women
them,
who
then
were, who were
I don't.
resentful about them being told that the
don't.
only way
I don't
to
have an
vote
issue
in
if you
their
don't.
interests, the only way to vote in their interests was to vote for basically abortion at any point in time. So I would like a
Oh my
more
God.
moderate position on abortion, but no, I don't want abortion to just be outlawed. And
Okay, wait, let me
I
build a
hope
bridge.
that's
Let me build a bridge. Let me
Kelly.
build a bridge. Wait, let me build a bridge at least. Wait, what state are you in? Do you say, or is it top secret?
I'm in a blue state. I've said it before, but
Oh, okay, that's okay. Okay, I'm just curious. Can we build a bridge? Can you agree with me that they should have forcibly tested all of the dead little girls in Texas to see if there were any fetuses inside the body so we can get an accurate death count?
What?
In case like one of them were pregnant, we didn't know. Like they did with the woman in Georgia where she was like 5 weeks pregnant and then they kept her body alive for like 6 months. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page, right? We have equal harms and everything, right? I just want to make sure we're...
It would be definitely good to know. Yeah, if any
Okay,
of those teenage girls
sure.
were pregnant, that would be good to know.
Okay, Tally.
I don't even.
Tally, I want to re-ask you.
Why would
I want to
no.
Here, let me just re-ask you a question from last week, 'cause I still don't fully understand. I understand the objection to the far left craziness. I don't think anyone here is a far left crazy person. I just don't get why you chose to vote Trump instead of voting for third party or not voting. Why was that the message you sent?
Right. Sure. So again, the only viable third party candidate was Jill Stein. I was never voting for Jill Stein. Her entire
You live
platform
in a
was being
blue
an
state.
anti-Zionist.
What is
freak.
viable about voting for Trump?
Well, that's my point. Exactly. So it didn't matter either way, and I wasn't going to vote for Jill Stein, so I
But you'll
voted
give him
Republican.
but you'll give him the extra numbers for the person who you apparently vehemently disagree on all of these policies, but especially January 6th, right?
I wanted to be part of the trend that we saw in, what was it, like every single district where there was a trend moving to the right. Wanted to accurately represent
What?
my movement, which my move away from the left was
What
not
the fu-
towards
what?
the Jill Steins of the world. My move away from the left was towards the center, which is in the direction of the right. Some of my views moved more in
moving
line.
towards Trump is moving towards the center? What? What the hell is happening? That is a move towards the center? Huh? Yes, Emily, I also love hummus. Oh boy. That is politicking. For sure. That sure is politicking. Oh boy. Oh. Wow, thank you. I guess I'm gonna save. Oh my god, thank god I saved. See, saves coming is the way.
And with people on the right, but again, I'm still just a fucking centrist. I'm still a liberal.
Okay.
Like, I don't know what to say.
$50 from the witch's persona to say the panel is missing the point. The right doesn't shame people into voting by shitting on the left. They position the left as doing the shame. Think SJW, evangelicals, etc. Thank you for the $50.
Yeah, but then they do the shaming at the exact same time. They absolutely do.
They're just not shaming people for like not being right enough. They're not doing it. They're not being like, you're not right enough. Shame on
They
you.
literally
They're being
excise
like, "You're
Kyle,
stupid."
Joe Rogan, Tommy Lauren. Like they do this all the time. What are you
To
talking
bring it
about?
back into the fold, yeah.
Yeah, they are increasingly purity politicking, and it's bad for them. It's in
All
fact
three of those things
increasingly harmful
happened
for them.
before Trump won. Just to be clear.
Well, and
Yep,
none of those
and
things
Tommy
matter
Lauren
to
is
me
also
because
falling out again, which is good. And if we
identify with those people.
imagine what social capital we would have if, say, for
If we were just
example,
a little
were
bit
more
nicer,
mean.
the mining
left
meme.
content creators had
No,
built a
it's not being
social
nice.
rapport with
If we
people.
were mean in a
being nice
better
to people
way.
is called social rapport. Okay, imagine how much more effective we could be if they weren't shaming. For example, you know who they're not shaming? The Republicans aren't shaming the middle. Pretty simple.
True. Okay, gang, this has been, I don't know if it's been productive at all, but it's certainly been profitable. Thank you all for coming.
It's
I'm gonna
been
give each of you a
profitable
brief
for
shout
Wick.
out. Tell people where they can find you. $50 from Hope to say it like so Zoomers can understand. Magafied's like Cobra Kai, loud, aggressive, and reckless. The left wins by being Miyagi-Do. Stay calm, let them overreach, then punish the mistakes. You will not beat them at their own game. Thank you
Jesus
for the $50.
Christ
But
almighty.
give closing statements, and then we're just gonna, I gotta do other things. We're gonna let Soypill go first.
Like what? What are you gonna do, Wick? What are you gonna do? Jesus.
Yeah, so Kyla, again, I know
Gotta
you
do
perceive
other
me as bad
things.
faith in this debate, and I promise you I was really genuinely trying to understand. But the problem with your argument, which does make
this is
sense to
so
me, is that it is an
stupid.
incredibly vague thing. There are a lot of lines that can't be drawn, and yeah, sure, there are times, I 100%, I would never disagree with that.
No,
There are
I
times
hate
where an edgy
this.
joke or a certain kind of behavior is going to turn off people in the middle that we need to win over. My point is that the amount of energy that needs to go into policing ourselves and making sure we don't say the wrong thing in these spaces is completely disproportionate to
Such
the
a
amount of energy and the
horrible
people we
level.
can win over just by having better
Oh,
messaging
man.
and better policy, and you can look at all of these people that are able to
What do
disseminate
I
these
even
ideas
do?
and win those people over. I don't want to waste time walking on eggshells. I don't want to waste time on Tali and describing like, hey, I know you have all of these principles, but this one little thing is going to push you over to voting for this other person. I just don't care. It's not worth the time. It's not worth my energy. I'm going to try to get people out to vote who are going to vote based on the principles of what the left is going to deliver. Because if the platform of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was so fucking good, apparently people didn't know. That's what needs to happen. Not, oh, whoops, I was too mean. Ooh, whoops, I was edgy at the wrong time. That's, I think, completely a waste of time. But I was not trying to
keep one shutting me.
you. I genuinely didn't.
Okay.
It's so frustrating.
Thanks for letting me jump in, guys. Great to meet you, Destiny. Big fan. Good to talk to all of you guys. Kyla, hopefully we'll reschedule soon. And Dev, thanks for chatting
You cannot
with me.
even dodge. I cannot even dodge because this is such a
do it
narrow
again.
place.
I really like talking to you, and I appreciate your insight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kyla.
Yeah.
This is so horrible.
I don't think we need to waste that much time on it. These two will probably both notice that I don't think I've DM'd them about how they've talked to people. I don't think I've done much on wasting time other than being brought to this panel and sharing my position, which is about political efficacy. I think that if you are just conservative fatigued, that's totally fine.
This is
and you just
such
don't want to
bad
deal with it
design.
anymore. I think that's fair because I think Republicans
There's
have
nothing
been
I can
fucking
do.
horrible. I'm just saying it's ineffective. The right is willing to cozy up to moderates and make them feel safe and warm and happy and have their
yes,
back.
this is what I have to do. I
And
have to
those moderates
cheese
who are
this.
oftentimes vibe-based will vote for them. And I think that we need to do the same. And I think that we are losing out on opportunity
Brilliant.
by not doing
Brilliant.
so.
I love
Not
the fact
asking
that I have to
for
cheese this.
tone policing. I'm not asking for no edgy jokes.
This is good game
Fucking
design.
obviously, it's my entire platform. I'm just talking about being effective, and that when we're not being effective, don't cope. If you're just mad at Republicans and want to be mean to them, just say that. That's fine with me. But don't pretend that we're being effective. It's not effective except for very specific individuals. There is times when shame is effective. I do not think that it is most of these times. And if either of you, Soy or Stephen, would want to talk to me about it more, we can, so that it's less
Oh my
quibblesome and we
God.
get less bogged down in different criticisms for different people.
Thank you for being
There's a
here,
great
Kyla.
book. I'm going to be super quick. There's a great book about shame. So You've Been Publicly Shamed by John Ronson. Highly recommend everyone in the audience and on the panel read it.
Dev, go ahead.
Thanks for having me on again. It's good talking to you all. Destiny, I
I
know you
hate this
disagree
so much.
with my view on this, but I do think it's correct. I think Haidt's research shows it. I think that the right does, in general, value loyalty more than the left. The left values self-criticism more than the right.
That's great.
The right wing is currently fracturing because they view Trump and the Epstein files as this
what
big
killed
betrayal,
me?
and it's based off of loyalty or violating that loyalty. Meanwhile, the left does way more purity testing than the right because that is a negative form of what criticism is. On some level, I think the right
I'm
wing
getting
just
really
has a
annoyed.
natural advantage when it comes to this sort of edgy speech because loyalty allows them to ignore hypocrisy. And leftists don't do that. Like liberals don't ignore hypocrisy, but right wingers do, because they have different moral values here. Because the left generally is more focused on criticism rather than loyalty, that highlights the hypocrisy. So I think in this conversation, in this domain, the left just always has a natural disadvantage. That's that.
Okay. Thanks for being here, Dev. Talk more next time. You were kind of window dressing for most of it, but Destiny.
That's a lot of fun, though.
Yeah, Destiny. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that there are like these political phenotypes that emerge from people where the left doesn't like loyalty as much as the right. I think that these are cultural values that are driven a lot by our political leaders and by our political commentators. I think we should drive it a little bit more on the left. I'm not saying we need to be horrible and evil people. I'm just saying that there have been great men in history, okay, who have demonized their political opponents to some extent, and they've done it to unbelievable ends, okay? This guy was the Time Magazine Person of the Year in 1938, and he managed to kill 13 million people because of how strongly he held his convictions and how much he dehumanized him, okay? And even if ultimately Hitler killed himself.
This is pissing me off, really. Like, they bounce, I guess I'll just have to load a earlier save. Oh, I killed myself.
I'm just saying there are things that we can learn from these political leaders too.
Right. Beautiful. Lonerbox has almost 2K viewers. What is he up to?
Really, it's like the morally right, strategically correct. She thinks it's like by essentially any axis, like it's the correct thing to vote against the Democratic Party and to vote for like the Green Party and, you know, like organizations like that and stuff. And it's like, I've had basically no patience for stuff like that. Like that's just stupid. That's completely dumb. I would never invite Breonna Joy Gray to be a part of the kind of like inner party of, you know, Democratic spaces. You know, I wouldn't want her to be part of like the only context where I would want to interact with Breonna Joy Gray is, you know, like either like it would either be like oppositional, like we would have a debate, or I would insert at least something of a debate. Like even if Breonna Joy Gray invited me onto her show, oh hey, like we got a convoy here. He wrote this article about this, and we're here to talk to him about it. Like he wrote about like socializing public wealth or something like that. It's like yeah, and Breonna Joy Gray, like hey, just to be clear, like this is why you should vote for Democrats, because like literally the only chance that we have to do this is by electing like DSA members to be members of Congress or something, right? Like similar to how like I think Pisco does a pretty good job of that, where like he'll get interviewed by Crystal and Sagar, and he'll make it a point to be like, hey Sagar, by the way, you were wrong about immigration, right? Like he'll just he'll openly say that in the interview. And I think that that is like, at the very least, it's one way to address the criticism that you've levied of like, you don't necessarily want to like normalize or like allow Sagar to like pepper over his complete insanity on the issue of immigration and Trump. And so even though the topic didn't necessarily, it was like more of an interview for Pisco was more proactive and like, hey Sagar, by the way, like you were kind of an idiot on this issue, right? And kind of forcing Sagar to openly be like, I was totally wrong about that. Or at the very least get him to try and like waffle in a defense. Like I think that that's kind of how I would generally try to interact with those people insofar as they would platform me and as they become more relevant. I don't know what you think about that general strategy, but I think that kind of just fits.
I think it's stupid.
My type of personality, I guess, and how I would think about those interactions.
I don't know about you in particular, or with I didn't see Pisco talking to Crystal and Sagar. I do know that if I was getting congratulated or like commended by Hassan for making his opinions look a bit more chill than they actually are, I feel like that would maybe worry me a little bit, but especially if it was over like, what was it, over re-education camps, or which I think is he definitely made camps. And if he didn't, then everyone in his audience who heard it did. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a Pisco thing. Like, I don't really agree with how, like, Pisco and I haven't really spoken about it, but I don't agree with, I can't see who else joined, but welcome. I really agree with how Pisco kind of framed the re-education camp issue just in general, because I think that Hassan seems to have like more extreme views in that regard. At least like, I guess like I think Pisco's ultimate point is like you're ultimately operating on conjecture because what he actually said is this. But I disagree in part that I think, you know, it's probably sensible to make some leaps when you're assuming what someone's true intention is. But I think that where I would disagree is just like the general controversy with me specifically has been,
boring.
oh, like, you know,
1.7k people are watching
essentially
this.
scream at the Vanguard, so you're basically a Marxist-Leninist, you're basically a tanky sweeper, you know, like.
Yeah, it's not about screaming, and again, I'm trying to characterize like where I think other people are coming from on this, because I don't remember it well enough to go fully into it, but like
Such boring
I don't think
crap.
it's about screaming, because the tone arguments are stupid. It's more just about I think the thing it seems like they're trying to communicate here, and that Hutch seemed like he was trying to communicate, was just that it didn't come off like you saw them as like the enemy that someone like Hutch thinks that they should be seen as. And I think you can do that without shouting, right? Like you can calmly make someone feel like an enemy.
Yeah, and I don't know if
Okay.
like I guess I don't know that I would
Enemy
characterize people like the
of the
Vanguard as
people.
quote unquote the enemy, right? But I just don't know that I would characterize like, okay, it's like
Oh
maybe
my
like
God.
an enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of type situation where like obviously again like I don't think like the Vanguard guys would be productive like members of the strategic coalition or anything like that. Like I feel like I've made that at least somewhat clear. I think that I guess Josiah gets in trouble with that a little bit because he says
This is so
something like, you know, he thinks
stupid.
that the Vanguard are more proximate allies than people like Rob Noor or something like that. There was like something like that he said. And I mean, I think that probably is true, that in terms of like who could you sit down and strategize with more in terms of accomplishing your political goals.
No,
well, it
this
probably
is
would be the Vanguard
horrible.
and not Rob Noor, but that's obviously like quite an
Oh,
extreme
God.
contrast between the two. Generally speaking, like I don't think that the Vanguard should be invited into conversations like that because you know, like they do seem to have like a bit of derangement with regards to like a lot of Democrats, right? And I have a lot of criticisms as well, but I mean, there is a difference between criticism and derangement, obviously.
Do you think? Sorry, just someone in chat saying they vote Democrat. That's a good start. Do you see the Vanguard as either like potential allies or enemies, or like deadweight, or something other than those three? Like, how do you actually view them in like a word?
I would say useful like tool. I would put like Hassan and Vanguard and Brianna Joy Gray as like useful tool. I would say like again, I wouldn't. If I was like running a presidential campaign, I wouldn't. The way that I would interact with them would be like I would go on their show and just talk about the campaign, debate them, you know, try to reach out to their audience. And I think that that's like, I think that's generally an opinion that most establishment Democrats at this point feel, not necessarily about people like the Vanguard, but like if an established Democrat is willing to say, I'll go on to like Steve Bannon's podcast, or I'll go on to like Joe Rogan's podcast. Not because I feel like obviously I want to ally with Joe Rogan or Steve Bannon, but because it's important to show a Democratic face to a generally oppositional group or like audience. Like that's good. Like I want, like if Charlie Kirk invited me as like a Democratic politician to go like debate him or something, like I would 100% accept that, right? And so similar with like Hassan, it's like like I think that if you're like running for Congress, like I would totally
What killed me?
Hassan. And I would try to,
fuck, don't tell me there are enemies on two sides spawning
important
here.
that your audience knows.
Please don't tell me that.
It's important to vote for Democrats, right? Like Republicans, not a trivial thing.
Yeah, there are
Democrats
enemies
can be
on two
disappointing,
sides spawning at that
and
point.
Democrats can be this or that or whatever, but it's like this is like the coalition that's clearly the correct people to vote for. You know, plain and simple. So I think that's probably how I would kind of think about like this like very very like oppositional like left-wing media space.
I need more help.
I wonder if they see Dems as more of a useful tool than they are to the Dems. Like, I don't know if you saw Bernie Sanders on Novara Media talking to them. The only big clip that spread around that they grabbed from that interview was Ash Sarkar asking Bernie like 3 times if what's happening is a genocide in Gaza. And Bernie at this point was already calling for an arms embargo. Like, you've got every fucking policy concession that you want, and she's still purity testing him on genocide. Like, that to me is kind of fucked. And I think in a case like that, I think even with someone like Bernie, who is as far left as Dems get, right? He was like, he was useful to them, and they just hamstrung him. Like, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those weird things. Like, I don't, politicians just feel the need to like, obviously lefties feel the need to purity test, and politicians feel the need to be like wiffly waffly on issues like that. Like,
but genocide is a serious crime, isn't
he should
it?
just say like, no, I don't. But every time he's asked about it, he's always like, well, that's a legal term, and what Israel's doing is terrible. It's like, dude, just say no.
Well, because
like,
you know what happens. Well, you know what happens if he just says no, though, right? Like, because to them, like saying like it's the proxy issue. If you say no, that's like you're dead, right? Whereas you're like,
yeah, sure, but like it's just like Bernie should be. That's almost like it's like the criticism you have for like me and the Vanguard. It's almost like what I'm saying about Bernie. It's just like, to the extent that a meaningfully large portion of your base would abandon you if you just flatly said no to the question of, is Israel a genocide? Is Israel committing a genocide in the Gaza Strip? It's like, okay, well then it's like, Bernie, you're 85 fucking years old, man. Who cares at this point? Just fucking say it with your fucking chest. This is your last term in the U.S. Senate anyway. I don't really understand the point of being wiffly waffly when you're like 85 years old and you're like, this is your last hurrah in politics, right? And so I would just want like politicians to be more direct in general.
What do you think? What do you think Navarro would have done with that clip if he had just said nah, fuck you, like, or just no?
Well,
sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like I'm sure that like if you don't like, I'm just saying like if you don't think it's a genocide, just say no, right? And if you think it is a genocide, like just say yes.
Okay,
like,
if you don't think it's a genocide,
like,
then what is
I understand
it?
the political reason why you have to be wiffly waffly on issues, but I think that
what is it then?
Like that exact scenario, like
I guess I would ask.
The reason Bernie gets asked every single fucking time, is it a genocide, is because he just won't. He's never actually answered that question.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that the purity testing of the left is like ridiculous to us.
I mean, it's not an illegitimate question, to be quite honest. It's not some illegitimate question. Outbox is just good at it. The what box? Crowd box? Why crowd box? Why crowd box? People say I'm low energy. Low energy box is pretty low energy.
People should be a little bit charitable. Like I think like maybe the best way. I can't remember who the video was that I was watching, but I think the best way to criticize Bernie would be like somebody who's like extreme left, like criticizing Bernie. I saw a video where like essentially the thesis of the video was something like, look, like Bernie is a good guy. I really like Bernie. I just think that, he does represent this kind of like liberal Zionism that I think is toxic. And, he wasn't saying Bernie's just a fucking sellout. He's just as bad as Netanyahu. Like he was actually engaging in what I think to be like an extreme left opinion, but also not like totally insane vitriolic rhetoric, right? And I just, when I talk to, this is why I try to separate like people on the ground versus people in the media, that like I have a lot of pro-Palestinian like activist friends, and when I talk to them about people like Bernie and AOC, they would say something similarly nuanced, where it's like, yeah, I mean, I think it's bullshit that AOC and Bernie do this, that, or the other, but like obviously I'd be ecstatic to be able to vote for them for president over like a Biden or a Joe Manchin or like whoever, like moderate Democrat, generic Dem kind of person, right? And so, it's like when Mondani ran for mayor, right? You did see a few people who would protest him and would say he's a sellout for working with AOC and stuff like that, like actually existing people that would say that. But it seems like of the actually existing people that like were his activist base and like people that he worked with and, like the people who supported him, like he did have like a broad base of support that wasn't generally deranged on this issue. And so, the media figures are definitely, annoying about that issue, and, they can be kind of like you said, like purity testy, but I don't know. I mean, I just, until I start like seeing that.
To be fair, Bernie has at least called it an ethnic cleansing, still not a deal. There you go. He has identified it as something.
Translate into, I guess, like big swings in election outcomes. It's just hard for me to say like anything other than like, yeah, it's just kind of like annoying, I guess.
Like if you saw more compelling evidence that these narratives from like the far left alt media spaces are actually producing like a loss of turnout to a point where like Dems would have otherwise won, right? Like that kind of thing is what you want to say?
Well, yeah. I would. I
Oh,
mean, I don't. I mean,
wait,
I'm not
hold on.
trying to. That's kind of impossible evidence to gather, right? I'm just. This is all conjecture because there's no like forensic like this is the proportion of votes Dems lost because of ML media figures, right? But you know, I mean, we can look at some proxies that
Well,
are like, you know, how many votes did Jill Stein get? It's like, okay, well, some kind of trivially low amount, right?
But Jill Stein's obviously not like because I think the kind of people who are even your Crystal and Kyle, or like more specifically people like Hassan and all that. My worry isn't those people who would definitely prefer Democrats and would live better under Democrats. It's not them voting for Jill Stein. It's
We
them
won.
not turning out at all. I think that's the thing. But
We
those are the numbers
cheesed
that are
it,
harder to
but we
prove,
won.
right?
Thank
yeah,
you.
and that's right. And I mean, it seemed like, but then it's like, how do you link the lack of turnout? Because it's clear that a lot of Biden voters in 2020 didn't vote for Harris in 2020.
The charred viscera of diabolic horrors bubble viciously as you seize the rune of hell magic. Its heat scorches your hand, and its terrible secrets blight your mind. Gathering the shreds of your courage, you shake the devil's shackles from your soul and become ever more hard and determined to destroy the hideous creatures whose mere existence threatens the souls and psyches of all the population of Earth. Thank you. The fuck is YouTube recommending me? Quake? Who are you? You've never seen Quake? What do you mean the fuck is YouTube recommending you? I don't know what you like. I don't know who you are. What do you mean? Clearly, YouTube is recommending Quake to you. Quite a classic game. I said so myself. The fuck is YouTube recommending me?
24. I think
Who
the
are
number
you?
was like about 10 million for the numbers that I calculated.
Let me check. Why can't YouTube recommend me to normal people for once?
Right. But at the same time that's true, the polling of like people who identify as socialists seems pretty consistent in that, well, of people who identify as socialists, something like 90% of them voted for Kamala Harris in
Episode
2024, right?
We've defeated
so
3.
I just, you know,
And
it's
now
hard for
it's
me
time
to,
for the 4th one.
given that that's true, it's like, it's just very hard for me to link, you know, these kind of alt-left media figures with some kind of like serious depression and turnout.
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Almost 2K viewers. This is something.
I go to sleep, guys.
Wait, Mercado only has 20 viewers? What happened? Why is Mercado only having 20 viewers?
Finally full send an ADHD thing and get on medication. Alright, we can talk about that today. I've
never expected Mercado only to have like 20 viewers. Happens, I guess. I'll be right back. I'll be right back with you. I go to the toilet. I should eat dinner. Now it registered. Perfect. This is all perfect. We'll be right back. I'm cooking dinner. Oh god. Why do I get all those weirdos that comment to my comments or chat or whatever and are like, what the hell is YouTube recommending me? I don't know. I don't know what type of content you like or dislike. It didn't stick around enough to tell me. Whatever. Alright. What shall we put on? Kisco versus Destiny. One-on-one debate. Wait. Really? Kisco Destiny debate? There we go. We got ourselves a debate. 19 hours ago. Destiny calls Pisco after explosive debate. Jesus.
This has been a
5
campaign,
hours.
at least by Dan Saltman, specifically to smear me.
Talk to Dan, talk to Ethan Klein on that. I don't give a most of the time for any of that. You can ask my
He's
chat,
your-
you can watch literally any of these programs.
It feels like he's your attack dog. It feels like he's your attack dog. You have plausible denial.
Dan is your attack dog.
Ability. That's what it feels. I'm just telling you how it feels. I'm just telling you how it feels.
I think you're. Listen, I still love you, buddy. But yeah.
So do you think that he would? So, oh, I see Destiny in the stream disagreements. Let's bring him on. What up, Steven?
Hold on, I heard people were discussing me. What's going on here?
So the point is the following, as I understand it. There's this clip going around from after November where they're represented that you're floating, synergistically working with Hassan and Vosh for the purpose of turning out the vote for Democrats. If that's the case, would you have a problem with us doing a
What's
similar?
the context of that clip? What am I talking about in that clip?
I'm not sure.
How long have you been talking about it?
He brought it up. I've seen what he brought up.
Well, people just told me that there was a conversation going on here, but how long has this conversation been going on about the clip?
It's about 15 minutes, maybe.
and you have no idea what the clip is about?
I see this guy, whatever his name is, Paul something. I've heard him on your stream before. I have no idea of the broader context. If there's something you want to clarify, I'm asking people to come on.
Please don't tell me that this is a 5-hour debate. Please don't tell me that. Please spare me. God, please spare me. This is not a 5-hour debate, is it? Please,
and clarify
it's not.
Oh, okay. What's the... I don't know why you would ask other people to come on and clarify, but I'm guessing it probably came from a larger video. I don't usually do like 20-second videos, but it's possible I did. But my guess is probably
there's
from a video.
There's a big stream. Paul's ego stream, and I'm usually this is disagreements. I'm bringing on people who want to take issue with how I present myself in the debate. And we brought an water-based communist. I was yelling about being a communist, and he brought up this clip, and I'm asking people to, is this out of context? What's going on? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I'm wondering about it.
This is the worst.
Okay, sure. So I don't know what the... I don't know here, I don't care. I know because I've said this same thing 4 or 5 times. I think what I've said is some variation of, it would be really cool if all the largest left-leaning content creators could do content together, but they can't because they're all literally brain broken on it. Hassan is too cloud obsessed to work with Vosh. Vosh is too brain broken and scared of debating me, so he won't debate me. And then Hassan won't work with Vosh because Hassan only goes upwards when it goes to clout. So as a result, all of your largest leftist content creators literally can't do any content together, as opposed to the right, where all of these guys are literally
such a
the White House now with
creator.
Benny Johnson, the Russian paid dude, because that's how integrated their system is. And I
So,
said,
but
man, it's gonna be
overall-
nice that the people over here are able to work together, right?
So, but
earlier I made
overall,
the joke about you, and I
what's
heard
the
you.
road-
I have to jump
the
into
roadblock
the
isn't-
water.
What?
The roadblock isn't you, though, correct?
There are a million different roadblocks, but it depends on what you're talking about.
If someone were to ask you flat out what the roadblock is between the three of you working together, and then you responded with, it's not
What do
me,
you mean
it's
by-
them, and then
what do
you
you mean by-
explain why it's them.
What do you mean by working together?
Synergistically working together, and the
Synergistically
afterthought
didn't add anything. Do you mean doing debates on Israel-Palestine? Do you mean doing...
What did you mean? What did you mean by synergistically?
What
working
did you
together?
mean?
Well, literally doing any type of content together would be a huge boost for viewership for all of us.
As opposed to
I think-
antagonistic. Antagonistic, I take to be kind of
Oh, it's
contentious.
just about the
Synergistic.
boost
what
to
did you mean?
viewership.
I think even a debate can be antagonistic.
Right.
Antagonistic content can still garner views too. But usually when I'm bringing this up, the point is that these
you
people literally
specified both,
sacrifice
to be clear.
viewership. What?
You specified both, to be clear. You said antagonistic, but even synergistic. You gave both options on the table, and in that specific event, you said that the obstacle was not them, that it was you.
Okay, why don't you tell me what you think I meant? Let's hear it. Well, I'm curious.
I think I'm going to be polite and not actually think what I think the motivation behind it was, but ultimately I'm saying
No, wait.
that this new reality where you're saying wait.
No, say what you mean. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to be polite and hide my feelings like a little bitch. Just say what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, if you look at the timing on when you're saying this, I think you were kind of in a spot where you were desperate for as many associates as you possibly could.
What, is this after the pig or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever said this comment before on stream?
Not to my knowledge.
I've said it 4 or 5 times before. If you go and you could probably ask my chat, has Destiny ever said, wow, isn't it I've probably even said this on podcasts before, that it's crazy that all of the largest leftist content creators can't do content together
So
on
would
stream.
you work synergistically in the future?
This has nothing to do with anything that we've talked about.
It may or may not.
It doesn't.
What?
So you
No, wait,
saying
hold
that the
on.
roadblock is them and not you. As you said on your VOD that is still on your channel, what I link in both Pisco's YouTube
Yes,
and
I
in
don't
his
know.
Twitch
Wait,
channel.
Okay, boy. Let's assume that the reason why, okay,
Just call me Elder. There's no reason for formality.
Let's assume that the reason why I was so desperate, okay, to escape, the racist reputation or whatever, that I wanted to work with them. How would that even be an argument in your favor?
Because it shows that you were desperate and that you were nowhere near as bitter, maybe like a spite-filled
Why are
as
we
you
doing
are now
this?
towards seeing other people
No, your argument
growing and branching out and networking beyond accolades that you should be getting.
Hold on.
By the way,
Growing
this
and
wasn't
branching
after the
out.
Pixie
Wait,
stuff?
stop, hold on, wait. You think that my goal was to grow and branch out and that I was only doing this out of desperation? And if that's your assumption of my mind state, why would you take that as a foundation to build a good argument for building
That's an
collaboration within the
assumption.
future?
Wait, let's
Ultimately,
work
I'm
past it.
still
Wait, Ogre,
saying
Ogre,
that you're
Ogre, Ogre,
hypocritical
Ogre.
because at the end of the day, you are taking a position on someone, a couple of someone's that you know full well about at that point in time. You knew anything and everything that you needed to know about Hassan in regards to how he talks about the Democrats and anything he has to say about terrorism. And at that point, you're saying it would be great for you guys all to work together synergistically.
Okay, so
Okay, wait. If you're telling me that I'm reaching out at a point in time where I am compromised in some way, and then you're trying to say, aren't you being hypocritical? If that's your mind read of me, then the answer is probably yeah, right? Like, let's assume that I was addicted to crack cocaine and I went and stole
so you're being
food from the
hypocritical.
store.
Okay,
Well, hold on. Haven't you advocated in the past that people shouldn't steal? And when you were addicted to crack cocaine, you stole? Doesn't that make you a big like hypocrite? You're not.
Well, let's just let's put that aside. Let's put that aside. It's just like, what is the actual prescription? Would you be open to, in the future, working synergistically with Vosh and Hassan to promote the election of Democrats as your today position?
At this point, I'm not entirely sure, but it depends on what you mean by working synergistically.
What did you mean by
What do you mean by working synergistically?
Well, according to you, I was just desperate to do any
I'm
content.
trying to see what you
Generally,
mean.
when I talk about this, I would have to see the particular video this is pulled from, but generally when I talk about this, I usually just remark at the irony that all of the largest leftist content creators cannot work together, and that's crazy to me. I'm not the. I'm the.
Do you have Pisco's YouTube chat open? I'll drop the link in there so you can watch it yourself.
But I'm just.
They are the roadblock when it comes to things like so Hassan is the roadblock when it comes to debating, obviously. Vosh is the roadblock when it comes to like debating and doing content together. Vosh is somebody I'm still kind of sort of on the fence on because I don't know with the whole whatever. But like the point when I'm generally making this is that like it's just crazy that none of the largest leftist content creators can work together. That's insane.
Okay, but excising them for the Nazis that they are, that's not an issue then.
When I say excising for the Nazis somebody is, when I say that, what I'm saying is that Nazis will deliberately hide their power level. They're not forthcoming with their beliefs, and they're usually trying to be subversive in whatever movements they enter.
So let's just get clarity.
Hassan's belief on November 30th of 2024.
Do what?
You discovered Hassan's beliefs on November 30th of 2024. Because you said this on November. For 29th of 2024. So if he was hiding his power level and you found out the next day, I get it then, I guess.
Hold on, let me ask you one more time. I don't know if you keep forgetting this. What kind of content did you think I was saying that I would do with Hassan? What, that I would go and campaign with him for socialists, or that I would do debate content with him?
I don't know.
Actually, you said both. You said get out the vote, and you said debate content. You said antagonistic content, and you said synergistic content.
Do you think that it would have been to go out and
view videos?
Do you think that it would have been to go out and promote socialists and socialist candidates? Or do you think it would have been to promote?
No.
Like,
does it matter?
Does it matter?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does matter.
Oh wait, so I can work with the Vanguard therefore to get out the vote for Democrats, right? Synergistically.
You're not working with the Vanguard in the capacity to get out the vote for Democrats. You're working with them when they're actively the party.
No, but I take those videos, you know, the high performing videos.
Hadn't shit on the party on the end of November of last year.
So,
what? Is this going to be do I have to produce the clip on my cell phone in bed? Like, your mom's already pissed enough at me that I'm like rolled over not talking to her right now. What do you want me to do? You want me to dig a clip out? You think Hassan was a huge fan of the Democratic Party in November of last year? Is that what you're saying, Ogre Boy?
No, I don't think
I'm asking you if that's your opinion.
Who?
No, my opinion is I hated the Democratic Party for years. Generally, when I make this comment, my comment is it would be cool if like all of the leftist content creators could work together for the Democratic Party. There's a whole host of reasons why this isn't happening. None of this is getting you any closer to should we appeal to socialists or communists who hate Democrats in order to work with them?
The Democrats have a lot of problems.
You wouldn't have to appeal to Hassan in order to work with him?
I would not. No, if I have to appeal to socialist values to work with somebody, I'm not going to work with them. No.
So
do you think that's? Oh, okay.
That is
sorry.
stupid, by the way.
I just want to ask, like, so
what's wrong with appealing to
get out the
socialist values? Which socialist values? What are you talking about? Like any socialist values across the board? No, that's just stupid. That is just stupidity. Whatever. Destiny. Destiny.
with the Vanguard. You don't have a problem with us working in that capacity. You don't have a problem with us, even if I were to go on Hassan's stream to promote candidates for Democrats, if we're working synergistically for that specific end, as opposed to, promoting socialism, you wouldn't have a problem with me, going on the Vanguard to be like, hey guys, it's important to vote for Democrats, and working synergistically and building a relationship with them for that purpose.
In that capacity, probably not. I don't know if they would be interested in that, but I'm all like, in that case, I'd probably be okay with you going to Nick Fuentes' stream in that capacity. Like, yeah, why would I not want anybody to just promote the candidate?
So in what capacity do you think that I failed in the Vanguard situation?
I'm not. It's not a hyper like you failed in this conversation. I failed in tons of conversations. The issue that I have is that socialists and communists, the entire media apparatus that they built, is like honed
What
in
media
on
apparatus?
On the Democrats.
What?
And all of the media figures in the sphere do it. I don't know if you've watched or I don't even know what you think about it, but that crystal ball interview with the senator from Michigan was just unbelievable to me. And when I see this happening over and over again, and then they're trying to build bridges to liberals, never in my life have I ever seen a leftist talk about how we should do this, guys, so that we can help the liberals more. Rarely they'll talk about being more mask on, which sounds subversive and is subversive. Like when Hassan was saying we should use the Democrats as a weapon, but they don't ever seem interested in building a bridge towards us. So why would we build a bridge towards them when their goal is literally the eradication of our side?
What do you think Hassan wants to use the Democrats as a weapon to do? What's the end goal? I just want to hear it from you.
Exclusively socialist and communist candidates.
Like what? Oh, exclusively socialist.
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't like liberals, Ogre Boy. I don't know why you're.
Oh no, we agree. We agree.
You think that he's a fan of liberal candidates?
He's not.
No,
Ogre
no.
Boy, hello?
Who's this
hold on, did
person?
your thing cut out? Ogre Boy, do you think that he's a fan of liberal candidates? Do you think that Hassan would work to get liberal candidates elected?
Actually, well, if we're being very specific, as long as they had a decent position on Israel-Palestine, yes, he would.
I don't think so.
Name one.
There's one that has been tweeting about it recently that he does mention during his streams. I can't think of his name right now.
Okay.
But I can.
Wait,
there is one.
Ogre. I'm just.
Yeah, I've had enough. This is just getting ridiculous. Ridiculous. Let me see. We should switch gears and do something else. I have a feeling. I'm frustrated with Quake for now, so we quit it. Because I give up easily, as we all know. And now we've beaten enough Quake for tonight, I feel like. Let's see what's happening in the politics sphere, because I feel like we need a segment. Also, how long have I been streaming today? Let me check, just for the record. The Lotus War. You know what the record of Lotus War is? 5 hours, Jesus. Well, it's a marathon, so it's justifiable. Let's see my favorite page. TVP World. News. Warsaw Uprising's legacy and Poland's modern defense. Yeah, there's been a lot of talking about the Warsaw Uprising. We're celebrating the Warsaw Uprising today. My grandmother's brother died in the Warsaw Uprising. I think the Warsaw Uprising was a mistake, by the way. I think the Warsaw Uprising was not a good decision. It should not have been allowed to happen. It is not a very popular opinion, but it is an opinion that I genuinely hold. It was not a good thing that it happened. I could have a whole debate about it. Poland arrests suspected foreign intelligence officer in spy probe. Trump moves 2 nuclear submarines after foolish threats by Russian ex-president. I want to talk about this because this is just insane and stupid. Nobody has ever treated Medvedev seriously. I have no clue why now. Why start now? Cheers to that. Poland is in top tier of European Union beer production. Poland maintained its position as the EU's third largest beer producer in 2024, brewing 3.4 billion liters. Serbia arrests 6 over deadly 2024 roof collapse that triggered protests. Hunt launched as kangaroo hops to freedom in Polish town. Poland becoming Australia again. Make Poland Australia. Bosnian Serb leader Dodik vows to defy ruling banning him from office. Wait a minute. Is this like an actual thing in Poland to celebrate Warsaw Uprising? That's quacking mental. Yes, it is a thing to celebrate. Well, okay, to some people it's commemorate, to some people it's to celebrate. Like, I would like to remind you that Poland also likes to celebrate all of its failed uprisings when Polish people were under the... it's a very Polish thing to celebrate failures, okay? It's an extremely Polish thing to celebrate all of the defeats and failures. I have no clue. It's just a very Polish thing. Sirens wail as Polish capital stands still to mark 81 years since Warsaw Uprising. I want to see how this article will frame the uprising. I think the uprising was a mistake. I think that it was very miscalculated. And yes. Plan well and bring supplies. Polish tourists told to brace for busy weekend in Croatia. How Poland's Warsaw Uprising shifted from unifying memory to political battleground. Oh, I want to read this. I'm actually interested. I'm actually interested in what happened here. Zelensky says he's ready to talk to Putin if he shows genuine willingness to end the war. Well, I mean, duh. Okay. That is okay. The sky is blue and the grass is green, I suppose. Russia's key nuclear submarine base damaged by tsunami. Satellite images reveal. Because there's been a huge tsunami recently caused by an earthquake. I hope everybody's aware. Oh wow. Russia could capture key Ukrainian town in the coming days, think tank warns. Russian forces could capture the key Ukrainian town of Chasiv Yar in the coming days. Well. Things are truly deteriorating at the front line, aren't they? Europe stop Coritz challenges Italy's migrant policy with Albania. Poland launches major exploration drive for critical minerals. Did you know that Poland has recently discovered in the Baltic Sea a new source of gas and oil? A new oil deposit has been discovered by Poland very recently. A pretty big one, not a super mega big one, but a pretty big one. And there's been a lot of discussion around that. Some of it is technically speaking on German soil, so there is discussion of profit. It's a whole thing. I'm not sure if anybody in my audience is aware that that has been happening. Poland has discovered oil and now minerals. To do what? To do deals with Trump? A Polish mineral deal? Is that what we want? Truly? Truly, really? Poland is launching a nationwide hunt for critical minerals. like copper and lithium, to unlock the country's untapped resources that may lurk beneath the surface. I mean, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Already one of Europe's top copper producers, thanks to the vast deposits in the southern regions of Lower Silesia, Poland is now widening its focus to include a broader array of strategic resources. I actually did not know that Poland was one of Europe's top copper producers. I actually had no idea. Geologists believe the country holds unexploited reserves of barite, lithium, rare earth elements, and other critical minerals, many of which remain underexplored and commercially undeveloped. Warsaw has now unveiled a plan to actively identify and assess these deposits. The Ministry of Climate and Environment, led by Paulina Hennik-Kloska, has submitted a proposal to establish the multi-annual national program to exploration of critical raw materials. So it's to boost economy. Well, good luck. Good luck, Poland, in your hunt for critical minerals. Good luck and have fun, I guess. Good luck. Oh, 10 iconic buildings. We'll see if I will remember. Halamirovska, I think this is. Okay, we're gonna check this out. I have no complaints. Murderer of Polish origin says before Florida execution. Okay. Polish and Ukrainian foreign ministers to discuss cooperation on Friday. How nice. Oh, Trump calls deadly Russian attack on Kyiv disgusting. Trump has done a little bit of a turn on Ukraine, hasn't he? I wonder how long will it last. I wonder how long it will last, this seeming change of heart. It doesn't seem to be translating into any specific action. There's a lot of topics about the Warsaw Uprising. Mexican drug cartels infiltrating Ukraine's international legion to gain drone training, report says. Interesting. EU welcomes Ukraine's reform U-turn after Zelensky restores. Oh yeah, the Verkhovna Rada has passed the bill that reverted what the bill before has done. So the protests have worked, it seems, and well, here we go. It seems like it has been a success. Yep. The bill has been reversed. Okay. As Warsaw pauses to commemorate the Warsaw Uprising, TVP World looks at 10 buildings in the capital that encapsulate the story of the battle from its beginning to its end. I'll tell you if I recognize any of these buildings. Or, well, I will probably actually recognize most of them, but if I have any personal connection to any of them. Maybe that's a little bit of a more interesting question. What do you think? I'm getting a bit tired. Maybe I should take a bit of a nap. What do you think? Bulletin board. EP time. I would put on the wait screen and nap for like... Okay, the order is given. The building exuberant finishes mask its more somber story. The building at 68 Filtrova Street catches eye for its salmon-colored facade and cherubic statues. These exuberant finishes, however, mask a more somber story, for it was within one of the apartments inside that the most monumentous decision in Warsaw's history was made to launch the uprising. Gathering on a sunny evening on July 31, 1944, and disguised in an electric array of workmen's overalls, key leaders in Poland's underground listened as the Home Army's Warsaw commander, Colonel Antoni Monter Hruściel, relayed urgent information that Soviet forces had reached the capital's Praga district. It was now or never, he emphasized. The uprising could not be delayed. Well, unfortunately, the Soviet army just looked on the other side of the river. Without verifying this intelligence, the group narrowly authorized the order to begin the uprising the following day, which should have never happened. At 5 p.m. Monter's information, though, was incorrect. And this would have devastating consequences. Yeah. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna nap a bit. I'm gonna put on this. Hold on. Actually, I should make this bigger, because you cannot see the photos of the buildings the way it's set up right now. Where's the where's the stream will start soon widget thing? I cannot find it. Where is it? Come on. Ah, this is making me mad. Media source, browser. Oh, here we go. Okay. So if you want to help me, then you know what to do. Please support. We've got $42 out of 300. All right. I'll be back soon. I'll be back soon. I'm back. Hello, Glitch Master. Thank you. I checked it. It did go through. Thank you. I saw. Also, I'm back. I'm eating spaghetti. Thank you very much for the $5. We've made a very big amount of money this marathon. I think we've made over $150. And it's not even a stream. It's not even a panel. It's not even a panel with Steven in it. What do you know? It's not even a Steven panel. A cringe Steven panel. As thanks for your donations, we're gonna watch some. How's your spaghetti? It's a store-bought spaghetti, so it's kind of meh. I actually can make pretty good spaghetti. Handmade spaghetti. Also, welcome, Greater Rain. Look at this.
I want to focus in.
Also, I took a break and napped a bit because I was very tired. I'm gonna reward you for your patience by showing you some of that debate between Pisco and Destiny, because I know you love both of these wacky characters. You make the sauce and the noodles? I actually don't make the noodles. I could make the noodles, but I make the sauce with the vegetables, the meat. The recipe that I uses milk to spread the taste and wine. Well, we haven't talked in a bit. How are you? I've been very... It's been tough, okay? It's been very tough lately. I've been feeling very unwell mentally. And you know what? It happens. Milk sauce? Bolognese.
Therefore, on the criticisms of me and Live and Learn and what's going on here. So, our stated intent, you might think we're fucking stupid. You might think that we're like deranged or something. But our stated intent, to the extent that we're like building bridges or.
You're deranged, Pisco. You're so deranged. Oh, wait, you cannot see. Can you see, Pisco? The beautiful lawyer. I heard President Sunday say that Pisco is both intelligent and handsome. Not only intelligent and handsome, but also a lawyer, which adds sexiness to his appeal. That is what President Sunday said. In fact, President Sunday said, everybody, Pisco is the most intelligent man that I have ever met. You can quote me on that. It's true. Trust me, please. That President Sunday said that. President Sunday said, look at this magnificent beast. This is Pisco, the most intelligent man alive. I don't know.
Or to the extent that we're like having these people on, is to help Democrats, is to help elect them. And in that context, can you identify any criticism or prescription you have of me specifically?
I don't know how many times I can say this. The issue is not like it's not one like word you could say or thing you could do or it's the idea, this general approach. I guess it's possible to dig through the VOD and look, but it's the general approach of befriending socialists who will relentlessly.
Why are you friends with those socialist communists, Pisco? How dare you? Sorry to hear that, Lucy. If you want to shoot me some DMs about you can. Oh. That's not good.
On the Democrats, and then like incorporating them. And when I say incorporate into the movement, what I mean is you're just attaching them as a leech to absorb whatever they can from us or from the Democrats.
And last year, when was the DNC convention? Wasn't it in the summer?
Yeah, who cares?
Right?
I don't know why.
I mean, that's before November when you said all this shit. So he said everything that he was going to say about Kamala at that point, right?
I don't know why.
Because you're saying if they're going to relentlessly shit on the Democrats, that's a deal breaker, yet you were talking about you would work with them.
Are you really going to hang your hat on this one quote without even knowing like the context of where this quote came from?
You think I didn't watch the live stream?
Then tell me the context of the quote. What am I even talking about in that video?
The person that you were having the convo with asked you what is stopping you from working with them again. You said that it isn't you because you talk about all the time about how the three of the biggest leftists, blah, 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 blah. And then you end up saying that the roadblock is entirely in their direction, not in yours.
And
so
what is the case?
If that's the case, that makes all of this current discourse really stupid. Because at the end of the day, it's something that you're trying to apply to other people and not to yourself.
Do you think there's a difference between working with somebody to promote a candidate after the primary is over? Do all the same colored crayons taste the same, or is there like
everyone is in the wrong except for Destiny? That is the takeaway. Your spaghetti is making me hungry. Good. You should eat food. Look, Pisco is so cool with his hoodie. Isn't this cool? Look, it's Pisco and it has a hoodie. Hoodsco. Welcome back, Fake Alec Parker. Look at Pisco. He's so cool. The coolest man. Wearing a hoodie. He's a lawyer. Pisco is so cool. Don't you think Pisco is cool?
A difference in flavor between different colors.
Okay.
Believe it or not, they all taste the same.
Hold on. If somebody wants to come and work with somebody after the primaries and are over, then I think that's fundamentally a different type of question than working with somebody when we're not even.
They had the vanguard on, the primaries were over, right? Like you were far enough in between any election whatsoever, so it really didn't matter, right?
Yeah, but then the question is, then what is the goal at that point? Like,
Pisco, what was the goal?
If Hassan wants to build a bridge with me or wants to do something with me, like 10 days before the election, at that point, honestly, I'll probably throw anybody on stream.
I know,
if they wanna go
but
out
these
and try to get
these
somebody
elections, you know, these election
Wait, just for
cycles.
Ogre Boy, I'm just saying for Ogre Boy, right? But that's fundamentally different than like, what about like 100 days before like a primary or something, when their rhetoric has exclusively been centered on every single electable like centerless candidate. Then at that point, no, it's probably going to be if I do any content with them, it's probably going to be incredibly combative. Would be my guess.
Okay, but like these election cycles, they're pretty far out, Stephen, and you know, it's pretty hard to like have these kinds of synergistic plays have any impact if there's not like a pre-existing structure for it. That's the whole criticism of like the Democratic Party is they don't have a structure for this. And so surely if you can recognize the utility in building alliances to Hassan and Vosh and the 10 days before the election, why wouldn't that also apply in the 2 years before the election?
If we both had
25 days after, but go ahead.
Let's assume, Ogre Boy, get the 64 pack and go eat some more crayons, okay? Let's assume that we both had a gun to our heads, okay? Peace gun. We had to guess. If Lib and Learn and the Vanguard and two other whatever, you guys have equivalent size audiences. If you were to do highly collaborative content for 6 months, do you think that more of your guys' audience would be completely turned off from voting for establishment Dems, or do you think more of their audience would be completely turned on to voting for establishment Dems? Because I've only ever seen the flow work one way. This is why I said in our conversation 2 days ago or yesterday or whatever, where I was like, if the media environment was like half the socialists were kind of like supportive of the mainstream Dems and the other half were like relentlessly shitting on them, I'd be like, whatever, I'd feel differently about it. But I've only ever seen this pipeline, this flow go one way.
I think I want to give it a try. And the reason I want to give it a try is because like I said before, I think there's an evolutionary niche for these socialist people. They're going to exist no matter what. I can't make them not exist anymore. And I think that I have seen, for example, Breaking Point's become, and I don't say it's because of me, but I have seen it become criticized now for being more lefty as opposed to before. It was a right-wing show, and now it's highly critical of Trump. I think that there are ways to change minds, but it's hard.
Minds and hearts. Change minds and hearts, like Pisco does with his lawyer. If you don't change your mind and heart, I'm gonna sue you in court.
To do when we try to do that, we get accused of being sweepers.
Jesus, don't scream. Like, is that supposed to bolster your point? Just shouting loud? It doesn't. It just makes you feel like you're being crazy, You're being crazy, Pisco. You're pissing me off, okay? You're making me nervous, Pisco. Pisk off, Pisco. Isn't that right, my audience? I feel like my audience has been, I don't know, chatting more when I was sleeping offline. And the moment I came back and started streaming again, the audience went silent, which is sad and depressing. The audience likes me more when I don't speak. When I'm not here. The audience likes my stream more when I'm not here. Your absence entertains us more than your presence, Lucy. Said Pisco. Sleep stream. Sleepover. It's like a stream sleepover. I should aim the camera on my bed, go to sleep, and you could watch me sleep. With Fido from time to time jumping on the bed. I should do that. I've never heard of Pisco before. Oh, you're so lucky. You're so lucky. President Sunday said that Pisco is the sexiest, most intelligent man in the political stream thing or whatever. He's a gorgeous beast. Isn't that right, Estelle?
For tankies and communists when you can't even identify a single criticism you have of the...
He shouts so much. Oh my god, Pisco. You're getting negative points for that. You should be able to articulate your arguments without screaming like a madman.
Did in the one interaction that started this whole thing.
I wouldn't go that far. Yeah.
So first of all, if you want the criticism, just go back and listen to what Hutch said, because he's the one who had all the initial criticisms. I basically agree to
How far would you go? Okay. That it sort of makes me want to ask you, how far would you go?
them. I agreed with everything that he said. I don't remember the exact the video. We could go over it, I guess. My issue is, again, to the broad what I'm saying is that the flow only works one way. Where
Flow.
when you start associating, not you, but
Go with the flow.
in general, when liberals and socialists associate, the goal of the socialist is always to extract as much from the liberal.
Why does it sound like he's lisping? The goal of the socialists is to extract as much resources as possible. That is the goal of the soul. Listen to Destiny here. Goal of the socialists is to extract as much as possible.
A socialist associate, the goal of the socialist is always to extract as much from the liberal
Extract as much as from the liberal
side.
Now I cannot unhear. I cannot unhear the lisp now.
When you start associating, not you, but in general, when liberals and socialists associate, the goal of the socialist is always to extract as much from the liberal side as possible, and then to move away with as many people as they can steal. And that always
It moves away with as many people as they can steal.
seems to be the case. And then electorally, you can tell me if you agree or disagree. Like it feels like
that'll be disagree.
Like the issues that Biden was hurt the most on, and then eventually Kamala was hurt the most on. Weren't these issues that we were were too far theoretically to the left on anyway? Like stuff like immigration or stuff like trans issues. Like what even is the idea?
Trans issues.
That if we would appeal more in that direction, we would have picked up more voters.
The Wall Street Journal ended up saying that Kamala's economic policy was muddled and that she fell flat on her face because of it. It goes beyond culture war shit.
Okay, Ogre Boy, with respect, I'm going to disconnect you just for a second. Thank you for bringing the clip to attention. Thank you. Mantis, you're still there or whatever. But I don't know, like, if you're saying it's hopeless to get these people in our orbit or to agree with us, if it's all useless cause or that it can only do more harm, is it like, what is the prescription here? Like what do you?
The prescription is watch me more, give me more views, give me more money, says Destiny. The prescription is let's eat a waffle with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a pretty swell guy.
You want me to do?
My prescription is that I think that there is a huge base. I had the fear that they didn't exist prior to that No Kings March. And then after it happened, I was like, oh, I think there's a huge base of center-left people. And I feel like the issue with the moderate Dems right now, the reason why people feel like there's no leadership of the Democratic Party.
What is the demographic they're fighting over? Socialists and center-left people.
Anything else is because there's no strong platform of democratic values that are being championed by a democratic media apparatus. That doesn't exist. So when you look to the democratic media, there's two things.
Destiny seems to think that there's some socialist media apparatus at play. I have no clue where he got that idea, that there's a whole socialist media apparatus that exists, that has big sway over things.
There's two things you can look at. You can either see the mainstream media, who are all literally terrified.
They're still stuck on identity politics. Who isn't? Who isn't?
Trump derangement syndrome, and are constantly reminding themselves how horrible Biden was and how he was senile and everything. And all
funded by who? Hassan Piker? Good question, actually. My God. You want to see the cutest game ever? You want to see the cutest game ever? Do you volunteer to see the cutest game ever? Do you like ghosts? Come on, Chad, engage. Be engaged. Alright, I'm gonna show you the cutest game ever. Are we back yet? We've been back for a while, Vladimir, and I've been treating you to the best thing ever, Pisco. To Pisco and the cutest game ever. Okay, I'm gonna show you the cutest game ever. This is a very cute game, so prepare yourselves. It is a strategy game. You like strategies, right? Why can't I... What the hell? What's wrong with the placement of the window? It's half on one screen, half of one screen in a really weird way. Settings. What the fuck? How do I... Okay, that works. Okay, dude, okay. It's just last time when I checked, you still was asleep. Listen, you should check in more often. That is your... Also, you've been considering to donate for 2 days. Okay? You should consider more actively. Hold on. Lucy, you should play Fields of Mystery in your free time. It is the same vein as Stardew Valley, but it has more anime aesthetic. Maybe I should play it on stream! Lucy. Okay. Look at this cute game. Voice language English. Testing done. Look. Listen to this. Testing done. Testing done. Okay, new game. This is the cutest game ever. The year 913. Ivoire Calendar. Island of Avir. Because that is how you read this. The game may not seem cute yet, but I assure you this is the cutest game ever, okay? You'll see. You'll see soon why this game is cute.
They keep coming. How many are there?
Or maybe it's a sad game?
Something's not right. We should get out of here.
Come on, guys, this way!
I think it's one of these things. It's cute or sad.
We're trapped. Any ideas, Ash? Just one. Get Jasmine somewhere safe. I'll handle these guys.
Wow.
You'll go no further. For her sake, I will not fail.
Also, yes, I am greedy. I am greedy and desperate. Let's take a moment to explain battle mechanics. Tutorial. Faster characters have priority. The face icons on the right indicate the order in which characters will act from the top to bottom. Also, the active character will be indicated by check above his/her head. In this instance, the order is Ash, Ash, enemy, Ash, enemy, enemy, Ash. Ash's speed allows him to act twice as the battle starts. Quick characters have this advantage. Next, let's talk about moving your characters. Tutorial. Move your character, select a destination with the cursor. The red line around the character is her range of movement. Use it to move the cursor. When you've decided where the character will move, press 2. Select, move, and press 2. You can keep moving as long as DM is distance to move in the upper right isn't a 0. You may also cancel actions by pressing 3. Stick around to learn more about attacking. Place a cursor over a target. You can choose using 9. Select attack. Currently strike is the only available skill, so press 2.
Yeah!
Characters are allowed 1 attack per turn. After removing and attacking, end turn. The next character in line will proceed their turn. Okay, start. Why can't I? Oh.
Yeah!
Isn't this cool? This is Ash. Skip demo? No. Why does the game want me to skip cutscenes so bad?
Is it over?
Look at this. This is a cute game, unlike Lone Survivor.
Still...
You'll see.
What the hell?
Jasmine! Ash! Get out of here!
Damn! I'll hold him off! You two escape!
Wait! What are you saying?
Run away! I can handle this!
I swear this is a cute game. I swear. This is a cute game.
I'm sorry, Marona. Remember that your parents love you. Oh God, just once more. Lend me power one last time. Sacred power, bless our passing. Miracle chartreuse!
It's a strategy JRPG.
So, those bodies back there must be your doing. Ha! Is that all? Now it's my turn. Blasphemy incarnate! Dark Eborius! Not yet. It's still not enough. I'll need far more dark power if I'm to exact my revenge.
I swear this game is cute. Eight years later.
Morona!
What is it, Ash?
Huh? Those clothes. She had no right to do that. I don't care if she was the client's granddaughter.
Don't worry. Those clothes were too small for me anyway. This outfit's much cuter.
They didn't even pay you the full amount. Why didn't you say anything? Sometimes you have to speak up.
How can you say that, Ash?
Morona, even that little girl called you the possessed one.
There's something Mom and Dad used to say when I was little. They said, people will judge you because they can't understand your gift. But don't hate them. You were blessed with that power so you could help people. Grow up compassionate and kind. Help even those who hurt you. Then one
day, everyone will come to like you. Right?
Yep. So, you don't think it's more important for me to make people happy than to make money?
Well, they weren't exactly happy either.
Don't worry, Ash. It's like my parents said. One day...
Morona, who lost her parents at age 5, turned 13 years old this year. Morona lives here on the island and still holds on to the beliefs which her parents instilled in her. As for Ash, though Hayes's last breath allowed him to avoid death, it was not sufficient in granting him life. Trapped between life and death, Ash exists now only as a phantom.
See, cute game.
Wow! Look at them all!
Cute game, see?
Wait, Morona. Let me check.
Don't you agree? This is a cute game?
More insulting letters. Why won't they leave her alone?
What do they say, Ash?
They were both the wrong address.
Again? Why do so many C-mails end up here by mistake?
Looks like this one's the only job offer. It came in the emergency bottle, so the client must be pretty well off.
We're going to terra firma.
Just make sure they pay us in full. Once we have enough money, we can make an offer on this island to Sienna.
Yep, no more worrying about higher rent or being evicted. It will probably be a while before we can afford to buy the island. But right now, we need to help the people of terra firma.
Yeah, I know. But we're chromas, Morona. There's nothing wrong with expecting our fair share. Your parents worked as chromas to raise you.
Thanks very much. Would you mind taking this rent money to Sienna for me?
I'll paddle as fast as my tiny limbs will allow.
See? Cute game. I told you this game was cute. I told you.
All right, are you ready? I can't wait to find out what people in terra firma are like.
Ash has watched Morona grow up and kept her safe from harm. As the only survivor, he felt it was the least he could do. Morona has inherited the stigma attached to her parents' abilities. Ash vowed that he would always protect her.
Chapter 1. A Jill of all trades.
Bushu! Mister! Chodź, Bushu! Fajdo. And the soundtrack is cute as well. Get this, guy, some phantoms heard about you and came here to join up. I wonder what kind of people they are. Hey, I'm a merchant. I don't fight at all that well, but I can purchase items from me for a fee, of course. I'm a healer, and you can probably guess that I heal. Physical attacks aren't my forte, so let me treat your wounds. I can heal outside of battle too. I do ask for donations though. Soldier reporting, sir, ready to serve. My fighting skills are not as strong as they could be, but I remain for a long time once confined. You may not have been briefed of confining yet, so I will be awaiting your orders. What do you think, Morona? They must have come a long way, so we should let them join us. Sounds like a deal. Thanks, Miss Morona. What do you think of the game? Bushu! Chodź! Chodź, Fajdusiu. Busiu! Busiu! I'm at the roof. Why is the chat so quiet? Shall we? Yeah, nice game. Cute game. No, don't skip demo, Jesus.
Episode 1. The Possessed.
Hey, isn't that the possessed chick? She doesn't look so tough.
What's the elder thinking? She's just a little girl. There's gotta be better chromas out there.
Shh! This generation just doesn't know when to keep their voices down. Methinks he's planning to fight evil with evil. You know, like fire.
He sounds like a thief.
Exactly! He's taken every jewel on the island. Not that there were a lot. What's more, he's taken all of our food as well.
That's terrible! Who would do something like that?
Aren't I paying you to figure that out? Ah, I'll give you a clue. All we know is that he's in the White Wolf Army. Oh, who knew they'd sink so low?
The White Wolf Army? No way!
Ash had spoken without thinking. His outburst alarmed the townspeople. as only Morona could see him in his phantom form.
Ah, who said that?
Huh? I didn't hear anything.
Sorry, Morona, I didn't mean to shout. Anyway, listen to me. You need to refuse this job.
Huh? Why?
Think about it. Who's the strongest raven? Raphael, the leader of the White Wolf Army. So skilled that he's one of the 9 swords of Ivoire. We wouldn't stand a chance.
You're right. We'll just negotiate. I don't like lots of fighting anyway.
That isn't what I...
Don't worry, Mr. Elder. I'll take care of everything.
Oh, it means a lot to us. I'll hope for your success.
Damn.
What are you doing? Do you want to end up possessed too? Stay away from her, do you hear me? Stay away!
Morona.
It's okay, Ash. One day.
Aww. See, it's a cute game. I want to play the tutorial. Battles revolve around Marona. It's very important to master using her Confine ability. Confine is Marona's ability to summon phantoms like Ash. Since Marona isn't a skilled warrior, she can't fight alone. Marona can summon phantoms and confine them to objects like weapons, rocks, and trees. The phantom's stats will differ depending on what object he or she is confined to. It would be easier to just ride the day, but okay. For example, confining a phantom to a rock will increase their defense and decrease speed. This would be a good confinement for a hand-to-hand fighter built for strong attacks. If a phantom is confined to a flower, their intelligence will increase. In this case, you would use a phantom who is skilled at casting spells. We'll confine Ash to a rock. He has the quick attack ability, so his turn will follow Marona's.
Let's go!
Now Ash can help fight. Confine can be used as many times in one turn as you wish, but phantoms don't remain forever. Note the remove stat. Remove 5 means that Ash will return to his phantom state after 5 of his turn pass. Once a phantom is removed, that phantom cannot be confined again in the same battle. A maximum of 16 characters are out in a single battle. This includes Marona and equipped items. It's important to confine the right phantom to the right object in the right situation. Be aware of the situation and surroundings when you enter a new battle. Confine is an essential part of the battle. You'll need it to enlist the aid of your phantom friends.
Let's do it! Confine!
Yeah! Ready, Key?
Huh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Marona is weak.
Yeah.
You should also know how to interact with objects on the battlefield. Lift and attack. A sword lies in front of Marona. This opens up many options. Marona can wield it herself, but because her attack is low, we'll choose Ash. First summon Ash with Confine.
Let's go!
End Marona's turn and have her stand by. Place your cursor on the sword and press 2 to bring up the command menu. Select lift and press 2. Ash is now equipped with the sword. Next, attack an enemy with this new weapon. Align your cursor. Select attack. And you will get new skills. You'll need kill points to perform skills. We'll use Snake Beater. Okay.
I will protect.
To unequip a weapon in this case, move the cursor to location and press 2. Select throw. You can now because you've already attacked. You can lift as many times as you want in one turn, but you can only throw once per turn. Bushu? Fido. 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 How do you like the game? Also, lift works even after you attack, but throw does not. If you're holding an item, you may also guard, defend against an incoming attack. Though items can deflect enemy attacks, they will incur damage. If an item's AP drops to 0, you can't use it in battle. The choice is yours, whether to lift or confine objects on the battlefield.
Let's do it!
Bushu! What do you think of the game?
I will protect.
I'm fine.
Let's go! Let's do it! Let's do it!
Wow, nice.
Ready, Key?
Huh.
Great!
Wow. The final element of battle is protection. Protection refers to special effects during battle. For example, if you can't damage an enemy, protection may be your problem. Check out its stat defense. It's multiplied by 4, definitely a protection effect. One side gives and one side receives protection. Place the cursor on an object to check. In our example, this character is being affected by this tree. This protection defense times 4 is the reason Marona couldn't damage the target. Lucky you can destroy the protection by destroying the object it is coming from. Protection has many uses when used skillfully. It might even work to your advantage. This tree is receiving healing, protection which recovers some HP at the start of each turn. By confining a phantom to this tree, they will receive healing protection during the battle. See, this is a strategy game.
Let's go!
Protection effects are ongoing, so as long as the object emitting the protection is not destroyed, also remember that confining to the source of the protection will not result in a protection effect. You should always confine phantoms to the receiving end of an effect. You can tell how many protection effects a character is receiving by looking at icons. One effect while... okay. You can check a character's protection details by selecting them with the cursor and pressing Confine.
Let's do it! Confine!
Pierogi.
Stand down!
No protection. I will oh wow. Well, she couldn't damage the enemy even without protection, so I'm not sure what the point of that whole lecture about protection was.
Stand down!
The soldier is so weak. But Ash is strong.
Yeah!
Hey Marona, how's your health, HP? We should go home and rest. Yup, you're right, Ash. If we talk to the healer back on Phantom Isle, she'll recover our health. If we don't, we take this chance to equip items. When you equip an item, you're allowed to bring it into battle, to use a weapon or confinement. That's a lot to keep track of, I know. How are you doing? I don't really feel too confident. I'm still new at this, you know? Why don't you just worry about using Confine until you get the hang of it? You can always check out other subjects in battle help. Or pack to the spirit back home. Yeah, okay. Okay. Should I heal you? Bushu! Boy! Bushu! 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 Oh yeah! Bushu! Fido is here. Oh yeah! Bushu! Bushu? 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 Where's Marona? I don't see Marona. Bushu? Where is Bushu? Wait, Marona is supposed to be here, but I don't see her. Oh. Fido. Bushu? Why is the chat so quiet? He's hiding his power level. He's a Groiper up redditor. Fido is hiding his power level or who? Fido, is you hiding your power level? Are you hiding your power level? Fido! Fido! Okay, muszę... I have to... Oh my god. I spoke Polish out of stress. Fido! Alright. The chat is so quiet, I can't believe. Ojej, Musiu! Ty jesteś, Mr. Pedro? Pedro? Pedro! Busiu! Busiu, nie, 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 Busiu! Busiu! Busiu? I think I'll turn the game off because people are so quiet. People are so quiet about this game. No i Busiu! Chodź do mnie, Busiu! 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 What time is it? You're missing the point by not looking the chat in time. Listen, it's because I don't see the chat appearing. Wait. The chat stands too still, okay? What do you need? Salmon! I think. Oh. Who is this? Uncover random dungeons? Magics. Fake Valkyrie. Choir Fighter. Weepy Witch. Koala is her name. Koala. That's your name, Koala. We're gonna name you Koala. Oh. Oh wow, that's not a lot of points to give. Koala. Organize specials. Bushu. You don't like the game? Aw, nobody's here anymore? World map. No, don't skip demo.
Hey, Ash! I see something over there!
Oh.
Is it the White Wolf Army?
Are you from the White Wolf Army?
Of course they're not. They're just some stupid slimes. Get ready for battle, Morona. It'll be fine. Just stay calm and relaxed, okay?
Okay. Valiant phantoms, aid me in battle! Chartreuse Gale!
Bo 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 beep bop bip. Confine.
Let's do it. Confine! Let's do it. Let's go. Confine!
Attack. Mohawk.
That's it.
Ash leveled up. I need more warriors, I feel like.
Great.
That's it. See ya.
Wow. He's not very strong. Is this an enemy? Damn, Ash. I'm reading gay fiction. So gay. Wait, why are you gay?
Come here.
Come here. Hey.
Stand down.
Are you gay? Because it's cool and fashionable to be that way. How's the game? How do you like the game? Shall we? I gotta save the game. I feel like there's no appreciation for this game here. Does the game get gay? I actually don't know. I think so, maybe. Okay, this is too much. We're finishing the game for now. And we're playing, now we're gonna play a bit of... Oh, maybe I should do the news. Okay, write in the chat. Do you want me to do the news or play a game? Please tell me. Please tell me honestly. Okay? In the meantime, as you're deciding whether or not I should play a game or, you know, do the news, I'm gonna treat you to some more Pisco.
That's all they can talk about to prove how like good they are and that they're not like
We'll
the other.
lisp in Destiny, okay? Lisp in Destiny. I want to prove to you that news.
Dems. And then you get the left wing.
More than one person should vote, okay? I'm sure there's more than one person watching right now, this stream. I am sure.
Or the leftists, the socialists, and the communists.
Leftists.
We're all exclusively shitting on the Democrats. So you have nobody standing up for you in the center-left media. And then when I look at, like, we dominated in 2008 with Obama. He won his re-election. We lost, unfortunately, to Trump, but we lost with Hillary getting 3 million more votes than Trump. And then Biden came back and he destroyed it with more votes than have ever happened in the history of a presidential election. Okay, and all of this is like appealing to the kind of like moderate left Dems. And then for some
But what
reason,
about this?
Trump,
You think I disagree? Like I agreed with that criticism. I agreed on the day after the election.
I agree on the criticism that I am a lawyer. And lawyers are evil people. Okay? Lawyers are scumbags. I agreed. I am a scummy bear. Why am I doing this weird commentary?
When Tyler Cohn was there and we were like all talking.
Okay, enough. I've had enough. Pisco is such a boring person to watch. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. What is happening here now?
Of how we tend to interact and like.
Okay, boring.
Here's not a human right. Like, obviously, Destiny really answered that. Maybe he's got.
Oh my god, Loner Box is watching the same boring crap. Oh, I'm so. Oh no, talking with Ray. See.
Unbelievable cell phone. Like that was.
It's not a self-own, though. It's an own insofar as the Republicans control the media apparatus and can demonstrate and do.
Destiny really likes the word media apparatus lately. The conservative media apparatus, the socialist media apparatus.
Whatever message that they want. That's insane to me. It's crazy.
Insane. That is insane to me.
Crazy that
the messaging in, and I'm not saying this is like the
that is so insane to me. Welcome to Barsugi, Real Japan. This is great. This is a great channel. Oh, you want to see something real funny before we do the news? Can I show you something real funny? Can I please show you something really funny? Oh my gosh, everybody's so unresponsive. Funny, yes. Okay, I'm gonna show you. Is there a black person here? Is there a black person here? Okay, watch this. Is there a black person here?
Chip, what was that?
Estelle knows.
Chip, what was that?
Is there a black person here?
What did you just say?
I said, is there a black person here?
Do you have a question?
Yeah. Is there a black person here?
Chip, why are you asking that?
Janice said there was one in here. Came to check.
There's a white person here too.
Well, I don't need one of those.
Chip, please stop what you're doing.
What's the big deal? I'm just trying to find the black person here.
Well, you found her. Okay, you got her today. Okay, let me see. Let me set my sparkling down.
Oh, here it is. Got it.
Chip, are you saying is there a black purse in here?
Yeah. Success. I like your haircut, Linda.
Thank you, Chit.
That is funny. Drama Box was doing that for a while. Show me funny. Thank you. Is there a black person here? Shit, stop what you're doing. What's the big deal? I just want to find a black person here. That was pretty good. Yeah, I know, right? How a Russian mistake and Poland's push lured Trump back to Ukraine. Apparently, Radosław Sikorski was pretty responsible for Trump's change. Apparently, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland had a big role in Trump's sudden pro-Ukraine turn. But you never know. Look at this. This is Brooks. There's only one person watching this stream. Oh, how sad.
Take this to my Adrian survival. Good luck.
But this person only has 200 subscribers. Let's watch him for a bit and see if he is worth my subscription.
Shortcut back across.
We support small creators. Write in the chat if you think this person is worth a subscription.
It is. Oh man, this game makes me laugh a lot. This is a good game.
It is a good game. Okay, you've earned a subscription.
Oh, this thing.
Oh, let's see if this person is good. Let's see how good this person is in this game. At this game. Playing with a controller. That's a plus. In my mind. Oh my god, this person is not very good.
Whatever his moves were, I completely forgot about him.
You don't need to remember, just react to the prompts.
Let me use this.
Your existence ends now. Watch out, Mael.
Oh, good, good. Well done. We should be playing this game. Okay, let's check some other stuff out. Nier. Mercado only has 100 viewers. Oh my god, Lucy. Tucker Carlson made an interview with Mersheim. Yes! Yes! Let's watch it. Yes! Oh my god, let's watch it. Are you ready for this? Jubilee is screwed. Jubilee is not public discourse. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a drink. And then we are going to... watch the interview. Thank you for this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This is going to be the best thing ever. The super realist guy is going to, you know, he's gonna charm us with his charms. It's gonna be the best thing since sliced cheese, I'm sure. Alright, I'll be right back. This is 1 hryvnia. A 1 hryvnia note. Alright, let's watch the Mearsheimer. I should change the title. Because the title is so... Okay, let's change the title of the stream. How do you call it? How do you call it? Ah, yes. That's Carlson React stream. Let's see how many people this will summon to this stream, okay? Tucker Carlson React stream. How do you like this title? Do you like it? Do you like this title? It's accurate, okay? Tucker Carlson React stream. Alright, let's see. Tucker Carlson Mearsheimer. I'll probably butcher that. John Mearsheimer, the Palestinian genocide and how the West has been deceived into supporting it. That's bull. That deceived. Way to absolve all responsibility from the West. The West has been deceived. The West is just a little innocent victim. Just a wee different. Mearsheimer is such a hack. I swear to God. Okay, is it okay for me to say that Mearsheimer is just a hack? Is that okay? Is that okay for me to plainly state?
Professor, thank you for doing this. The arc of, and it's not the topic of today's conversation, but the arc of your career as someone who's just watched it pretty carefully all of these years, you've wound up where I think all of us want to be, which is universal.
That's such bullshit. Especially how he talks about Ukraine. The realist. The realism. I'm not a big fan of realism. Like, in international relations, I have to admit that all of the schools have some useful things that you can take out of them, you know? There's a useful lens to all of the schools, but realism has a lot of really stupid assumptions about countries and how they function. Really, really stupid. Basically, realism poses, I am probably simplifying it a bit, but it poses that countries work like macro individuals, which is all about selfishness.
universally respected, regarded as an oracle. It must be sort of nice to look back and be vindicated. So anyway, so I'm honored to have you.
Yeah, very vindicated. What an oracle. What a douchebag. I swear to God. Is this gonna make me mad just like the Anna Kasparian one? I wonder. You're gonna discuss Ukraine. It's gonna be a disaster. Let's see what topics they discuss. An update on the Ukraine-Russia war. Oh my God! Right off the bat, they're doing it right off the bat. They're gonna piss me off right off the bat. The West's ridiculous Russophobia. It's not enough, okay? Not enough Russophobia. Why do we still have NATO? Oh, I don't know. Because of Russia? Because of Russia's wild ambitions? The growing threat of China, how the US empowered them. What's with the Chinophobia? What's with the rampant Chinophobia? Or Sinophobia? The US puppet called Zelensky. Fuck you. Wow, oh my God. There's a lot of Ukraine topics here, actually. What is the title of the Palestinian genocide if so much of this is just dedicated to Ukraine? Donald Trump's challenges with ending the war. This is all about Ukraine! Why the US foreign policy establishment so hawkish on Middle East? Israel. Finally. The Palestinian genocide. What about the genocide in Ukraine? You know, kidnapping the children. The Zionist mission for Greater Israel. The power Israel lobby. Yes, Jewish people control the US, of course. The attempts to shut down criticism of Israel. That part actually I can agree with. Why are the Christians in the West supporting Israel's killing of Christians in the Middle East? A growing opposition towards Israel among young people. Why don't we know the death toll of any of these wars? Yes, we do. Yes, we do the death toll of any of these wars. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna quack a quink and cross my fingers for you. The authoritarianism that has infected Israel. Yeah, because there's no authoritarianism in Russia, right? There's absolutely no authoritarianism in Russia. It's just Russophobia to claim that. Will Israel rebuild the third temple? No. What is being hidden in 9/11 Epstein and JFK files? The future of the global stage. Will there be a US-China war over Taiwan? So much xenophobia, Chinophobia, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay, right off the bat, this is going to be a disaster. I can already tell this is going to be a mind-blowing experience. Let's go. Let's get into it.
Where are we in Ukraine right now?
Well, we're in deep trouble, if you mean the United States.
Yes, that's.
Who are we? Also, why is the United States in deep trouble? What the fuck does that mean? What?
Ukraine.
What a horrible intro. We're in deep trouble. No, you're no. No, you're not in deep trouble. The hell? Oh God. This isn't a left versus right situation. I am a registered Republican and completely opposed to genocide in Palestine. Is there any Ukrainian comments? Huh. BS, it was done on purpose. Mersheimer's stupid theory is just to make liberal hegemony look incompetent. And his overly simplified offensive realism seems smart by comparison. But the liberal hegemons were doing offensive realism. Who actually believes NATO was trying to spread peace? How many countries did they bomb? Complete nonsense. He's old, fired out of lunch, or he's lying. A real patriot. Professor Mersheimer is so out of touch. People are so easy to please with bullshit. I swear to God. People are so easy to please. We don't need subtitles. Thank you.
You talk about we. The fact is that the Russians are winning the war.
That's... Okay, let's let him speak. Let him speak some more.
And there's no way that Ukraine can rescue the situation.
That's not true. That's bullshit. That is not a true statement.
If you look at the balance of power in terms of weaponry and in terms of manpower, the number of soldiers that each side has, the Ukrainians are in a hopeless situation.
That is bullshit. I'm sorry. That is bullshit. That is complete bullshit by many, many standards. Russia's economy, for once, is not in a good state. Russia is deeping. It's not. Russia needs to get help from North Korea to maintain its equipment. It gets help from North Korea, Iran, and China. Okay? This is just nonsense. Like, is he really saying that Russia has more resources at its disposal than the United States of America or even the European Union? I'm sorry, if the West, if the so-called West was more serious about supporting Ukraine, then this situation is absolutely salvageable. Like, what is this nonsensical statement? Ukraine is not fighting this war alone, and neither is Russia for that matter. So comparing just the resources of Russia versus Ukraine is a completely nonsensical thing to do in this situation. Because this is not just Russia fighting Ukraine with any support and Ukraine defending itself against Russia without any support. Although I will note that one country is receiving far more substantial support, and it's Russia. Because Russia has more reliable allies, it seems, than Ukraine, which is very depressing. Like, what is this stupidity? Like, it's okay. Loner Box and Dylan Burns have made a pretty compelling video about why this person is stupid. And why realism that he... realists are not really good at these things.
And furthermore, they're heavily dependent on the West for support.
Yeah, because Russia is not heavily dependent on North Korea, Iran, and China for support in the slightest. Are you really trying to sell me the idea that Russia is not heavily dependent on outside support for help? Russia is importing foreign soldiers, for God's sake. North Korean soldiers are supporting Russia because Russia also has a manpower problem, believe it or not. This is so stupid. Oh, God. Listening to this buffoon makes me feel so many emotions. I swear to God.
And President Trump has made it clear that he's not going to refill the Biden pipeline once all the weaponry in that pipeline runs out.
Yeah. President Trump has made it very clear that he's basically pro-Russia. Even though he has made a turn recently. So we'll see. But it does not... God, he deployed 2 submarines, nuclear submarines, whoop-de-doo, because a drunk who was an ex-president of Russia drunk made some threats again. So Trump was like, oh my god, the words are serious, let me deploy 2 nukes instead of doing something substantial, like arming Ukraine.
So the Ukrainians are doomed. And if you look at what's happening on the battlefield, it's quite clear that the Ukrainians understand that. Their defenses are slowly but steadily collapsing. Now, one might say, well, can't we get a negotiated settlement? Can't we bring this war to an end?
Well, first of all, Trump is not able to do that because he is incompetent, and Russia is playing Donald Trump like a fiddle. I wonder if he'll say that. I wonder if he'll actually say that Trump is incompetent when it comes to trying to negotiation talks, which is factually true.
And the fact is that neither the Ukrainians nor the West, and here we're talking mainly about the Europeans, is willing to cut a deal that's acceptable to the Russians.
Yeah, this is such bullshit. Because the only deal that is acceptable to the Russians is maximum territory gains, making Ukraine basically defenseless and neutral. That is the only deal that is acceptable to Russia.
So there's no way you're going to have a diplomatic settlement to this war. It's going to be settled on the battlefield, and the Russians are going to win an ugly victory, and you're going to have a frozen conflict.
This is such bullshit.
Why can't you have a negotiated settlement?
He just said why he thinks you can't have a negotiated settlement. Is Tucker Carlson also stupid? You just heard him say, verbatim, well, the West and the West... No, Ukraine and the West do not want to give Russia what it wants, which is why you can have a negotiated settlement, to which Tucker Carlson listens and asks, why can't we have a negotiated settlement?
Because Russia has a set of demands.
Yeah. A non-starter set of demands, I might ask. 4 oblasts, recognizing Crimea as Russian, reducing Ukrainian army, no support from the West whatsoever. These are non-starter demands. Ukraine never joining NATO, I think. I'm not sure about the European Union. Ukraine being neutral, whatever.
There are 3 main demands.
Okay, let's see.
Spell them out in a second. But they are...
Can you spell them out, please?
Unacceptable to the Ukrainians. They're unacceptable.
Yeah, of course they're unacceptable. Losing over 20% of territory would be unacceptable to anybody that has a workable brain.
To the West. Donald Trump may find them acceptable, but he's surrounded by people in his administration, and it's certainly true in the American foreign policy establishment, who wouldn't accept those demands.
That's also not true. Actually, Trump is surrounded by yes men in his administration, so...
And the big 3 demands are, number 1, that Ukraine has to be a neutral state. It cannot be in NATO.
There you go. That is...
It cannot have a security...
I wonder if he'll list all the ridiculous demands, because Russia has some really, really ridiculous demands.
Guarantee from the...
Also, a country should not be able to dictate to another country what alliances it enters.
United States or from the West more generally. So it has to be neutral. Second is that Ukraine cannot have a significant offensive military capability.
There you go. Ukraine has to be defenseless. Ukraine has to be defenseless against Russia. That is Russia's demand. And this is already a non-starter, because this just invites another invasion on Russia's timetable. If your demand is you cannot be able to defend against us, then that's just saying you're going to have to be prepared for the fact that we can invade you at any time of our choosing, and you will have no way to defend against it. That's it. That is what the demand directly means.
Ukraine has to be demilitarized to the point where it doesn't present a threat to Russia.
Okay, this is very funny because he is saying that Ukraine is losing and is in a hopeless situation. Okay? You know what that translates to? It means that Ukraine does not present any threat to Russia. Okay? Because if it did, then you would not be saying that it is in a helpless situation. But now you're saying that Ukraine actually is not in a helpless situation because it needs to be demilitarized further in order not to pose that threat. Do you see the contradiction here? Or am I the only person spotting it? Is Ukraine a threat or is it in a hopeless situation? Is the difference between Russia and Ukraine so stark that it is a crushing victory, an ugly victory, or does Ukraine actually pose a threat that needs to be demilitarized?
And then third, and maybe most important of all,
well, is it the 4-all blast?
The Ukrainians and the West have to accept the fact that Russia has annexed Crimea and those 4 oblasts.
No, it has not. It is not annexed or 4 oblasts. A lot of them not even fully annexed, quote unquote. So that's bullshit as well. Russia wants territories that it has never even entered. Russia wants Ukraine to give up territories that Russia has never even managed to enter. So that is also complete bullshit.
In Eastern 1/5.
Like, Russia demands that Ukraine retreats its forces from places that Russians have not stepped into.
Ukraine.
It's everything everywhere all at once, of course, as always, with people that are idiots, well-respected idiots in the West.
That they now almost occupy. So
almost occupy.
In other words, you're asking Ukraine to give up about 20% of its territory.
Which is not acceptable to any sane country. No sane country will just say, oh yeah, we will reward you for invading us and committing genocide on us by giving you 20% of our territory.
Ukrainians won't do that, and they won't agree not to be in NATO, and they will not.
Yeah, of course. Why do you think Poland rushed so much to join NATO? Why do you think during the European Union talks, why did Poland say, yes, it is great, but we must also join NATO?
Not agree to disarm in some meaningful way. So there's no way you get a settlement.
Yeah, because Russia is going at it with non-starter demands.
So, but there will be a settlement by your description because there will be a victory. So there will just be, it's not an official settlement, but there will be a new status quo.
Yeah, there will be a victory if the US just decides to throw Ukraine under the bus. But that is definitely not a predetermined conclusion, okay? It's not inevitable that Ukraine will just lose because it's in a hopeless situation. That is complete and utter horse shit. That is a completely false statement. Just look at the resources that the West has at its disposal and compare it to the resources that Ukraine, that Russia and its allies have at its disposal.
In which Russia controls a fifth of what was...
By the way, during a recent summit, China has been called out for supporting Russia, and the Chinese representative said, didn't even actually deny it, said, you know what, the United States have better just focus on actually doing better on the peace settlement. Ridiculous situation that we have found ourselves in. And it's all the fault of the so-called collective West. Because it dropped the ball on Ukraine so hard from the get-go.
Ukraine. And that's just going to happen. So why wouldn't you want to get out of that with as little destruction as possible?
Well, you're going to get an armistice in all likelihood. And this is why we say you'll have a frozen conflict that will present all sorts of problems moving down the road. I have long argued that the Ukrainians should cut a deal now, because what's going to happen is the Russians are going to end up taking
Or a meaningless statement.
more territory, and the Russians have made it clear that any territory they take, they'll keep. And furthermore, more Ukrainians are going to die the longer the war goes on. So if you believe like I...
If Ukraine cut a deal at the beginning of the war without the counteroffensive, then right now Russia would be owning far more land. Okay?
I do, and many people do. That
Have we forgotten how much gains Russia has made at the very beginning of the war and how much of that Ukraine has taken back? Are we really... Are we having amnesia about that? Is that really a thing that is happening?
Ukraine is losing. The smart thing to do is cut a deal now and minimize your losses, both in terms of territory and...
Yeah, basically the smart thing is to cut your losses, make a deal now, demilitarize, and pray to God that Russia will not invade again, which surely it won't, right?
People killed on the battlefield. But you just can't sell that argument. And
why can't you sell that argument?
Because it's a stupid argument. That is why you cannot sell it. It is an absolutely stupid argument that the best thing to do right now is to render Ukraine completely defenseless while giving away 20% of territory. That's basically asking Russia to rebuild, rearm, and attack again. That is just inviting, please, please invade again. That's why. Please annex more territory, Russia.
I think it's probably nationalism in the case of the Ukrainians.
Yes.
That is stupid. That is such a stupid explanation.
Ukrainians view the Russians as an existential threat. And
why would you think that Russia is an existential threat when it wants to annex 20% of territory, when it wants to dictate that Ukraine cannot have an army, when it says that Ukrainians are not a people, when it kidnaps Ukrainian children and makes them into Russians? Why would Ukrainians think that Russia is an existential threat? Well, it must be that pesky nationalism. That must be the answer. That definitely is the most logical conclusion. Why does Poland see Russia as an existential threat? Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia. Why do those countries see Russia as an existential threat? I wonder. Why does Finland see Russia as a threat? Why does... Georgia. Well, Georgia's ruling party does not see Russia as a threat, but the Georgians definitely do. Romania. Why does every single country that is in proximity with Russia feel that Russia is an existential threat? I want to hear that explanation from John Mersheimer. Is it because we are all such rabid nationalists? I see Russia as a existential threat. Do you know me to be a huge nationalist? This is just a quick question to anybody that's actually still watching this stream. Does anybody see me as a hardcore nationalist? I hope I have not created that impression among anybody. That I'm some hardcore, super rabid nationalist. But yeah, I do see Russia as an existential threat, actually. So, can I have an explanation? Thank you. Reiterate. This is so ridiculous. This is some of the stupidest crap that I've ever heard, actually.
They're willing to fight and die in huge numbers. They're
willing to fight and die in huge numbers in order not to be genocided, annexed, subjugated, erased. So unreasonable, so irrational, according to Mr. Mersheimer, that only sees countries and peoples as pawns on a board in his realism.
To make incredible sacrifices to do everything they can to win this war.
Yeah, just like those pesky nationalists in 1939 in Poland were willing to die and sacrifice when the Nazis invaded. Yes, Lucy, you're a Russophobic Polish ultranationalist. Quack. Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you. God. Jesus. I don't like Mersheimer. Hold on. There's a video. There's a good video that There's a good video. Hold on. That basically Loner Box Mersheimer. There's a video that sort of, I think, encapsulates this whole bullshit very well. Where is it? Blah, 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 blah. There you go. I think this video encapsulates Mersheimer's bullshit very well. So we're gonna watch a fragment just to have some context for this whole thing.
Century. Political theorists like German...
There we go.
Dylan Burns. Part 1.
I am still up.
What is realism?
My name is Dylan Burns. I'm a war journalist and streamer. I'm told I'm supposed to explain realism to you. And talk about John Mearsheimer. Lucky me. Realism, as it pertains to international relations, developed as a framework in the aftermath of the Second World War. While realists...
This is not a good book, by the way. Is it The Forging of a Nation? Ukraine, The Forging of a Nation is not a good book. I'm just saying it right now. The War Came to Us is a good book. So this is a good book. This is not a good book. I cannot see the title. The Tragedy of Great Power Politics. I haven't read this. I don't see this. But there you go. I have given my quick review of the books on the thing here. What did Dylan Burns study? International relations. IR.
will trace their roots back to Thomas Hobbes' 1651 work Leviathan, or even further back, to Thucydides' A History of the Peloponnesian War. It didn't start to seriously develop as a framework until the mid-20th century.
Because Mersheimer is a realist. Realism is a school of thought in international relations. That is why he brought Dylan Burns to speak about this, because Dylan Burns has fairly good grasp on international relations. So he is here to counter the claims of Mearsheimer through the lens of international relations.
Political theorists like German-American immigrant Hans Morgenthau, whose 1948 book, Politics Amongst Nations, start to make sense of the interstate violence through the lens of statecraft. What drove nation-states to start wars with one another, to send their young off to die in the most horrific ways man can conceive, when the end result left once bustling communities in ruin? Theorists like Hans Morgenthau looked over the devastation and back into historical examples like the work of Thucydides in an attempt to find constant truths about international relations. This would eventually develop into a formal academic field, with scholars developing theories to try to explain...
The War Came to Us. It's a journalist that's been living in Ukraine pretty early on, I think before 2014, and basically gives a personal recounting of how it all went down. The book is called The War Came to Us. I have it somewhere here. I can bring it and I can show if you want. The War Came to Us is a pretty good book.
And what motivates states to act the way they do, and try to predict what they might do in the future, like the liberal or constructivist schools of thought. Liberal theorists emphasize trade, creating economic...
Okay, I'll bring it. I don't see why not. Oh, hold on. I will switch the view. One moment. I'll be right back with the book. My apologies. Fido was lying around on the floor when I went out to get the book. Fido was lying around and I just couldn't help myself but to pet him a bit, to spend some time with him. Which book did you say wasn't good? Ukraine, The Forging of a Nation is not a good book. It's a very strange, very nationalist-based book. And it makes some really weird statements about Jewish people, for example. It says that Jewish people... It posits that Jewish people are basically just a nationality like any other. And it claims that Jewish people had a stunted culture in the 19th century, which is the wildest claim that I have ever heard. Jewish people had a stunted culture in the 19th century. I don't even know how to approach such a statement, okay? Not a good book. Yeah. Jewish people had like regressed or stunted. I don't remember the exact wording, but fuck, it was bad. I remember getting really angry when reading that book. And I read it in full, okay? I read the book in full. I did not stop reading it. I read the whole thing. It has some good parts. I'm not gonna say that 100% of the book is bad, but in my eyes, the book has far more bad than good. It's written by some guy that comes from a religious school. I'm not even sure if he's a proper historian, so make of that what you will. Okay, so The War Came to Us. Life and Death in Ukraine by Christopher Miller. The inside account of the war in Ukraine from my leading journalist on the conflict. Of The War Came to Us? Yeah, I can. Hold on. I'll read the synopsis at the back of the book. Christopher Miller has been an indispensable guide to what's been really happening in Ukraine for a decade or more, and his writing has helped show the world the true face of a country that is too often lied about. So the table of contents. 1. American Boy. 2. Friends. 3. A Darker Side of the Donbass. 4. Acts of Journalism. Part 2. Revolution and Annexation. 5. Euromaidan. 6. Little Green Men. 7. Voting Under the Gun. Part 3. Russian Spring. 9. Stamps. 10. Look at Our Republic. 11. Some Fucking Militia. 12. Volunteer Battalions. 13. Live in a New Way. 14. This is a War Now. 15. Executioners. 16. Fields of Death. 17. The Launch Site. 18. The First Real Independence Day. 19. The Supply Runner. 20. City of Ghosts. 21. Prisoners of War. POWs. Prisoners of War. 22. The Body Collectors. 23. The City of a Million Roses. 24. Left Behind. 25. The Woman in the Grass. 26. The Cossack Bomb Squad. 27. PTSD. Part 4. Full-Scale Invasion. 28. Warning Signs. 29. Servant of the People. 30. Keep Calm and Party On. 31. The Battle of Kiev. 32. Control the Skies. 33. Who Would Like Some Tea? 34. Yat Tut. 35. Heroes. 36. Escape. 37. It Feels Like I'm Doing Something Wrong. 38. The Brothers Vishivani. 39. Savagery. 40. A Storm on the Horizon. 41. Trouble at Sea. 42. Siege. 43. Filtration. 44. Summertime in the City. 45. The Battle of the Donbass. 46. The terrorists are destroying everything. 47. Missiles. 48. Fortress of Bakhmut. 49. To Peace. 50. I Love You. That is the table of content. Also, I can recommend to you a very good Polish book. Okay? It's called Ziemia I Krew, I think. It's about Polish journalists. It's a day-to-day recount of the Euromaidan by Polish journalists. Okay, I'm gonna bring the Polish book now. It's also about Ukraine. It's a Polish one, written by Polish journalists. Wojciech Mucha, Krew i Ziemia. Opisana tu wojna nie toczy się jedynie na wschodzie, trwa wewnątrz samych Ukraińców. Krew i Ziemia to opowieść właśnie o nich. This book has been released in 2000, I believe, 15 or 14 even. Where was this book published? God. This book was 2014. This book was published in 2014. So it was published as the events were happening. Opisana tu wojna nie toczy się jedynie na wschodzie, trwa wewnątrz samych Ukraińców. Krew i Ziemia to opowieść właśnie o nich, a także o gwałtownym poszukiwaniu tożsamości narodowej w kraju zrzucającym z siebie jarzmo postkomunizmu i sowiecką przeszłość. O czerwieni i czerni barwach sztandaru ukraińskiej powstańczej armii, która od początku rewolucji na Ukrainie budzą lęki i obawy Polaków, o krwi przelanej za wolność, godność i ziemię, o której przyszło bronić przed inwazją ze wschodu, o ludziach Majdanu. There you go. I've read it in Polish because I know Konrad might be interested in this book. I might translate good parts of this book to present to English-speaking audiences. I think it's good. From what I've read, it's a good recounting. It's a good journalistic recounting of what's been happening during Euromaidan. Is there a chance you can get the camera to show the bookshelf closer? I want to read the titles. I would need a better camera. Good, the War Came to Us. Very good. It's a good book. You should get it. If you get the chance, you should get a paper copy to support the author. Right. Let's continue watching the Dylan Burns explanation of Mersheimer's bullshit. Also, since we're talking, Dylan Burns is also one of these people that uses streaming as a mechanism to fund his journalism in Ukraine. Just saying that if you want to support a person that is doing something worthwhile and not bullshit, then go and support him.
Dependence, cooperation between nations, and the development of international institutions as tools to try to avoid interstate conflict. Liberal theorists also believe that domestic factors, like the style of government, affects the behavior of the state. For example, some believe in democratic peace theory, which stipulates that democratic republic.
I can't read ebooks unless it's really unavailable, or it's a math textbook or something. I do like having a book in my hands, yeah. I do prefer having an actual paper book. Maybe I'm old-fashioned like that, but that is true. I do like having an actual physical book.
Republican-style governments are less likely to go to war with each other than other forms of government. Realists believe this type of thinking would not prevent war, but cause leaders to unknowingly stumble into more wars. Morgenthau would become a proponent of what is now referred to as classical realism. He believed that human nature is of self-interest, with egoism at its core, and that's reflected in how nation-states behave, pushing them into competition with one another.
There you go. Realism poses that there's a nature to states and that nature is egoism. And that is a problem with international relations in general. Don't take me wrong, but I feel like it's especially a problem with realism that nation states are treated as organisms. Okay, countries are treated as organisms, not as not as collection of people with different interests, with different goals, aspirations. That sort of create this balance. It's all about the countries are these organisms that have a nature and they operate according to this nature. A country is treated like an individual on a macro scale, basically. No, but it sounds actually very interesting, that book that you've just... Actually sounds very interesting. I think... When was this published, the book that you just... I'm actually gonna copy the title because this sounds actually very interesting. I think I'm going to get that book. I wonder when it was published. I might want to get it. The title actually... 2020... Okay, I haven't not heard of this book, but the title sounds quite enticing to me. Thank you. I think I will get it. It does sound very interesting. For those who don't understand, The End of the Ruski Mir, about the ideological sort of source, the ideological basis of the Russian aggression. This is very, very interesting.
These states live in an anarchic system, meaning there's no power overwatching it to enforce rules and order. There's no power coming to save your nation-state in a crisis to enforce some prescribed universal values. No America super cop is coming to save the day. Out of fear and suspicion of other states, nations will attempt to build power to protect themselves and their state's interests. But because of the inherent suspicion in states, one nation building power for defense, like a new Air Force expansion to protect its airspace, could be interpreted by neighboring states as new jets with ground strike capabilities that can bomb their cities, even if that was not the intention of those who initiated the Air Force expansion.
So therefore, basically, one country's defensive expansion might be seen as offensive to the neighbor.
This means that nation-states with no interest in escalating or going to war could end up taking defensive actions that are then interpreted as offensive actions and then responded to in kind. This is because power, which realists view as drawn solely from military capabilities, is relative to the potential threat that it's guarding against. It's a zero-sum game for those involved. The state that increased its air force has increased its power.
Very simple, very, very reductionist worldview. I'll say it once again. The very fact that countries are seen as very rational actors, just egotistical, self-interested, and as solitary organisms with no inner strife, with no conflicted interests internally, with no ambition, goals, etc. of those involved in the inner workings of the country, it already makes it not a very compelling lens to analyze politics to me. You know? It is a very, very simplistic view of the world.
But it means the states around it, who view this expansion with suspicion, have seen their own power decreased relative to this new potential threat. One nation could respond by increasing its anti-air capabilities, increasing its own relative power, and decreasing the relative power of its airplane-loving neighbor.
And this is, by the way, where Russia becomes a problem because, well...
means a nation could invest ever-increasing sums of money into defense, while not actually increasing the relative security or survivability of the state. What could increase in its place is escalation or war. This is called the security dilemma, and is central to how realists think, and influences schools of thought outside of realism. This is when a state uses either internal balancing, the building of hard military power in order to increase your state's relative strength, or external balancing, building military alliances with neighbor states in order to stop a larger state from using coercive power against you.
Which is basically what is happening with the countries around Russia.
Hans Morgenthau also recognized attempts to maintain the balance of power as another potential flashpoint for conflict. While nobody can tell how many wars there would have been without the balance of power, it is hard not to see that most of the wars that have been fought have their origin in the balance of power. Realism would continue to develop during the Cold War, as nation-states rushed into arms races and nuclear weapons changed the landscape of diplomacy, with apocalyptic undertones. The publication of the 1979 book...
Right, the nuclear deterrent doctrine.
A Theory of International Politics by Kenneth Waltz would continue to develop realism by forming structural realism, also known as neorealism.
Which is the thing that Mersheimer apparently subscribes to, neorealism.
Realism disagreed with the focus on human nature to try to explain state behavior, instead focusing on an anarchic system to try to explain this. Hence the name structural realism. The structure of the international system explains the state's behavior. It states that survival is the primary goal of the state, and the pursuit of power is in service of this goal. In pursuance of this goal, realists believe states will act rationally on the world stage, with structure...
Which is completely nonsensical, okay? The fact that you think that the states will always act rationally on the international stage is a very, very, very funny assumption, okay? Look at World War II, look at Stalin. Look at how the USSR acted on the international stage and tell me that the USSR acted as a rational actor, especially at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa.
Realists believing that nations are black boxes, meaning that the domestic politics doesn't impact the rational decision-making processes of the state.
I completely disagree with that, of course.
Democracy, an oligarchy, a technocracy, a monarchy, a military dictatorship, all of these governments should make the same rational decisions in pursuance of the survival of the state.
See, you probably can understand how this is not exactly true, right? Like, did Stalin make those rational decisions in pursuance of the survival of the state when Hitler attacked? No, he did not. Absolutely not.
It's also one of the main points of critique of theorists from other schools, who think that this leaves out a lot of important factors.
Yeah, it does. Actually, it does.
Like
that is good critique.
A regime type, ideology, all sorts of internal intricacies that are left out of this framework. Within structural realism, there are two camps of thought. As described by Kenneth Waltz, the first one is defensive realism. Defensive realists believe that nations, whose primary goal is survival, attempt to maximize security. As Waltz describes it, states will attempt to attain power in order to deal with relative threats to the state and to keep their position in the anarchic international system secure, but will do so
I think
reservedly.
this gives a good glimpse into how Mersheimer thinks, and through this lens, you'll be able to better understand his bullshit in the Tucker Carlson interview. I do believe that.
While Waltz does believe there does exist incentives against states cooperating, stating in his book, "A state also worries, lest it become dependent on others. States do not willingly place themselves in situations of increased dependence. In a self-help system, considerations of security subordinate gain to political interest."
I'll be right back. I have to go to the toilet. Which is why, like, the new president of Poland, Nawrocki, by the way, wants, instead of joint cooperation with the European Union when it comes to armament, he claims that each nation state within the European Union should just arm themselves separately, which I think is a stupid notion. I'll be right back. Okay, let's continue. All right, one moment. I'm ready. I'm ready to continue the stream. How is everybody feeling? How's everyone doing? Huh? How's everyone? Everyone okay? Everyone doing okay?
Those issues could be overlooked, though, if a rival nation threatened to become a hegemon. A temporary alliance could form.
Like Russia, you mean? Is that it? Like Russia?
Between the smaller powers in order to balance against the rival larger power. While a smaller state could choose to bandwagon and join the ascendant power in challenging the status quo, Kenneth Waltz believed it was much more likely for smaller states to join together against
Kenneth Waltz sounds like such a familiar name to me. I don't know why. Where have I heard this name before? Kenneth Waltz. Kenneth Waltz. Have I read anything by Kenneth Waltz? I feel like I might have actually.
Rising state. Because power is a means, not an end, states prefer to join the weaker of the two coalitions. Because of the cost of boundless conquest, the negatives outweigh the benefits in most circumstances for large expansionist wars, and the threat of counterbalancing is ever present. The balancing arrangement of the international order, which is important for realist thought, is organized around a system of polarity, with each pole representing great powers which states organize themselves around. Three types of...
It says supper on this patch, by the way. Supper. Minor? Mine person?
Polarity are commonly accepted among scholars. Unipolarity, when there is one major power, and no other major powers to balance against them. American dominance after the end of the Cold War.
Also, by the way, true unipolarity, technically speaking, that one country is stronger than all the other countries in the world combined. And the United States realistically was never that. If all the other countries combine their power against the United States would not just be able to win. So true unipolarity, pure true unipolarity is not really something that has ever occurred. Just saying.
War is an often cited example of unipolarity. Bipolarity is when there are two powerful poles, which balance against one another. The rivalry between the United States and the USSR during the Cold War is an example of bipolarity. And then there is multipolarity, when power is distributed between more than two great powers, creating more than two major poles. The period leading
also
up to
the
first...
whole polarity theory creates very much problems with countries being seen as pawns in the service of the so-called poles. So there should be a better way. I'm just saying that should be a better way.
World War, the 30 Years' War, and the Three Kingdoms period in China, for all my Dynasty Warriors fans out there, are...
Dynasty Warriors. I should play that Dynasty Warriors game, by the way. Pretty good. And the Three Kingdoms period is actually very interesting. But the multipolarity in the 3 years, the Three Kingdoms period in China as multipolarity is basically just one country being splintered into bits. So I'm not sure if that's a... I'm not actually sure if this is a good example of multipolarity, because this is just one country with inner strife for dominance over the whole bit. So I don't know. I don't know.
Commonly accepted examples. Kenneth Waltz believes that of all the power distributions, that bipolarity is the most stable. This is due to internal balancing, like the increasing or decreasing...
Actually, I don't know why the Three Kingdoms period is considered an example of multipolarity. Like, I don't see it, actually. I would debate that.
Increasing of your military budget, which is the primary tool of adjusting the power balance under bipolarity, which is much easier to control for unintentional escalation. This, though, is a hotly debated topic by international relations scholars from within the realist framework and from proponents of other frameworks as well. The other camp within structural realism, besides defensive realism, is offensive realism. Instead of attempting to maximize security to ensure their survival, as defensive realists believe, offensive realists contend that states are power maximizers. States will grow their power in order to become regional hegemons, and if they can achieve it, they will expand that power
like Russia
to global hegemony. While defensive realists believe that states will attempt to balance against a larger power that attempts to create hegemony, the author of the 2001 book, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, believes that nation-states are much more likely to engage in buck-passing behavior. Buck-passing means passing the responsibility to confront a larger state to other actors. This is to avoid the cost that confrontation could possibly incur until your state is immediately threatened. This is where you find the subject of today's video, John Joseph Mearsheimer. The tragedy is that you could have two states who are content with the status quo and have no interest in fighting or competing for power. Nevertheless, because they cannot know each other's intentions, and because they operate in an anarchic system. They have to assume the worst about each other and have to compete for power. Most people reject the idea that we can't transcend this logic, but what I am saying is that we are condemned forever to a world where great powers compete for security and sometimes end up fighting wars.
I do not agree with this. I do not agree with this in the slightest.
Part 2. NATO expansion.
Oh, that's his book.
Fighting
The
war.
Tragedy of...
Where great powers compete. I am saying them. They cannot know
The Tragedy of John Mearsheimer.
John Joseph Mearsheimer.
Hold on. It is very unfortunate that the yes. Alright, so we've seen this. We have learned what realism is. Now we can go ahead and watch the interview. Multipolarity is a gigacope which you forcing upon yourself when you're playing as a dying empire in Stellaris. Well, that is, no. It is what it is.
And they just won't quit. And in terms of the West, it's easy for the West.
So I just want to say I understand that and respect that. I think they're wrong, but I think it's self-defeating, but I certainly think it's honorable, those impulses, but I don't...
Why is it self-defeating? What the fuck are you talking about, Tucker Carlson? Why is it self-defeating?
I understand the West's stake in this exactly.
What is the West's stake in Russia destabilizing the continent, in Russia gaining power as a hegemon, local and global, in Russia basically in Russia saying that the integrity of borders of a sovereign state don't mean anything? What are the stakes of Russia basically saying that they want to rebuild their empire, that Ukraine belongs to them, it's in their sphere of influence, that NATO never should have expanded to the post-Soviet sphere, which includes Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Wow. I wonder what is the West's stake in all this. It's just incomprehensible, isn't it? That's great. That is such great analysis, Tucker Carlson. You're such a smart person. You're such a learned man. Wow, I wonder what is the stake for the West in Russia doing something like that?
Well, I don't believe the West has a strategic stake in this for 1 second.
What the fuck are you talking? What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't? Are you really saying that it doesn't matter to Poland if it borders with Ukraine or if it borders with Russia instead? That's strategically speaking to countries like, well, all the kind map of Europe. Okay, let's go. Poland. Let's go to an English speaking map. Poland, Slovakia, Romania, Moldova, all in the vicinity, okay? Lithuania, Latvia, like to all of these countries, there's absolutely no strategic value in this. There's no strategic stake for all these countries. Is that really what Mearsheimer's saying? There's no strategic stake for Ukraine winning or losing. Not at all. If suddenly Romania would be bordering Russia. No strategic stake at all, huh? Hungary. No strategic stake at all. No, of course not. What is this brain rot? What is happening? Is it a non-issue for Germany if Russia comes this much closer? Is it really a non-strategic issue?
But the Russophobia in the West is
Yes. It's not that countries don't want to be threatened by... Hmm. Hmm.
so powerful at this point in time that, especially among the elites in Europe and in the United States, that getting them to concede that the Russians have...
It's like saying that the opposition to the Nazi was Germanophobia. It's basically like saying that. You want to fight against the Nazis? You sure are a rabid Germanophobe.
Won this war or going to win this war is just unacceptable.
And have legitimate security concerns.
What are the legitimate security concerns of Russia regarding Ukraine?
Their border. I mean,
they're not allowed. The Russians are not allowed to have legitimate security concerns.
What are the legitimate security concerns, Mersheimer, Tucker Carlson? What are they? What are those legitimate security concerns? This is complete bullshit. Was it legitimate security concerns that made Russia invade Chechnya? Was it the legitimate security concerns that made them annex Georgian territory? Was it the legitimate concerns that made them meddle in Romania, meddle in Georgia once again? Was it security concerns that made Russia do sabotage in Poland and other European countries?
Of most Western elites.
Why?
Western elites. Of course, the countries in the general area of Russia do not count. The security concerns of Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Georgia. Moldova. None of that matters, really. Those countries don't have security concerns.
I don't know. It befuddles me.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you for real? This guy is considered a bright, super smart scholar. I don't know. It has to be Russophobia. Oh, God.
If you look at the Russian reaction to NATO expansion into Ukraine,
What NATO expansion into Ukraine? What the fuck are you talking about? What NATO expansion? Ukraine has been told time and time and time and time and time again, no, you cannot join. What NATO expansion into Ukraine? By that logic, all the countries that have joined NATO since the full-scale invasion should be invaded.
I believe is the taproot of this war.
Well, you're an idiot if you believe so. If you really believe that the root of the annexation of Crimea, the annexation of the eastern lands of Donetsk and Luhansk, if you really truly believe that that all started with NATO expansion, then you're just a liar or you're an idiot.
It
started with Ukraine breaking away from Russia's control. It started with Ukraine choosing to be free rather than becoming another Belarus. That is the reality of the situation.
Analogous to America's Monroe Doctrine. The United States, under no circumstances, would allow the Soviet Union to put missiles in Cuba.
Yeah, the USSR is not Russia, allegedly. So why are you invoking the USSR?
Locate a naval base at Cienfuegos in Cuba. That was just unacceptable. This is what the Monroe Doctrine is all about. We'd never allow China to station military forces in Mexico.
Yeah, and nobody was discussing stationing NATO forces in Ukraine in 2014. I have no clue where this came from.
Or in Canada.
Nobody was discussing placing missiles in Ukraine in 2014. In fact, the opposite happened during the Budapest Memorandum.
But yet we think...
Like Ukraine was told to give up its nukes.
We have the right to move NATO far enough eastward to include Ukraine and then put...
Ukraine has not been extended an invitation to join. Ukraine has been refused time and time again. So this whole argument is completely empty. That was a very intellectual, I don't know. You need to admit that, Lucy. Yeah, of course. This is why I hate this sort of dishonesty.
NATO assets.
All those imaginary concerns. Russia just had no choice but to invade.
Including American military assets in Ukraine, and this is not of concern to the Russians. They should...
What U.S. military assets in Ukraine?
Care. They should recognize that Ukraine has the right to do whatever it wants. NATO has...
I mean, that is true. Russia should actually recognize that Ukraine should be able to do whatever it wants as a sovereign state.
The right to expand wherever it wants, and Russia has no say in the matter. The Russian...
Well, yeah, that is the nature of being a sovereign state. That external states don't have a say into your affairs. Yes. Just like Germany has no say in what happens in Poland, or Ukraine doesn't have anything to say in what's happening in Poland. And Poland should not dictate about where Ukraine's alliances should be. Yes. Correct.
Russians, of course, don't accept this because they have a Monroe Doctrine of their own. But we can't get it through our thick skulls that...
See, this is the realism in action. Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania, countries that are like that are just pawns between the two different Monroe Doctrines.
This is foolish thinking.
Who cares about our independence, about our, sovereignty, about any sort of silly concept such as self-determination? Who gives a fuck about us?
Our part, and is destined to lead to trouble as it has.
Of course.
It's interesting that the standard that U.S. foreign policymakers...
It's all about the U.S. and Russia, respectively. Who cares about all these meat puppets in between?
apply to Russia is different from a standard they'd apply to any other country, including China and even North Korea. They don't have the same level of emotion about
the allies of Russia, by the way. Both North Korea and China are allies of Russia in this war.
any other place. It's Russia, Ukraine. And I find it baffling.
Also, that's bullshit as well, Tucker Carlson.
Because on some level,
What about Taiwan? Do you think that the U.S. has been completely ignoring Taiwan?
As you said at the outset, this is not about America's strategic interests. We don't really have many there.
Yeah, but Europe does, absolutely. And Europe's strategic interest is America's strategic interest, considering that Europe is a huge partner to the United States. So that also is actually complete nonsense to say that the US has no interest in Ukraine. That is very short-sighted and, well, stupid.
This is about an almost overwhelming emotional response from
No, it's not. What do you mean by that?
Our leadership class to this.
What? Where did you take that statement from? What emotional response?
Conflict to this region. I think it's weird.
Yeah, it's... Okay, this is very simple. I'm gonna explain it as if I was talking to a toddler, a 5-year-old. US, Europe do good business together. Good friends, okay? They do good business. Good business, Europe goes to US and vice versa. Okay, if Russia destabilize Europe, no good business no more. Therefore, the interest of Europe, interest of US. You understand?
Yeah. Well, I think
Yeah, of course.
also at this point in time, we have convinced ourselves, both the Europeans and the Americans, that Russia is a mortal threat to dominate all of Europe. This is a
No, it just wants to regain all of its Soviet sphere colonies, which is a whole bunch of countries.
ridiculous argument.
Do you think it is ridiculous?
It's a ridiculous argument.
You think it's ridiculous?
It is.
Okay, are you gonna substantiate this claim beyond just saying that it's ridiculous, or?
Have seen the war started in 2022.
No, the war started in 2014, actually. So that is already an incorrect statement. The war has not started in 2022. The war has started in 2014.
We're well over 5 years into this war.
No, we're all over 10 years of this war, actually. Like, please educate yourself on the conflict before you start making statements on it.
The Russians have had a very difficult time conquering the eastern 1/5 of Ukraine. Just think about that. Over 3+ years, they have been unable to conquer all of the territory in those 4 oblasts that they've annexed.
With, I might add, with the subpar aid of the West. And yet at the beginning, this guy has opened his whole tirade by saying that Ukraine is losing, that Ukraine will never win, that Ukraine is in an impossible situation, that no matter what happens, Ukraine is just, it cannot be salvaged. But now, suddenly, Russia is struggling to take over even 1/5. Russia is at the same time too weak to do anything to Europe, but at the same time unconquerable when it comes to the war against Ukraine in particular. Are we seeing the contradiction? Are we starting to see the absurdity of the argument? Russia is at the same time very, very strong, but at the same time quite weak and struggling. I find this sort of argumentation very lacking.
Please tell me how this army is going to overrun all of Ukraine. Then,
okay, if Russia has no chance of overcoming all of Ukraine, if it's struggling to take over 1/5 of Ukraine, when Ukraine is receiving lackluster support, then how is Ukraine in an impossible situation and guaranteed to lose? I would like to have that answered, Mr. Mearsheimer. Because those statements that you're making are not mutually compatible. I'm not sure if you've noticed. These are mutually incompatible statements.
And overrun Eastern Europe and then overrun Western Europe. This is a laughable argument. Furthermore, if the Russians are foolish enough to try to occupy Western Ukraine, they're going to find themselves in a quagmire. They're going to find themselves.
Why just Western? Why is the occupation of Western Ukraine so much more difficult than the occupation of Eastern Ukraine?
With a huge amount of resistance from all of those ethnic Ukrainians in the western part of Ukraine. Who
are you saying that there are no ethnic Ukrainians in the eastern part of Ukraine? What is this argument? Is he saying that the eastern Ukrainians are far less to rebel because they're not ethnic Ukrainians, but only Western Ukraine is actually is only inhabited by ethnic Ukrainians
who hate Russians? This is why
Are you saying that Eastern Ukrainians do not hate the Russians? What the fuck is this?
Putin is going to even try to conquer the western half,
much less
Ukraine.
Poland and Romania and the rest.
Exactly.
This is such a fundamental ignorance about Ukraine as a country that I don't even know how to start digesting it. Only Western Ukraine has ethnic Ukrainians that have a dislike for Russia?
You on that, by the way, in terms of occupying Eastern Europe, is we've been there, done that, and it did not work out very well. Remember,
What do you mean it did not work out very well? How did it not? The Russian Empire, Polish people were not able to overthrow the Russian Empire on their own. Polish people were not able to just overthrow the Soviet Union until it became sufficiently weak. What is this nonsensical argumentation? This is such a fundamental misunderstanding of the region. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm noticing that you are white, which displeases me greatly. What is it, fake Alec Kyle Parker? What's up? What's up? I'm being angry at Mearsheimer. What up? What up? What up? Don't say just Lucy. Don't just say Lucy and then nothing. Say something. Jesus. Lucy, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is shutting down. PBS is going down. Can you link me something about this? We should probably discuss this. Holy crap. Really? Yeah, I read it. I read it in your Tier 1 subscription message. Can you link me anything? Interesting. Trump is destroying. I mean, he is unironically destroying America, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, NPR, National Public Radio. National Public Radio is very good. Very worth. Want to read an article about the OUN and UPA regarding Volhynia? Yeah, link it. Screw it. We are doing a marathon. We're doing a marathon. Remember to try to donate because we're doing a marathon. We're actually gathering money here. We're trying to gather as much money as we can.
They occupied Eastern Europe roughly from 1945 to the early
Russia has occupied Eastern Europe for far longer than just from 1945. Russia has occupied Eastern Europe from 1772, actually. So get your facts straight. Just because Russia has had a short break between World War I and World War II of not occupying Eastern Europe, listen, the fact that Mersheimer just said that Russia has occupied Eastern Europe from 1945 just shows me that he has no clue what he is talking about. Oh my god, put back the anime VTuber. Hello, Universal Emperor. Well, what's wrong with my face? Also, I'm not gonna discuss war. I'm not gonna discuss the war in Ukraine as a VTuber, okay? That's not happening. I'm not gonna be discussing the war in Ukraine as a VTube anime avatar. I'm sorry to say. I'm not. That is not happening, Universal Emperor. That's not happening. I'm not gonna be discussing these topics as a VTube avatar. Unless you want to donate a very generous amount of money to make me. Then I might consider it. There you go. The power is in your hands. The power is yours, as they say. I do have cringe whenever a Westerner discusses something about Russia, especially Russia's history. I know! Like, what the fuck was this statement that Russia has occupied Eastern Europe since 1945? What a nonsensical statement. I don't think you take the seriousness of how much Ukraine is dealing with both superpowers. I have no clue who you are, Super Emperor, but I assure you, I don't know where you're from, I don't know who you are, but I assure you that I probably understand the subject far more than you. Okay, and I assure you that as a person that is from the region, okay, that is affected, I probably understand the subject more than you. Just say stuff and don't do any research. I know. Because it's all just about the US and the USSR and Russia. They don't see anything else. They don't see the history of the region at all. They don't care to. They don't care to learn about the subject at all.
1990s when they pulled out after the Cold War ended.
So no, Russia has occupied Eastern Europe for far longer than from 1945 to the 1990s. This is a stupid statement.
1945 to the...
I'd rather not give my hard work money to consider you just threats than actual politics. What are you talking about? What do you mean just threads? Ukraine is trying to get support from the US. What would be actual politics, by the way? Ukraine is trying to get support from the US and Europe, and Russia is trying to kill Ukrainians. Well, Russia is factually getting support from North Korea, Iran, and China. Okay, let me see the Volhynia article. We're going to read this. We're going to talk about a few topics. Of course, Universal Emperor has not answered my question about where they're from, because, of course, I have no clue what they mean when they say real politics. They have an avatar of Freezer from Dragon Ball. Brilliant. Universal Emperor. Amazing. I do not condemn resistance. Well, yes, you do in case of Ukraine, it seems. In case of Ukraine, you absolutely do condemn resistance, but, you know, whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Yep. Brilliant. Amazing.
The early 1990s when they pulled out after the Cold War ended. They had to invade Hungary in 56. They had to invade Czechoslovakia in 68. They had to put down a major insurrection. They had to, when they occupied Europe, as we've been there, done that, and it did not work that way.
Poland and Romania and the rest.
Try part of Ukraine who hate Russians. This is why I don't think Putin is going to even West foolish Eastern Europe. This of Ukraine, then overrun Eastern Europe, and then overrun Western Europe. This is a laughable argument. Furthermore, if the Russians are foolish enough to try to occupy Western Ukraine,
I love this argument that only Western Ukraine hates Russia and the rest just embraces.
They're going to find themselves in instances. This is why I don't think Putin is going to even try to conquer the western half.
Much less
Ukraine.
Poland and Romania and the rest.
Exactly. As we've been there, done that, and it did not work out very well. Remember, they occupied Eastern Europe roughly from 1940.
So yes, they've occupied Eastern Europe for far longer. We've already established that part.
45 to the early 1990s when they pulled out after the Cold War ended. They had to invade Hungary in 56. They had to invade Czechoslovakia.
Why did they have to invade Hungary? Why did they have to invade Czechoslovakia? Can you give us context for why they had to do these things? Also, whatever, this is stupid. No, they did not have to actually invade Czechoslovakia in
in 68. They had to put down a major insurrection in East Germany in 1953. They almost went into Poland 3 times. They had their hands full dealing with the Romanians and the Albanians and the Yugoslavs.
Oh, yeah. This Tucker Carlson, as if he knew even remotely about what is being talked about.
I mean, the idea that a country like Russia is going to, invade and occupy and run the politics of countries in Eastern Europe.
It's actually not ridiculous at all because it has done so before historically. It has done so before the USSR. Does the term Russian Empire ring a bell? Also, why did Russia have to expand its borders to the other side of the world along the Korean and Chinese borders? Good question. Like trying hard to prove the Holodomor genocide question, even though it isn't a question and has been debated, even though Wikipedia says it's not a genocide. The Wikipedia does not say it's not a genocide. Okay, let's go to the Wikipedia then. Thank God it's an easy 5-second Google. Holodomor. Let's see what the Polish wiki says. Let's start. Type of event. Genocide. The Polish article. English. Even the Wikipedia doesn't say that it's a genocide, huh? Yeah. Oh no, the Polish Wikipedia. I guess Poland doesn't count because Poland is not a real country. While most scholars are in consensus that the main cause of the famine was largely man-made, it remains in dispute whether the Holodomor was intentional, whether it was directed at Ukrainians, and whether it constitutes a genocide. So it doesn't say that it was not a genocide. Someone already debunked what? What do you mean someone already debunked? One moment. I'm gonna be right back. Because this is... Now I know where you're from. You're from the Bad Empanada crowd. How can a single person debunk something like this? Who was it? Was it Bad Empanada? Did Bad Empanada debunk it being a genocide? Hold on, I'm gonna bring something here. Because this is getting frustrating. It's getting into stupidity level. There's also an article in Wiki called the Holodomor Genocide Question. Yeah, it's a really stupid article on the Wikipedia. I'm gonna be right back because... Oh, wait, hold on. I have the Polish version here. But I'm also going to bring the, you know, the English version for the illiterates. So... I am the genocide. I am the one who decides. No, I don't believe in Wikipedia. No. Do you know what? Do you know what the difference between you and me is? You believe in Wikipedia. I believe in primary sources. Do you know what primary sources are? They're documents. Direct documents from the period. Okay? You consult Wikipedia. I consult primary sources. This is a 1,000-page book that is the only contents of this book are primary sources, documents, orders, letters, correspondence regarding the Holodomor. I am holding a book called, there you go, The Great Hunger in Ukraine, and it is full of primary sources. Again, documents, correspondence, letters, direct orders. So you can believe in Wikipedia. I will consult primary sources because that is how you study history. You don't study history by going to Wikipedia. You study history by going to the direct source. And these sources actually constitute proof that it was in fact a genocide. Because guess what? The USSR have left document traces of their orders regarding how to treat Ukraine during this whole thing. You have read the book. Yeah, the book is not proving anything, you idiot. What do you mean you read the book and it was bad of proving? Well, too bad, because this book is not setting out to prove anything. It just has primary sources that you read and then you can come to your own conclusions. The book does not try to prove anything. The book just gives you the primary sources to study. You idiot. This is the English version, by the way. The very fact that you just said that this book is bad at proving anything means that you have not seen it in your life. You've never seen this book in your life if you think that is trying to prove anything. This book has been prepared by the employees of the Institute of National Remembrance Commission of the Prosecution of Crimes Against the Polish Nation, Security Service of Ukraine, Polish Ministry of Interior and Administration, and the Institute of Political and Ethno-National Studies. It represents documents on the famine in Ukraine in the first half of the 1930s, documents created by the Soviet Special Services, as well as Polish military intelligence and diplomatic services. The volume also holds documents of the Polish police and local government administration reporting on the reactions of Ukrainians living in Poland with respect to the information on the tragic events in Soviet Ukraine. It only has documents. It has no attempt to prove anything one way or the other. I've already told you. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means that you're illiterate and don't know what you're talking about. That is what that means. It means that you have no clue what you're talking about. Which makes sense because you're a Ben and Penada viewer. But who cares about primary sources, right? Who cares about consulting the documents themselves when you can just believe in Wikipedia? Who cares? Or better yet, consult Bad Empanada. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. Whenever some kind of a random idiot just comes in and says, oh yeah, the Holodomor and you were so wrong about it and Bad Empanada. Yeah, because Ben Empanada is so learned on the subject. Robert Conquest has changed his mind. That must mean that Holodomor was not a genocide because the Robert Conquest is the be-all and all on the topic of Holodomor. Sure. Ben Empanada owned you, didn't he? Yeah, he called me a pedophile, the ultimate ownage. You cannot be owned any more than being called a pedophile, can you? Hello, Marcel Laporta. This is so fucking ridiculous. I'm getting annoyed. Why do you call you a pedo? Because I said that Ben Empanada has a reputation of anti-Semitic behavior and it annoyed him. It annoyed his little fragile ego. He made a whole video about me, by the way. Just so you know. I was such a huge content creator back then, even bigger than now. That Ben Empanada felt the need to concoct a whole video about me. Wait, who are you waiting for the better sources from? You mean the person? Yeah. I don't need to discuss this. You haven't discussed it at all, okay? Stop bullshitting me by saying that you can't discuss this further. If you have not discussed this at all, you have nothing. Yeah, I really don't care about Ukraine. I totally don't travel to Ukraine every week basically to talk to people about kidnapped children. I totally don't care about Ukraine. I totally don't spend time there getting bombed by the Russians regularly. Totally not. I guess I'm there so often because I just don't care. I haven't checked it out yet, the article. Yeah, I totally don't care. For sure. For sure, Universal Emperor. You will never get an audience that will give you money every time you ask, and politics is not your to wear. What the fuck does that mean? I have no clue. English is clearly not your language because I have no clue what you were just trying to say. I genuinely have no clue what you were just trying to say. I have no clue what that means, what you just said. Get out of the video games, stop watching. What? What video? What the fuck are you talking about? What video games? What do you mean? What are you saying? What are you saying? Hilly, you're a war tourist like Dylan. Not real journalist doing journalism, true. Just a war tourist like Dylan Burns. True. Apologies, Conrad. Compared to this, okay, listen. Full disclosure, when I pointed out your English, I was being sarcastic and a little bit jabby, okay? That was me bantering with you, okay? That was banter, okay? When I made fun of your English, that was banter because I can understand what you're saying. Okay, you make typos, fine, whatever, that is nitpicking. But this guy, I genuinely do not know what they're saying. I genuinely do not know what that guy is saying. Okay? Your English is, compared to that guy above, Conrad, you're an English native speaker. Okay? You're an English native speaker level. I think I will never complain about your English ever again. I have the right after tonight. Even as a joke. There you go. Doesn't Dylan live in Ukraine now? Pretty much at this point. Even though he is in the US now for a month or whatever. To rest. Get out of video games. Fuck me. And yes, random free PO. I can barely tell what this person is saying as well. Ridiculous. Okay, can we get back to Mersheimer? Wow. See, Lucy Haza gets angry as well. I get emotional as well. I'm not a dead fish. You will never get a audience that will give you money every time you asked, and politics is not... What the fuck does that mean? I'm very sympathetic to second language speakers. I won't ever in my life make fun of a person to their face for using bad English, unless they're being a chad and denying genocides. No, I need the sources from the guy. True, I need the sources. You know what? I'm gonna give you the source from the guy, okay? I'm gonna give you this guy's source right now. I'm gonna link the source, okay? I'm gonna be this guy's advocate, and I'm going to link you his source with pleasure. Thank you. Bad empanada. There you go. That is the source. Which one would you like? Live or Bad Empanada main page? There you go. This is... I'm linking you the source. There you go. Yes. Microitos. You absolutely have no clue what you're talking about. The absolute nonsense that just spawned on in the YouTube chat is... Yeah, it was all about the... Yes, the Holodomor was absolutely... Yeah, it was all about the hatred of the Christians, of course. Of course. Thank you. Why do all the lunatics flock when this subject comes up? Why do all the lunatics flock? Where's the mention of Kotor? Oh yeah, Star Wars Kotor 2. We have to finish the first one. Micro-Oitis said the Holodomor was perpetrated by Jewish Bolsheviks who had open hatred of Christians. Genrik Jagoda was one of the perpetrators, progenitors. Don't think you understand how rage baited works. I have no clue what you have to work on your English. I'm sorry. You have to work on your English because I have no clue what you're saying. What, were you just rage baiting? Is that it? Was all of this nonsense just rage baiting? Hello, Maya Mayor. Yes, that's rage bait. That's not rage bait. Is it because you've never heard of, or of it did you believe? Have you gotten this before? That's a boring rage bait, not gonna lie, you need to buckle down to it. Listen, people on the internet I've learned that people on the internet are insane, okay? And a lot of them believe the stupidest thing you can imagine. A lot of the stupidest thing you can imagine in your mind, there is a person on the internet that believes it. Also, people like streamers that rage, so maybe they'll make more people tune in or whatever. Alright, let's continue, I guess.
is a remarkably
This whole Mersheimer interview to me is rage bait, so
foolish idea. The politics of country, invade.
This whole thing feels like rage bait to me, so. You could say you're one of the people, you're a political streamer. How do you not know this when you first start? What? Can somebody translate to me what this person is saying? Please, I need an interpreter. I honestly need an interpreter. Okay, I'm gonna look into it soon. Lucy is triggered ×2 noted. Yes, I am triggered when people try to do genocide denial. You're welcome to note it.
And occupy and run the politics of countries in Eastern Europe is a remarkably foolish idea.
And
again,
yet Russia has managed it in the past. All the way till World War I. This is so naive. This is so naive.
Even have the military capability to do that.
And yet it did in the past, so.
That is the idea. And when you talk to Europeans about it, as I often do, they say that Putin's aim is to restore the Soviet Empire. And
even the Russian Empire. Putin mentioned that as well in his crazy speech right before the invasion. If we would know the person's original language, we could deduct what he might want to say. Well, he's not willing to reveal that, so he's not really willing to even if either of us don't speak English, I can at least understand the substance said topics. No, you can't. No, you cannot. That is a lie.
Said that, and just listen to what he says. He pines for the Soviet era, and he wants to restore
He also
it.
mentioned the Russian Empire, just so you know. Just so it's clear.
He's never said that. In fact, he said that,
Even though I am a fan of that BTO, a fan of that Benepena person, I can see he actually does provide sources in his videos. I provided a whole book of sources to you. You want a source? Fine. Let's get boring. Let's get boring as fuck. There you go. I'm providing sources. I'm gonna open it on a random page. 19th August 1933, Dolina. Memorandum by the Dolina District Governor to the Voivode in Stanislav regarding the pastoral letter of the Greek Catholic Episcopate on repression and famine in Ukraine, as well as on the call for national mourning in Chovhane. There you go. Let's go. Sources. I'm providing sources. Dolina District Governor, number Thai 357/U. Dolina, 19th August 1933. Pastoral letter of the Greek Catholic Episcopate concerning repression against Ukrainians and famine in the USSR. Secret. To Voivode in Stanislaviv. On 6th August of this year, in some of the Greek Catholic churches of the district, the Greek Catholic priests have read the pastoral letter of the Greek Catholic Episcopate issued with regard to the criminal repression against the Ukrainian nation and the famine in the USSR, in which the Episcopate calls on the Ukrainian nation to pray for the persecuted and for the turning of the famine's calamity. With regard to the above mentioned pastoral letter, Father Zubrzycki from Czochwany has called for the mourning in that commune, forbidding all dances and other festivities which took place in the Czochwany commune, and tries to force this mourning on the individual pastors of Polish nationality. Father Zubrzycki has issued a letter to the owner of the Zakrzewski estate in Czochwany, in which he requests not to organize any festivities for the field workers at the time of harvests. I enclose a copy of the letter written by Father Zubrzycki to the heir Zakrzewski. I would also like to report that the pastoral letter read out by the Greek Catholic priests has so far not made the proper impression on the Ukrainian population. I enclose. Should I just read all the documents? Will that count as me providing sources? Should I just read all the raw documents? Should you just read them all? I do not even agree that the famine was good, but it wasn't man-made for a genocide on Ukraine. Yeah, nobody says that. Congratulations. Nobody says that it was man-made for a genocide of Ukraine. The real claim is that the famine was weaponized against Ukraine, not that it was created as a means of... Did you know that genocides are something that is emergent? Did you know that genocides can emerge from the circumstances? No, I have not. If you think that I did, then no, it's not the same thing. You're an idiot. You're an idiot if you think that's the same thing. Okay? A famine can happen, and then that famine can be weaponized against Ukraine. It doesn't mean that the famine was created in order to be used against Ukraine. Fuck me, you're such an idiot. No! Because if the Russians were supported during the famine and Ukrainians were purposely starved during the famine, what does that mean? Tell me what that means, Universal Emperor, if you're not stupid. What does that mean? If there's a famine and Ukrainian people were forbidden to receive any aid, any support, they were forbidden from leaving the area, what does that mean? Yes, different genocides can happen at the same time. Did you know? Did you know that Nazi Germany did not just genocide Jewish people? Did you actually know that Nazi Germany also genocided the Roma people? Does that mean that the Jewish people were not genocided? That the Holocaust did not happen? Because Nazis also genocided the Roma? Are you stupid? Did you know that more than one genocide can happen at the same time? Oh wow, by your logic, Kazakhstan also was yes. What point do you think you're making? Yes, stupidity enrages me. Raw stupidity enrages me. Oh, unless a country says they want to commit a genocide, is not a genocide. Thank you. You're an idiot. Thank you, chat and chat budding Lucy again. Yes. You heard it here. Unless a country explicitly says that it wants to commit a genocide, then it's not a genocide. Fuck me. I guess there's no genocide in Gaza then, because Israel does not claim that it is a genocide. I guess the Sri Lanka genocide wasn't also. I guess there was no genocide in Sri Lanka. Huh. I guess there was no Armenian genocide because the Young Turks never said we are committing a genocide against the Armenians. I guess the Holocaust was basically the only genocide in history because the Nazis were the only people to just straight out say we are committing a genocide. We want those groups. Oh, well, maybe if you stretch it, Rwanda counts as a genocide. Maybe. I guess the Holocaust was the only real genocide in history, huh? Wow. Anything else? Any other smart, wise things that you want to say on the subject of genocide? God. Stalin was a liberal, true. True, the omniliberal. The omniliberal. The omniliberal. God. I'm not a Ben Penata fan. You sure seem to be. I just like his work. Well, you're an idiot if you like his work. You have very low standards if you like his work. Yeah, I'm just a Western Imperial supporter, sure. Some people in Poland genuinely think Adolf was a leftist, yeah. Because there's some idiots in Poland as well. Yeah, I know you like Bad and Panada's work. I can tell. I can tell from how you write. I can tell by how you formulate your thoughts that you like Bad and Panada's work.
He can understand why someone in his or her heart pines for the Soviet Union, but in his or her head, it makes absolutely no sense. He said that. The idea that you can recreate the Soviet Union, number one, and then two, recreate the Soviet Empire is a pipe dream.
Why? Why is that a pipe dream? It worked before. It worked perfectly well, actually, till World War One. You never care for us third world countries. You never care about Eastern countries. You're doing this just to make a career that will never take off or win anywhere. I am from an Eastern country, you idiot. I'm from Poland. I'm from Poland. I'm from an Eastern country. What the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, I just called a spade a spade. Alright, I know we'll disagree, but I kind of think you shouldn't call him an idiot constantly, even if he is. Maybe he'll learn something today. Maybe. Sorry. Should calm down. I choose you're not a good person for history or politics. I know, that's because you watch Ben and Panada. What is this? People choose not to learn and be egotistical. Yes, you should stop that. I know that people choose that, but you know what? You should probably stop. Okay? You can start learning. Good news for you. You can actually start learning, and you can stop being egotistical. Silver lining for you, I guess. You can always choose not to be these things. Let me see.
Setting drags down this.
Please, guys, stop. I need to go to sleep, but I can't miss this content. Yes, you can always choose not to be egotistical, and you can... Death of Stalin, Jesus.
So, in accordance...
I call this meeting to order.
My apologies. So, in accordance with his will, I propose Comrade Malenkov be named Chairman of the Council of Ministers and General Secretary of the party.
And I propose Comrade Daria for Vice Chairman, Council of Ministers. So let's take a vote. Those in favor?
Those are two separate proposals. I suggest we vote one at a time. Those in favor?
I'm unsure of what's being proposed.
I just said what was being proposed. I just said it.
What's that?
Jesus. You really are zero-minded. Yes, I'm zero-minded. I think it's time to take a step back from the internet and relearn history and form your politics, hopefully. Jesus Christ. Yes, I should listen to Bad and Parada instead of actual literature on history and primary sources. Thank you. Thank you, Emperor. You have straightened me out. I should just check out all the content. No, damn. Well, I've been deprived. He was getting interesting. He was not getting interesting, okay? You're zero-minded. Oh, God. I deserve a donation for this. Listen, I'm gonna link my page, okay? And I'm just gonna say if anybody wants to, I don't know, make me feel better about the pain that just happened, then feel free to support me and my illiteracy, okay? Feel free to support me and my stepping back from the internet and relearning history, informing my politics. Shut up. Guy made the stream interesting. Shut up. Have you not even a single mind? Whereas I have many. You're zero-minded. Jesus. So yes, please consider supporting your favorite streamer or whatever. I might need a palate cleanser after this. He owned you real bad, admit it. That's not gonna work, Conrad. Not after what just happened. That is not going to work now.
And you might not like Vladimir Putin, but he is a very smart man. He is a first-class strategist, and he surely understands that, you know, the idea of recreating the Soviet Union or the Soviet Empire makes no sense at all.
If it ain't broke, don't...
I love this idea that Vladimir Putin is this brilliant first-class strategist and a super sharp mind, but everyone in the West is just a bunch of idiots. I love this. Okay, Vladimir Putin is this mastermind, but the entirety of the West is just full of idiots. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
Fix it as a cliche for a reason, because it's pretty good advice, but sometimes it's not true. Here's early. This will give you a safe side. All just wait, Bill.
It's all because of that Russophobia. It's just all.
Years in the U.S. military, America's wireless company. It's pure.
Also, this should be a separate timestamp. The ad read.
Talk. You spent 10 years.
John Mersheimer is a real big brain guy.
The U.S. military, graduated West Point during the Cold War.
Yes.
So your life for 10 years was focused on the Soviets, of course.
No question.
No question.
No question. But when you would know it's coming and skip it, yeah, I would. But hey, I knew it. I skipped it anyway, so that didn't work. How do you even get back to some stupid Tucker Carlson after Emperor's Chef? Whatever. You know what? I finish what I do. That is what makes me a professional streamer. I finish what I start. Okay? I finish. When I start, I finish my tasks.
So that's 10 years. That's a long time in your young life. How were you able to transition?
No Emperor, TV off. Well, good night then, I guess. I'm gonna be still here doing my big marathon to gain more monies. How long have we been streaming? 11 hours. Almost 12 hours. So, please like, subscribe, hit the bell, donate, or whatever, because we've been streaming for 11 hours, 40 minutes. 11 hours, 40 minutes. This is real, okay? This is a real marathon stream just for you, for your entertainment. And after 12 hours of stream, I still had the energy to do the whole bit with the Emperor. Take this into perspective. I know I took a rest along the way, but it was a short rest, relatively speaking. So I won't do any of that. You're welcome. You're so Polish. I did like the stream though. See? So you did some of it. Thank you.
From viewing Russia as an enemy to viewing them as, another country.
It's an interesting question.
And why weren't others able to do that?
Well, a lot were, but a lot weren't. I think that what happened was that during the Cold War, when I started to think about the U.S.-Soviet competition, the subject that I got interested in was the conventional balance of forces in Europe. It was the NATO.
Of course, the neo-realism bullshit rears its ugly head. The conventional balance of powers in Europe. Thank you for the $12, Shakespeare. But Putin said, the Russian Navy was always so good, though. Remember the Russo-Japanese War, the voyage of the damned? Simply a metaphor, don't worry about it.
NATO-Warsaw Pact balance. And I wrote...
Yeah, the Warsaw Pact balance. The Warsaw Pact that was completely, just like NATO, it was completely voluntary, and each member of the Warsaw Pact was completely not terrified of constant invasion. That was totally not a thing, right? Yeah.
Wrote my dissertation on the subject of conventional deterrence, and it focused on the NATO-Warsaw Pact balance. And my argument was, which was very controversial at the time, was that
Mhm.
the Soviets were not 10 feet tall. And actually, if a war did break out in Central Europe, the West or NATO would do very well. That we would hold off the Soviets, that they would not win a quick and decisive victory.
So what is the problem now in Ukraine then? That you say that Ukraine is just unable to win no matter what is in an impossible situation. What's changed?
Which is the conventional wisdom at the time. So
Okay.
in a very important way, I was engaged in threat deflation. I always thought when you looked at the Soviet Union, this is during the latter part of the Cold War, when I was coming of age, that we greatly overestimated the threat.
Then why are you so greatly overestimating the threat now by saying that Russia is just unbeatable in Ukraine? What's up with that? Why are you making Russia to be this unbeatable behemoth on one hand, but also not a threat at all on the other?
And that the Soviet Union was not 10 feet tall. So once the Cold War ends and then we segue into the unipolar moment, I'm already moving in that direction. And then during the 1990s, the Soviet Union, which has become Russia, is a total basket case. I mean, it's the only threat that it represents is to itself.
Yes.
Well, yeah, until it rebuilds and decides to invade Chechnya, Moldova, Georgia, you know, I would say that those countries would say that actually Russia represented quite a real threat to them. Didn't it invade Lithuania as well? I would say those countries would very much say that Russia represented a threat to them, not just to itself, okay?
Doesn't represent a threat to
Are
the
we just gonna forget about those invasions? Are we just gonna forget about all that? Did it not happen?
West. And in fact, Tucker, NATO
Oh
expansion.
yeah, it didn't, I guess. Let's just forget about it. Let's just forget about all these things.
Which really gets going in 1994. That's when Bill Clinton decides to expand NATO. Is not designed to contain Russia because there is no Russian threat.
What do you mean there's... Yes, Poland was completely delusional. Like, Poland had no say when it begged to join NATO because it saw that Russia win while they rebuild and try to reconquer its territories. Yeah, Poland was just delusional.
So then Putin comes to power, and what happens from
Again, the countries that ask to join NATO, no agency whatsoever. No agency whatsoever.
2000 up until the present is that the West, and here we're talking about the United States as well, of course, becomes increasingly
Russophobic. You know what? The West is not Russophobic enough. Okay? The West is not really Russophobic enough. We don't have nearly enough Russophobia. What a ridiculous argument.
And hostile to Putin. And I think it's in large part because Putin stands up to us.
Fuck me.
I think that we get used to the idea, certainly in the 1990s, that we call the shots. It's the unipolar moment. And when we tell countries to jump, their only question is how high. And we get away with that to some extent with Putin.
Yes, he conflates Putin with all of Russia.
To begin with. But then he begins to play hardball with us. And he gives a very famous speech in Munich in 2007 where he...
Yeah, I remember that speech. I read it and watched it. Ridiculous. It was a ridiculous speech.
Throws down the gauntlet. And from 2007 forward, relations really deteriorate. And as they deteriorate, the Russophobia comes racing to the fore.
Yeah, it's all Russophobia. Because before that, Russia has been a complete angel in the region.
And remains firmly in place today.
Yeah.
What is the point of NATO now? Like, why
Just like there was so much Germanophobia in the 30s and 40s. Did you know that? Have you heard of all the ridiculous Germanophobia that happened in the 30s and the 40s? Unknown 3PO says, being Russophobic resonates the same as when American war hawks tell you the Arabs hate your freedom. Like, what about people who never wanted to be Russian? Which is most of Russia on a map. True. Yeah. Also, the leader of Chechnya, Khadarov, also almost drowned on his vacation. Just a side note. Ramzan, I think that's his name, Ramzan Kadyrov also almost drowned on his vacation.
Still have NATO? What's its objective?
Well, I think if you asked most Europeans and even many Americans in the American foreign policy establishment, the argument would be that NATO serves as a pacifier. In other words, it keeps the peace in Europe.
Actually, that is not what is the pacifier. The pacifier is the European Union. What keeps the peace in Europe is the European Union. The idea that European countries are too intertwined in a mutually beneficial web of allegiances and trade, etc., that it is so connected, interconnected, that the countries don't have an incentive to fight against each other anymore. That is what keeps the peace in Europe. Lech Kaczynski has foreseen everything. I mean, say what you want about Lech Kaczynski. He did have a pretty good policy when it comes to Ukraine, which Law and Justice seems to be forgetting. Interestingly enough, Law and Justice Party has completely forgotten their legendary leader's opinion on Ukraine and relationship with Eastern neighbors.
United States is the most...
So yeah, NATO was not actually the stabilizer and the peace thing. NATO is a tool against Russian aggression, but it is not the thing that keeps peace in Europe. That is the function of the European Union, which was also made to sort of kind of contain Germany. Because people forget about Germany, but the biggest warmonger and aggressor in Europe for the longest time was not considered to be Russia, actually.